From Fox 56 News, the weather authority, this is a severe weather alert.
All right, folks, back again here for another quick update because we do have just very slim portions of Franklin County that are now included in a tornado warning. So I want to at least give you an update on what is going on with that. And we may need to hold on to this just a little bit longer with that tornado warning being within the Fox 56 viewing area. So back off where we were talking about just a few minutes ago. We had this severe thunderstorm warning. We had the red box for the tornado warning. Now we have a new red box that, again, does include very far, I mean, I'm talking very slim portion here of Franklin County, the very northern edge right there of that tornado warning now in play until 1:30. The reason that we're keeping this just a little longer is because this is part of a cell that did have a confirmed tornado tagged to it just a little while ago where that purple box is. It's now moved outside of that. They are likely letting that confirmed tornado warning expire in the next 2 minutes. So that's not a still confirmed tornado warning. That has since moved on. We are watching this new box, though, and there are some damage reports coming out of Shelby County there of some debris over the roadways. There's some signatures that suggest that confirmed tornado was for sure there. So as we continue to watch that portion of the storm move mainly into Owen County right now until 1:30 a.m., their tornado warning is in play as well. That is going to include portions of Owen County. Their Newcastle's still in that. We want to keep just a close eye on how this plays out. Let me show you the velocity reading of this here. And again, we've got a lot of boxes that are overlaying. Some of these will expire in the next minute. But just to get you a closer look at what that is, here's where some general rotation may be at this time, just to the south and east of Bethlehem. More towards the west of Orville there and south of Fallis, excuse me if I say it wrong. But we do have just maybe a little bit of rotation kind of in this general area here, suggesting some circulation, suggesting radar indicated rotation, which means that that tornado warning has been prompted again, especially for a cell that has had a history of quickly dropping a tornado and then picking it back up again. That is the concern that we have there. Again, it's just outside of the Fox 56 viewing area, the greatest risk of that right now, but it does include that very northern portion of Franklin County. I don't see reason to really hang tight to this for too long, unless that starts to drift back into our area. But of course, our friends there in Owen County, they deserve to know what's going on as well. So we will keep that update going here just for a couple more minutes. Looking at the rest of this system here, that's going to be moving into Franklin and Anderson County. A closer look, at least when we look at velocity, this is a good sign. I don't see any other signatures of rotation at this time. That is good for the tornado threat that we still have into this evening. At least right now, things don't look as spinny, but we do have that severe thunderstorm warning for southern portions of Franklin County there until 1:15, western Anderson County till 1:15 as well. 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts likely along this line. We may see the in-between between that tornado and that severe thunderstorm warning get extended here, so we're going to hold just for a minute or two to let the National Weather Service make that decision. Again, overall, we're still seeing very strong winds along that front line. We've got a little bit of that rotation that's working into southern Owen County. And then as we, again, zoom out, as we will be doing often here this evening, we've got this line of thunderstorms. While it does look like it has some sort of weakening trend to it, it does have resurgences of energy, resurgences of rotation that could still lead our threat well into the morning hours here through tomorrow. Just want to remind you and update you on the tornado watch that is now out for most of the viewing area. You see it here. All of our counties as far south and east as Owsley, Wolf, Morgan, Elliott, kind of running that line, Laurel and McCreary. You now have a tornado watch until 7 a.m. Severe thunderstorm watch has been issued much downstream of that to the north and east for our friends. They're just on the Kentucky border over towards West Virginia. Ultimately, this system is expected to continue to produce the opportunity for some spinning as we head through the rest of the overnight tonight. So note that you are still in line for some severe activity tonight. Even if you've been very quiet night so far, there's still time for things to develop. Again, we're going to just go back real quick and take a look at our radar scene here. It looks like it's going to fight me just a smidge. So let me just push this button a couple times and see if we can get back. There we go. And that's going to lead us back to where these severe storms are now. Again, they're just on the fringe of the Fox 56 viewing area. This storm here, that's moving into Anderson and Franklin County. It's coming in the next couple of minutes. So please, if you're in Frankfort, Lawrenceburg, time to get down. We wait long enough, we get exactly what we need. That new thunderstorm warning is now issued further downstream for parts of Woodford County, the rest of Franklin County, and western Scott County, just along I-75 to Georgetown, and then pushing back towards Lawrenceburg. That new severe thunderstorm warning is in place. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put this into play for us here one time so we can see how this progression has gone. You see this line that is bowing out just a bit. Strongest winds along the front of that, and that warning is now pushing just a little bit further to the east. Let me check what the rating is on this. Most of these storms have generally been moving to the east at roughly 55 miles an hour or so. That's been the general tag we've been seeing with a lot of these through tonight. So let me get a confirmed update with this. Here's the other kicker. This is rated now, this severe thunderstorm warning, for 70 mile an hour winds, which means that we'll need to keep a close eye on that. And I do believe a tornado warning is about to pop up as well. I thought I saw some rotation, and there it is for that storm that we were just talking about. So we are going to be going wall to wall here to track these storms as our northern parts of the viewing area are now under a tornado warning. And we will make sure that we have all the details as we go into tonight. I'm at the computer right now just sending out a message quick so we can make sure that our broadcast goes where it needs to, and we'll get you these details as we get through it. So we've got a tornado warning for portions of northern Franklin County, northern Scott County, and all the way over even into the far north and western portions of Harrison County. And the rest of us here in central Scott, Woodford County, Anderson County, as well as very far northern parts of Mercer County, we're all inside a severe thunderstorm warning for 70-mile-an-hour winds and the potential for some spinning. We've got a few different tornado warnings popping up now. These storms seem to be re-ramping up, and we'll get an idea of how things are going. Bear with me as I find the speed that these storms are moving at. This tornado warning and the storm that is a part of it is absolutely cooking right now. We're talking 70 miles an hour to the northeast is the speed. We've got boxes layered on boxes, so I'm going to come back on screen so we can go through it together and we'll just get an idea of where we need to go. Folks, this is just entering into the Fox 56 viewing area. If you are in Franklin County or Anderson County, you've just got a few more minutes there in Frankfort to get down. Same with Lawrenceburg, south of Owenton, north of Frankfort. We've got a tornado warning that is in place, and that's where we're going to spend a good chunk of our attention here now to get an idea of what's happening. We've had a history of this line producing tornadoes here today already, so we want to get a close look at this. I need to flip over to our radar scene with the velocity to get an idea. Here's the rotation that we are likely watching. That is the most concern for us, is now just to the east of 421. State Highway 421, I believe that is, moving towards 127. You see here we've got some green going towards and some red going away. This is pretty weak circulation, but again, this part of the storm has that notch in it. We've got an updraft flowing into it, likely causing that spin to take place. This isn't really suggesting to me that there's a tornado on the ground at this time, but the circulation is certainly there. We have to treat it the same way. So if you are in northern Franklin County, this rotation is near you. You need to be down into your safe space, lowest room, most interior room, lowest floor, excuse me, of your home, and be ready for this one as it comes through. Again, just to the east right now of 421 in far northern Franklin County. So Flag Fork is the smaller community there. As it continues to work to the east south of Poles Grove, looking at Swallowfield here between Flat Creek Road. This is coming your way here in the next couple of minutes. Harp Pike, couple Harp Pike Road readings on our map here suggesting that is where the rotation is currently, just again to the east of that 421. Very weak though, and it doesn't look like anything that we are confirming at this time, but we'll still need to watch the progression of that as we go through. The other portions here, as you can see, we have another potential threat to parts of Mercer County as we go through. This is all still the velocity reading. So we've got that little bit of rotation up there. I do want to go and touch on what's going on maybe a little further in central Kentucky. Just to the east of Elizabethtown now, heading towards Bardstown, we have very strong signature of wind. Right now, not a lot of rotation sticking out to me, but it is making a trek towards eventually places like Anderson and Mercer County again. So we will have that to deal with once it gets a little bit closer. But just to keep on tracking with these storms here as we move through the night, again, this system has been efficient, at producing 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gust potential. We've got a lot of boxes overlaying each other. The overall theme here, folks, is that anything inside this line could produce tornado. Anything within it could produce straight line wind damage. It's all going to be the same. So if you were anywhere in the path of this right now, again, all the way up to central parts of Scott County and then cutting back through Woodford County, that includes Versailles, then you need to be down and in your safe space. I'm going to put a tracker on this to get an idea of when it is going to come through. Just bear with me. I'm going to pull the warnings down for a second so this is a little more clear. The overall line is working roughly 55 miles an hour to the east, and we're going to try to redraw that because that is not what we wanted. So bear with me on this as well as we go through it. Let's try this again. There we go. If we say the general line is moving about 55 miles an hour, even places outside of the warning box are going to be in on this soon. So we're looking at some locations here knocking on the door. You start getting into the Bluegrass Airport here in Fayette County by 1:30 this morning. Stamping Ground by 1:21, Versailles 1:26. It's 1:08 right now, according to our radar time clock there, and that's confirmed. So we've got 15 to 20 minutes before it gets to places like Georgetown, 1:31, 21 plus minutes before it gets there. But Frankfort, you got 4. Lawrenceburg, you got about 10 at best. Make sure you guys are getting down into your safe space. This thing's moving to the east at 50 miles an hour. Backing up towards it here, clearing that out. Let's get the warnings back on to make sure nothing new has popped up. And keep an eye on this mess. Again, most of these storms, if you might just be joining us here this morning, it is just after 1 a.m. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in play. And because we have tornado warnings within the Fox 56 viewing area for northern Franklin County, northern Scott County, and far northwestern parts of Harrison County, we're hanging on tight to this here because it's going to be, again, an active evening as we roll through. So we're going to go back to that tornado warning here. We're going to see if we can get an eye on the latest scan of what that rotation looks like. And it's kind of a jumbled mess, to be completely honest with you. It does look like there's a few spots of rotation within this, just this one spot. So let's get even closer, pull that down, and have a look. All right, so in the latest scan, it does look like the rotation has tightened up just a little bit. This is, again, I'm going to get even closer so we can see. There's a few spots that could have the rotation of concern here. This is probably the biggest. Heading into Poles Grove right now, we've got that red and that green coming together. So we've got the green coming towards in this way. We've got the red going away that way. So we've got the rotation something like this. Poles Grove, it's right overhead for you right now. You need to be down. As we continue to march a little bit further to the north, though, there's a couple other spots that are suggesting some slightly similar rotation, but this is a bit broader, not as tight. We want green and red really close together, and the pixels of the screen to be really close together to suggest strong rotation and the potential of some funneling or tornado activity. You see the latest scan there, it's sort of split apart again, which is a good sign ultimately that the rotation is not strengthening by any means, but it's moved from Poles Grove in one scan to now Swallowfield in the next. So you're talking about a quick moving component of this storm. Again, this tornado warning was rated for 70 miles an hour of progression to the north and east, and so this is moving quicker than the rest of the system itself. So we'll keep watching how that progresses. It does look like it's going to move into southern Owen County next. That's until 1:30 a.m. Again, they have a severe thunderstorm warning with the tornado tag possible. And again, that's the theme for all of these severe storms as they come in here for us tonight. Right now, Georgetown, you guys are just about 15 minutes away from getting in on this. Frankfort, it's knocking on the door as we speak. Let's take a look outside and see what it looks like off in that direction from downtown here. I'm sure we'll get some flashes. Things are quiet in Lexington, so no storm warnings, no severe thunderstorm warnings here for Fayette County yet. But again, all of this is moving towards us right now, and we'll eventually see these storms, severe or not, make their way into Fayette County here within the next half hour or so. Expecting more downstream warnings to pop up as the night goes on. Pretty good lightning strikes. There's some crawling lightning as well. That storm just off into the distance. Good that we can keep an eye on that. Again, just to zoom out, we're just going to cycle through each piece of this because we've got more tornado warnings down near Bardstown right now coming out of a cell that's been producing some pretty strong wind gusts that just came out of Elizabethtown at this time. And things are extending even further north up towards Cincinnati. A couple other tornado warnings within this line too. In the setup like what we've had here, a lot of those little notches take place place, and that's where we start to dig into the opportunity of these really spitting out quick up and downs. The quicker the up and down, like we've seen in some of these, are going to be hard to catch every time as we get on radar. So we'll go to the next scan. This, again, tornado warning is in place. I'd be surprised if they didn't add it to portions of Owen County there here if that circulation holds on tight, just to sort of clean up the rest of that box, since we have it in Franklin, Scott, and parts of Harrison County here. North of Sadieville, north of Stamping Ground, although you're still in that severe thunderstorm warning here tonight. And again, I'm not seeing a whole lot that's really catching my eye in terms of a strong grouping of this. This latest scan should come in here any second. Still over Swallowfield with maybe the tightest circulation, but it's very loose and not as much cause for concern as it comes to anything being on the ground. You still got to be down in the safe space. Tornado warning is in effect until, again, 1:30 a.m., even into Scott County, as this storm continues to progress to the northeast at roughly 70 miles an hour. All right. Back to our radar here as we take a look at the general scheme of things. I am going to leave this up for you. I'm going to just step off to check the National Weather Service chat, see if there's anything being said about that rotation, what their intentions are. Again, the main line of storms is right now moving into Frankfort. Folks in Frankfort, it's knocking on the door for you as we speak. You're likely seeing a lot of heavy rainfall starting to move in, loud thunder, the torrential rain, the high winds. Again, this storm could produce gusts over 60, maybe even 70 miles an hour. It looks like, as we watch this continue to progress to the east, that there is no intentions on canceling it, which is the sign that they're still confident there's some rotation in there, and they want to hold on to it as we work into southern parts of Owen County. Not seeing any talks about this storm moving any further. Let me take a look at this here. And it looks like the tornado warning for some portions of this has been canceled. I'm not sure if it's specifically this one or not. Again, that was at 1:09, so they might be letting that one go here for us as the night goes on. Yep, it does look like they're not going to reissue that at this time, which means it'll sit there and it'll blink until 1:30. That doesn't necessarily mean that that rotation is going to be cause for concern here, but we are going to want to watch it because there is a little uptick in that storm again. Throwing on the lightning layer, you can see there's plenty of that as this storm system moves through. Not seeing much in terms of rotation once more here, so I think while that bit of rotation is just slightly out of northern Franklin County at this time, we'll hold on to it for maybe just a couple more minutes. I'm actually more concerned about what's going on near Bardstown right now, so let me show you what I'm talking about with that after just checking some of the stuff on our communications with the National Weather Service and their intentions of that. Looks like this tornado warning that is in northern parts of Harrison County and Scott County and Franklin County, they were canceled because that rotation looked like it fell apart, but the severe thunderstorm warning is still in play. And the tornado tag is still possible with that. So we're not out of the clear by any means. This storm moving into Frankfort right now, just clipping Lawrenceburg. But the Bardstown one, we want to keep a close eye on that too. I can tell you what, that one looks a little bit more significant in terms of rotation here for us tonight. I know this is just outside of our spot, but while we wait for just another confirmation on that, south of Bardstown, we've got green and red and pretty strong signatures of it meeting together. That's why they got this tornado warning in place for folks out there in Nelson County till 1:30. We're going to keep a close eye on how that progresses as it gets a little bit closer, because Mercer County, you're not far off. Harrodsburg, you're say 45 minutes away from that part of the storm making it to you, and this one's packing quite a bit more of a punch, suggesting maybe some stronger winds in there. Let's actually do this. Let's put a dropper on it and see what the readings are coming up as. Oh, I know, we have to turn it over to full velocity to get a better reading of that. So there we go, right near Bardstown right now. In the storm, 66-mile-an-hour winds. When greens and reds meet, that can suggest rotation. So that's something that we'll need to watch close to. As I'm going to move back over to that storm, I just want to check it one more time, and then we might just go for a short break here to see, give these storms a little bit more time to move into the area. And yeah, I don't see a whole lot to get excited about. A little bit of rotation there, but it's pretty broad. So tell you what we're going to do. We're going to just take a short break here. There are severe thunderstorms continuing to move into the area. We will be back in, say, 5 10 minutes tops. I expect them to extend a warning here in just a few minutes as that storm gets closer to the edge of that box. Expecting Fayette, Jessamine counties and some other spots to get a warning, a severe thunderstorm warning shortly. So I will come back for you here in just a couple of minutes with the updates on that once that gets issued. Everybody else down in your safe spot. More severe weather on the way tonight. Meteorologist Justin Esterly is taking a short break. We'll be right back in just a few minutes.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle. Sublocade with counseling is for adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction who have started treatment with a dose of oral buprenorphine or are being treated with buprenorphine. Sublocade may help you keep moving towards recovery. Sublocade continuously releases the medicine buprenorphine all month with no real daily ups and downs. Buprenorphine is known to reduce cravings and block the rewarding effects of opioids.
Sublocade may cause harm or death if injected in a vein. As an opioid, it may cause serious life-threatening breathing problems. Ask about naloxone for opioid overdose. Get emergency help right away if you're faint, dizzy, sleepy, confused, have problems breathing, seeing or talking, or if naloxone is given. Don't take with other opioids, benzos, alcohol, or other drugs, including street drugs. This can cause severe drowsiness, decreased awareness, breathing problems, coma, and death. In emergencies, tell medical staff you're on Sublocade for opioid dependence. This isn't a full list of risks and side effects. Talk to your doctor and read patient label for more information.
Don't give up. Ask a doctor if Sublocade can help you keep moving towards recovery.
Taxes was feeling so stuck. Now Taxes is a TurboTax expert, doing everything while you do your thing. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax.
Guys, you have a choice. Slow down with age or crank up your testosterone with Ageless Male Max, a formula that's so powerful it embarrasses the competition. Get the testosterone boost you crave with Ageless Male Max.
Spring starts with savings at the Home Depot.
What are you working on? I'm starting off with a clean slate.
Starting to love my yard again. These wilt well in the sun. Perfect.
Start your spring with early saving at the Home Depot.
We now return to our regularly scheduled program.
Hurt as long as it got a laugh.
I took a thumb when a pinky would do.
But we have learned our lesson, so I hereby promise.
I promise.
I promise. Te promet.
Here.
Wild.
You're a hero.
No, you're the hero.
No, you're wrong. You're the...
From Fox 56 News, the Weather Authority, this is a severe weather alert.
All right, hey folks, back again. Short break for us. We got a new tornado warning issued for portions of Harrison County and northern Scott County, and a second tornado warning issued just north of that, including portions that are just outside of our zone, but Pendleton County as well as Grant County tonight. These storms and these warnings go until 1:45 here this morning. That tornado in effect for us there until that time. For that rotation that we were tracking just a couple moments ago, we are going to take a closer look. We might have had some tightening. I can tell just by how the purples are showing up that the storm might be strengthening a little bit as it works into that new zone. And let's take a look here. We've got some tighter rotation definitely showing up here in northern parts of Scott County, about to cross onto 75 just north of Porter at this time. While it's not extremely satisfying, we do have that rotation right here for us into portions of, well, that was poorly drawn. Let's try that again. Into northern portions there of Porter that are just coming close to us here, moving towards 75. Sadieville, you are just to the east and south of this at this time, so we anticipate if that movement is more to the northeast, that will be just north of you, but you got to be down right now. That tornado warning is in play. Everybody within that box should be inside of that. We're talking all up and down 75, even upwards towards Dry Ridge, Williamstown. There's a strong signature, at least, of some damaging looking wind coming through that area, and it's overhead at this time. So now is a good time to get down into that safe space. They've extended this tornado warning all the way out through northern Harrison County, just outside of Cynthiana. But hey, my Cynthiana folks, you guys got to be down and into your safe space as well, because the tornado warning might not be touching you yet, but we have a chance that that severe thunderstorm warning gets extended. There's a chance any part of this line could start to kink and produce some rotation. And as we say it is happening, excuse me, and we've got another severe thunderstorm warning now in play to go along with all of that. Let's take a look at everything here, put it back on the radar, and get an idea of what's to come. The tornado warning, again, is for portions of northern Scott County and northern Harrison County. This goes until 1:45 a.m. This part of the storm moving 70 miles an hour to the north and east. It's really cruising as it comes into the northern parts of Scott County at this time. Back towards Frankfort and Lawrenceburg, the wind, the rain, the loud noise of thunder, and the high winds are working in towards you. Georgetown, they're knocking on the door. They'll be there in just a few minutes, so you need to be down in your safe spot as well. This includes all the way over to Paris, up towards Carlisle, inside of portions of Nicholas County. Then that severe thunderstorm warning is in play until 2 a.m. And we look back off and we're getting more of these warnings trickling in as we go through. And we'll have to keep an eye again back off to the southwest, where that tornado warning is not quite to Mercer County yet, but it is getting very close. One more update could see that get extended in too. If you're just joining us, it's a busy night here across the Bluegrass. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings scattered all across the northern portion of the Fox 56 viewing area. We're going to go north, south, and check each one out as we go through, just to get that information back out if you are just joining us. So our main concern for this current point of the evening is the northern parts of Scott County and Harrison County. Now, all of Scott County, including Georgetown to Paris, up to Millersburg, over to Carlisle, and then into Cynthiana there in Harrison County, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning for 60 to 70 mile an hour wind gusts possible. Inside of the red flashing box here, I know we've got a lot layered over each other, but this is a tornado warning for locations in northern Harrison and Scott County, for where we will see the best rotation and the possibility of some tornadic activity. We're starting to get a little too far away from the Louisville scene, so we're going to try to switch over to the Wilmington, Ohio scene to possibly get a better look at some of this rotation. Let me get down in it here and get a little closer so we can see how things are going. According to that beam, it says that Sadieville is seeing the highest winds right now. Nothing on here that suggests tightening of rotation, but there could be anywhere along this the possibility of a quick spin up. You got to be down if you're in Sadieville. Now is the time. If you haven't already, you got to get the cover as this moves towards places like Barrie as well. You guys should be down and in your safe spot as we speak. Moving just a little further north, we see just south of Williamstown some potential rotation there as well. High winds definitely in play. This storm capable of producing winds of 70 plus miles an hour. And I'm seeing something right now I want to get right back to near Sadieville, just north of it. We've got a tight little area of green and red meeting south of Stonewall along the Cincinnati Road there, just off of 75. Latest scan comes through. You see how much that jumped? This thing is moving quite quick here this evening. Again, 70 miles an hour to the east. The rotation suggesting that it is now just east of Sadieville, and that rotation is showing up right here where the greens and the reds are coming together. Again, green towards, red away, so that rotation is in that counterclockwise zone, and we're seeing that from the Wilmington standpoint anyway, that is now east of Sadieville. Let me take a look here and see what it looks like as the regular velocity. This is getting pretty far away from both locations, so the readings might be a little robust, but that doesn't mean that the winds aren't going to be that strong. Similar idea here, just not as easy of a look to get. Let's try the Louisville site one more time. And you see how that just looks a little more scattered, a little more broad, not as impressive. So there's nothing here screaming and yelling out at me that this is a tornado on the ground, but the rotation is there, so folks, be in your safe spot. That's where we need to be tonight as we try to check it here from this other velocity reading too. Again, we're getting pretty far away from the radar, so it is probably over identifying the speeds of the winds. It's likely pretty elevated, which also suggests that the rotation is elevated, maybe not so close to the ground. So the idea that there's something on the ground right now is, again, weakened by that thought as we roll into the rest of the tracking of this storm. Now, if we look back just to see. We got to keep checking in on the rest of our friends here back in Georgetown, places like Frankfurt. We're going to just let that update one more time with the scan. We're going to hold it as long as that tornado warning is in play now. Folks in Stamping Ground, you're in the thick of it. Midway, you're about to get the heavy rain. We've got lightning along with this, high winds as well, 60, maybe even upwards of 70 miles an hour. This storm has been sort of pulsing a bit. The pieces that are back in Franklin County and even into Anderson County have sort of slowed down a little bit. Not to say that there won't be more coming in behind it, but probably a lot of heavy rainfall right now, loud thunder, lightning, high winds, maybe some small hail even possible within that. It is moving into Georgetown downtown right now. We are, again, main point here to focus on are the tornado warnings that are cruising through far northern parts of the state. Another one that is trying to work its way into central Kentucky here tonight. Multiple hot spots to keep our eyes on here. Let me grab my phone. I want to see if we've gotten any reports of damage. Now, I do know that this cell that we're specifically watching has had a history of producing some tornadic activity back into Shelbyville or Shelby County, and there was some reports of debris being scattered over the roadways. I just want to see if we've got any reports coming in, any pictures, anything like that. It does look like we've got some more warnings that are being displayed as well, so we'll wait for those to pop up and see what exactly we will be dealing with that. Looks like they've updated that tornado warning, now moving into Harrison County. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning that does include parts of Fayette County now too. The busy night is just getting going here, folks. We're going to grab the details on this, give you some timing updates when you can expect it, and see what's going on. Now, we do have a rather jumbled mess of severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings, so we will have to sort through some of this. Let me get the ideas and the ratings on a couple of these as we take a peek at what is to happen here. It looks like right now severe thunderstorm warning, the new one, that does include portions of Fayette County as well as far northern portions of Jessamine County, is coming in with 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts as its rating. So that is a sign that there might be some slight weakening to it, but it is moving northeast at 80 miles an hour. So some of these cells, some of these pockets of severe thunderstorms are likely grabbing onto some upper-level jet-level winds, and then they're just taking off, and they're taking all the energy with it. So as that happens, we get these multiple little segments that you can see, and just bear with me here. I'm going to pop the warnings off just for a half a second here, if it will let me do so. There we go, being a little picky. Oh, goodness gracious, here we go. There we are, much better with that. They've had a lot expire too, so that actually might help us out quite a bit here in being able to see the rest. But what we have are these little lines here. Look at this bowing segment here, and then we've got sort of another one here. So we've got wind firing in the upper levels pretty quick, really pushing the edge of this storm out. And then on the other side, you have the updraft coming in, and that's causing the rotation to take place. And that's why we have these two little hot spots that we need to keep track of. So back down over to this new storm that's just going to enter. We're going to get a timing on this because the rating for this is moving to the northeast at 80 miles an hour. We're talking about far northern Mercer, portions of Anderson County, southern Franklin County. We got northern Woodford County in there. We've got western Fayette County just inside this, just including portions of New Circle Road, western side of Lexington, then very far northern tip of Jessamine County. This is now until 2 a.m. So the next 30 minutes, this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be in play. And again, it is moving to the east at roughly 80 miles an hour. So this thing is absolutely cruising. Let's see if we can get, we might not even be able to get the full speed on it. We're going to stop it there, just get an idea of timing. You can see that it's here at the Fox 56 in less than a half hour. But folks, anywhere else in here, from Lawrenceburg to Versailles, you've got 10 to 15 minutes before that storm knocks in. Now, you should have already been in your safe space because we've had some other severe thunderstorm warnings touching portions of that. But this is going to be moving into places like the Fayette Mall, obviously downtown Lexington here in the next half hour, just outside of our area here as we work through it. So that is one highlight spot. That one has a history of producing tornado warnings as well. Let's get back up to where that tornado warning is currently ongoing, and this strong line of storms is working to the east. This one was moving last time I checked at 70 miles an hour. They've extended the box way out to account for the speed. Fleming County, you'll probably get tapped into on this as this continues, but moving more northeast, so we might see that just skirt the northern portions of Fleming County. We'll see how Jackson's office handles that. They are in charge of you with severe warnings through the night. So this system, let's get back onto the velocity side, see if there's been any tightening. Don't like that one. We need the one that shows us more of the rotation than anything else. Sloppy for the most part. We've got some interference with that. Let's get over to the Wilmington side and see what that looks like for rotation. Okay, so it's a little cleaner. Again, this is far enough away where it's probably shooting a little higher into the cloud. Better chances to see some stronger winds out of that. I'm not seeing anything really jump out at me except maybe this little spot right here where we have just north and to the west of Cynthiana. We've got just a little bit of the reds and greens, kind of a highlight spot, maybe some rotation within that. Something to definitely keep an eye on, but sort of watching that area there. One of the arteries of roadways that jets out to the north and west of Cynthiana up towards Barry. That's the spot I'm talking about right now. Not seeing it tighten up enough to be too concerned about a tornado being down. Let's see what this looks like. Typically what we have is the debris detector. That's probably not going to see everything that I really want to look at. Let me go back here and let me do this one, the shear. Okay, this is much better. This is the rotation detector. So this is exactly that, trying to find where the spinning is happening within the thunderstorm. That spot I was just pointing out to you, just north and east of north and west of Cynthiana, that is exactly where our radars are able to pick up a little bit of rotation. That's also why we have the tornado warning in the first place. Again, till 1:45, so we've got about 11 more minutes to hold on to that as it works its way to the northeast at 70 miles an hour. Looking back towards some other spots here, with the radar detecting shear, let's take a look at what else it is suggesting. And you can see a couple other spinning hot spots where we have this strong line going into Anderson County, moving at 80 miles an hour, is likely causing that reading to come up, but nothing tight and significant there. But Lawrenceburg, folks, 80-mile-an-hour wind gust potential, that is dangerous. You need to be down in your safe space. Folks in Versailles, it's not going to be far off from you. Midway to the Bluegrass Airport here in Lexington, that storm's headed our way. Now is the time to get down and get safe. My folks in Nicholasville, probably going to get some wind and some rain here shortly, but the main threat is further to the north at this time as these storms continue to work in. And again, we're holding on to this because we've got, and this is a robust storm. If this thing is cranking out anything higher than 60 miles an hour, that's going to be particularly a point of interest. And then we've also got that tornado warned cell in northern Harrison County. I just can't let go of that here as the night goes on. It's 1:35 here this morning. We've had some activity already coming through. There's going to be some more as we head into the rest of tonight. Just to show you what we're talking about, those folks that have had a quiet night so far, that does not mean that it's going to stay quiet for long. If we take a look here at our tornado watch, it has now been expanded for central, northeastern, and south central portions of the Bluegrass until 7 a.m. You see more tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings well off to the southwest, and the general direction is headed your way. So there's going to be plenty more to come as the night goes on. Our main points of interest, as I've been saying, and quite repetitively, I know, but we've got to keep on it because there's some life-threatening situation in play for us here, is going to be that spot up in Harrison County where the tornado warning is now. We typically wait scan by scan. I'm going to double check and see what the speed of that is right now. I'm going to put it back onto our velocity so we can get an idea of where the latest scan is. And this is once again looking like a strong line of straight line winds with some suggestion of rotation in there. Not seeing anything that really stands out incredible in terms of rotation or any tightening of that in the latest scan, which is great news in terms of anything hitting the ground. As I take a peek here to see, actually, we just got a brand new tornado warning that we got to go touch on right now down towards Lawrenceburg. Let me just double check this one for you one time as we push into tonight and the active weather continues. Folks, people in Lawrenceburg, Versailles, Georgetown, northern parts of Fayette County, now you are in a tornado warning, and we will need to monitor that as we are going in. Just going to send a quick message here, and we'll get the details on this as we go through. Guys, this is life-threatening stuff here. This is not a night to be complacent or to think, hey, not a this couldn't happen to me, this isn't that big of a deal kind of stuff. No, this is, these storms that all day have had a history of producing tornadic activity, and we've seen it time and time again. Multiple tornadoes and confirmed tornadoes at that. Now, as we take note of that and we look at what we currently have moving into the bluegrass, my friends here in Lawrenceburg, y'all should still be down. We're not moving anywhere from Lawrenceburg, Georgetown, Frankfort, Lexington. Even if you're not in this warning box, now's a great time to get down. Let's go ahead and just get to our safe space as this stuff moves in, because as things have developed tonight, spinning takes place pretty quick. I'm just looking up the details on how fast this is moving so I can put a tracker on it and we can get an idea of what is to come. Tornado warning for Bourbon, Franklin, Scott County, Anderson, Fayette, and Woodford until 2 a.m. The storm is moving 75 miles an hour. Regardless of if it can put a tornado together or not, the wind, if the storm is moving that fast, the wind underneath it can move that fast, and that can do just as much damage as a straight line wind threat as it can as a tornado. So let's keep that in mind as we watch this closely. I'm going to get down in here now, if it will let me. Here we go. Getting down into, maybe. Here we go again. Last chance. Right into there, Lawrenceburg, into western portions of Anderson County. This is a pretty robust line of strong winds working their way into Lawrenceburg right now, and it's not any sign of really strong rotation with this, but they're likely putting that on there for the fact that we've got some readings that are probably going to be pushing 60, 70 miles an hour. I'm going to get a little bit closer to see what's going on. You see how the pinks start showing up here? When we start getting into pinks, we're talking about speeds that are getting to the dangerous level. Let me see if I can get one of these to pop up. Within the thunderstorm, straight line wind gusts inside of that 74 miles an hour. That's what we're going to be seeing in the cloud that we can see translate to the surface. Lawrenceburg, Versailles, Midway, Lexington, Georgetown in the path of that right now. Again, moving to the north and east at 80 miles an hour. We're going to try to put a tracker on it. Bear with me as I try to draw it on here, and we will get an idea of some timing for us here as round and round of storms continues to move by. That is not going to work. We'll try to draw it one more time. Catch my breath. And again, even people in Frankfort, you guys should be down too. This is a strong thunderstorm, potentially dangerous for sure, as even outside of the tornado warning needs to be included in this thing as it continues to work to the northeast. We're going to get it close. Not bad. Here's what we got for timing. Lawrenceburg 141. It's 140 right now. Got to be down. Midway 150, Georgetown 156. Getting to Rupp, Lexington, Transylvania here by 2 a.m. That's just 20 minutes away. This thing is moving very quickly. Not seeing, again, a lot of the rotation that would suggest that there is some spinning taking place in a significant way, but the speeds of the winds overall are in there. And that's why we've got training storm after training storm running over the same spots. Folks out front of this, Carlisle, Paris area, we're talking about even all the way up towards Flemingsburg. If this continues on this path at this, at this speed, this is going to be to Paris by 2:15. It's going to be up towards Flemingsburg by 2:20, 2:30. So it's not going to take long to get there either, and you've already got severe storms in your neck of the woods. So we're going to be down, we're going to stay down for a good portion of the night here as these storms continue to rotate, to move across the same spot. I do want to get back in on this because it is moving right into Flemingsburg at this time, and we'll see. I'm sorry, it's moving right into Lawrenceburg at this time, and the strongest winds are entering town. I don't see any notches that would concern me at this point. Looking up and down this line, there's still very strong winds for portions near Frankfort. You're right on the edge of that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, this tornado warning is in play for us until we go till about 2 a.m. And that includes Woodford County, parts of northern Jessamine County, Fayette County in it, Scott County in it. And this is what we got to hold on to here as we get into the night. Let me back out. I know we had that tornado warning up in northern parts of Harrison County. It looks like they've trimmed it back, which is good news. It also looks like they've extended a portion further to the north and far northern parts of Kentucky as well. And let's just get a zoom here, and we'll back it out again, towards places like Brooksville. This is going to be up in Bracken, Kentucky, Bracken County, till 2 a.m., so they've extended a new piece of it. It doesn't look like they've quite extended it into our Robertson County at this time. They might, though, as the rotation continues to work in here for the rest of tonight. The storm's back in southern Harrison County near Cynthiana, still capable of producing some high wind gusts upwards of 60+ miles an hour. That includes parts of Bourbon County, northern Bourbon County, and portions of, Nicholas County until 2 a.m. But it does look like this storm that's trailing, the main one we've been focusing on here, is starting to steal some energy, and it's becoming a bit more of an important storm in terms of the speed, in terms of the rotation potential, and in terms of the damaging winds that we could see. Just to kind of reset and see how things are going across the entire area, really our main focus has been around the Lexington Metro and to the north. Again, this line has been oriented from a northeast to southwest tilt to it. And down in Bowling Green, they've got a tornado warning and a severe thunderstorm warning, but all our folks in southern Kentucky have been quiet so far. Even places in Madison County, Boyle County, and Garrett County, there's not been much that you're going to see at this time. We've got more storms trailing in behind it, but the potential for your activity is still going to be pushed closer to, say, 3, 4, maybe even 5 a.m. as the storm comes in. Tell you what I'll do. Let's get a look at what the radar looks like for the future here in the next hour or two, as our future radar product of Barron that we use here is going to simulate what these storms are going to look like over the course of the next couple of hours. I believe if I just press play here, it should go through. That line that has that 80-mile-an-hour potential to it comes in. Look at a new line develops. The one that's in Bowling Green is going to try to get to places like Boyle County, might even come hit Fayette County again, closer to 3:30 to 4 o'clock. So while it's quiet for some spots now, we're not done yet. And you notice with each one of these, they all have a notch, a notch, a notch, a notch, some bowing, a notch. The rotation aspect stays there. Again, we're holding on air for us full time here because we have a tornado warning that is working into portions of the metro into tonight. We're going to get back over to it here in just a moment to see what we can expect with that as it works in. Severe thunderstorm warnings to the north and east of Lexington and downtown. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that's just inched into Fayette County, but the bulk of our activity is working through Anderson County and southern Franklin County right now, and as well as in northern parts of Harrison County, trying to push into Robertson County with portions of Bourbon, Scott, and other portions of Nicholas County getting in on some of the high winds and the heavy rain that is expected here with this setup. Again, we have tornado warning active, so we are on, we are live, we're staying here, and we're trying to keep track of how things are going. So back down to Lawrenceburg from Frankfort to Lawrenceburg, we've got this jetting little line. Again, what's probably happening in this instance is we've got updrafts coming in this direction, high level winds coming in behind, and that's actually causing this portion here in the center to bow just a little bit, and you get that rotation in there. It helps fuel it, it helps get some of the spinning going, and it's where we're going to see the most dangerous portion of this storm right along the front edge. Let me get down into it one more time here because it's still moving into Lawrenceburg at this time. Next scan just came through, and we've got that line coming in. This is where we're going to see again the strongest winds along the front edge. Now, there may be a little notching here we have to watch. I don't see many other spots that have it at this time, but we'll have to go over and see what the velocity reading looks like again to get an idea. So clearly straight line winds, no doubt. 70+ miles an hour, not out of the question into Lawrenceburg right now. Versailles, it's knocking on the door, just a couple more minutes, it'll be there. It's in Frankfort right now as well. Let's get over to the storm relative and see if we can find any rotation within this. And again, it doesn't look like there's anything tight in terms of rotation with this storm at this time. Pretty much right outside of Lawrenceburg, just to the east, is where we're seeing maybe a little, but it's pretty loose for the most part. And it doesn't look like it will produce much more unless we get another scan where things tighten up. So that's what we're keeping an eye on here tonight. Again, that tornado warning in Anderson County includes parts of Woodford, northern Fayette, southern Scott County, and the very far western edge of Bourbon County here until 2 a.m. 15 more minutes to see how the National Weather Service will handle the extension of that. And as we say it happens, they've trimmed the back edge of this now. Again, to likely cover where those strongest wind gusts are out on the front edge of this storm. I'm going to sneak off again just to see if there's been any updates from the National Weather Service on what their thoughts are. While we do that, I'm going to take a peek just outside of our tower cams here, both in Paris and in Lexington, just to see what we've got going on. Here's a live shot of downtown Lexington, just outside of Chevy Chase. Looks like the rain has started for us here. Lightning, frequent lightning, some thunder. Haven't heard any while we've been on air, but we are certainly keeping an ear out for that as these storms move in. Just checking to see the latest updates. The tornado warning continues, so there's no intentions of letting that go at this time. Nothing that I see on this camera that is really stunning at this point. Let's see if the Paris camera looks like it's down, so we'll go back to the radar and get you back on with what that looks like here into tonight. No updates in terms of that. Let me back this out so you can see. In fact, we're starting to see some stronger winds already make their way into Versailles at this time, and suggesting that there is also some working into portions of Scott County here. This is the velocity reading. I want that one. Let me check one more here and see what that looks like. It doesn't look very good on that one. So this is our best bet for seeing if there's any rotation. Okay, so like this is again the same situation we were talking about. We've got a line of red, but we've also got these grays coming in here. When we get these little notches of gray in here, if they can start to intensify, that's where we're likely seeing any kind of rotation. Put it back on here with the shear marker for us, and we will be able to see exactly what that looks like. I got to go from the Louisville scene to get to it, and here it be. So there we have the rotation. So we have weak, we have strong, we have extreme. This is showing up on the weaker side. The lighter the green, the closer to the red we get, then it starts to suggest something a little bit stronger. Right now, that rotation where the leading edge of this storm is and where likely the strongest winds are happening is about to enter the Versailles area and even up towards Midway. So if we zoom in just a little bit more so you can see along between 62 and 60 we've got the best rotation, we've got the strongest winds, some tightening, even maybe some kinks in the line there just to the south of Versailles, south and west along 62 pointing towards Lawrenceburg, some of the tighter rotation. Let's get back on that on the velocity reading and see. So that's where we're seeing the best velocity reading too, is right in this area right here, just to the southwest of Versailles. We can actually even get a little bit closer to see where that is. Some stronger readings there in Midway. You're likely seeing some gusty winds in your neck of the woods as well. Biggest concern areas here, again, doesn't look great for rotation by any means, but Milner to Woodford Village there, Versailles, that's where we're seeing the strongest wind gusts all along this line, really is going to see the biggest threat. We'll reset one more time here, see what is going on. I believe that if we go back and check, they allowed that tornado warning to expire for northern Harrison County. Good news there. Still dealing with the severe thunderstorm warning for Bourbon, southern parts of Harrison County, and to the north and western portions of Nicholas County here, with the rating of 60 to maybe even 70-mile-an-hour winds possible. But this does look like it's turning more into rain and weakening a bit. Of course, it's a little bit better and a little bit closer in terms of radar on the Wilmington scene. So showing that one, good sign there that might be a downtick in the intensity of that portion of the cell. The tornado warning with that system and that strong little notch is moving further to the north and east. But we've still got the tornado warning that's in play for us here from Lawrenceburg up to Georgetown, portions of Fayette County. So we're sticking with you guys as this comes in. Couple more minutes and it will be in town here in parts of Georgetown. Some of those stronger winds are heading right towards you. So I'm going to double check the speed rating on this. I think it's still moving at 80 miles an hour. Last time I checked it was. They did make an update since then though. And we do actually have a Mesonet report of a 58-mile-an-hour wind gust in Harrison County near Barry. That is a confirmed severe wind gust for us there in Barry. That's where we had the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning. So that is a good indicator that this is a severe storm, and it is confirmed. Same with portions over in Simpson, Kentucky. They had a 55-mile-an-hour confirmed wind gust for us. That storm that is moving into portions of Franklin, Anderson, Jessamine, Fayette, Woodford, and Mercer County, that is still rated at 70-mile-an-hour winds. We've talked about it about 6 or 7 times. It's that front edge of the storm that is producing that possibility for us of those 70-mile-an-hour winds that does just as much damage as a tornado. I'm going to look up and try to find this tornado warning here and see where the speed was going on that. I think we could take the storm warning itself. Here we go. And it is moving still to the northeast. Remember, last time we said 80 miles an hour. It slowed down just a bit. Now moving 75 miles an hour to the north and east. As we continue to track that storm here tonight into Woodford County now, Versailles, folks, you guys got to be down. This is knocking on the door for you. As we speak, Georgetown, you are just a few minutes away. We're going to throw another tracker on this. Again, not seeing tight rotation. This looks like more of a straight-lined wind problem, but the reason that we have the tornado warning on it as well is because when we get these storms with the rotation that we've been seeing throughout the day, the rotation we can see within it now, it could quickly rotate, spin something up, drop it down, pick it up in between scans even. It could be that fast, and scans come every 1 to 2 minutes. That's the kind of situation we're dealing with here, and it's knocking onto some higher populated areas in the Lexington metro, so we follow closely. Let's take a look now. Versailles, it's right overhead. Georgetown, you're starting to catch some of the edge. Get down, get safe. Lexington, you should already be there as well. I know that not everybody in Fayette County is in that box, but if you're around New Circle, maybe even a little bit further out than that, along 64 to the south and to the east of downtown Lexington, hop into the safe spot. Winds can travel, and they could get to you as well, so we want to make sure that we're ready for that. We're going to try to get another tracker on this. I do want to flip it back to the velocity side so we get an idea of what is happening here. And you can see, again, just some slight potential for some notching, but all along this edge is where we're seeing the strongest wind gusts with this. Let me flip it over this, a little bit of a better reading with the storm relative velocity. I'm saying that the winds, actually the strongest of them, have now just moved past Versailles, but Georgetown, they are coming into your area as we speak. So this is the main threat for us here into tonight, that tornado warning. Again, until 2 a.m., so we got 6 minutes for this warning to stay in place. We'll see how it progresses. We'll see if they decide to extend it. I would imagine at least a severe thunderstorm warning. This doesn't look like it's weakened much. So if they don't extend the tornado warning, expect the severe thunderstorm warning to kind of encompass the speed of this thing, moving 75 miles an hour to the northeast. That's no slow storm by any means. That'll be working the opportunity for some of those wind gusts down to the surface. The only good thing I see about this is that it might be trying to break up a little bit. Once it starts getting a little scattered out in front, it could be losing some steam, which would be a good sign for a weakening trend overall. But again, in the instance of we've got more storms coming, there's going to be more opportunities for us here into the night. Let me get a good position on this and see if we can draw out another map. Again, it's moving, it's chasing the storms out ahead of it, so it will likely slow down. It's not going to be able to run through these, might absorb them. They might join together to get something going further to the northeast, and it is sort of becoming a bit more jumbled in terms of its form, so we'll see what it does. But this was, if it stays moving 75 to 80 miles an hour, some of the timing that we would see and the locations that when we would see them. You're talking about Paris by 2:11. Again, it's 1:55 right now, so you got about 15 minutes before it's there. Lexington 2:04, less than 10 minutes. Okay, the winds are going to be rolling through. We'll keep an eye on how that progresses here. Of course, as we get into Georgetown, it's now. It's here, and you need to be down and be safe because that storm is working through with those possibilities of 60 to 70 plus mile an hour winds. Again, that tornado warning, we got to hold on to it for just about 5 more minutes here as the night rolls on. It doesn't look like we have any other new warnings in place. We got that warning that's in southern Harrison as well as portions of northern Bourbon and Nicholas County that is likely set to let go here at 2 a.m. So we'll keep an eye on how that plays out. Just going to zoom out and just see what's coming next. So our friends in southern Kentucky, you can see, we were talking about this earlier when we had future radar flying across the screen, that stuff that was down in Bowling Green was going to make it up into central parts, including maybe areas that haven't seen much yet. As we get closer to, say, 3:30, and we've already got a warning box just tucked up next to Casey County. And again, every single one of these storms that comes through is going to have the opportunity to throw in some spin. So we will be needing to watch that. Even if all of this goes away for now, we'll probably have to hang on to see how that progresses as it comes in for the rest of tonight. So just another full update for you. Again, if you're just joining us or if you've been watching for a while, I know I've been repeating myself quite a bit, but we do have that tornado warning coming right into town. We got to keep close on that. I can't really give you much else except to watch each scan that comes in and talk about the severe element even into tomorrow morning. No time to get complacent. This goes till 7 a.m. The tornado watch includes almost everybody except our far southeastern counties and communities here where these storms won't likely reach until well into tomorrow. We could talk about the forecast a little bit. I want to get back to that in just a minute because it does look like it's sort of petering out slightly. But as we work into tomorrow, there's more opportunities for severe weather. We've still got a level 2 risk for scattered severe storms throughout the day. This includes the morning round as we're expecting this to come through past 7 or 8 o'clock with some opportunities. But the front that we're seeing is going to move south overnight into tomorrow, but eventually lifts back to the north. And as it does so, we could get some more thunderstorms, some with the potential for some spin to cut underneath that front again. And we could be talking about in this zone more of this action as we head into tomorrow night. So there's still a lot to keep an eye on as we go through the next couple of days. And as you know, the rain forecast for us here is going to be the next piece. The flash flooding is going to be a possibility for us over the course of the next several days. We're still looking at anywhere from 4 to 8 to 12 inches in some spots in western Kentucky of rainfall really now through Sunday afternoon or evening. So we can really actually say in the next 5 days or so that is going to be a possibility to also get into. But let's jump right back in to that tornado warning that's currently ongoing. It does look like we are still following that closely here as the night rolls on, and it is starting to move closer into Fayette County. In fact, it is just edging into Fayette County as we speak, with those strongest wind gusts right along the edge. Georgetown back to Versailles, still getting hit hard midway, right in the thick of it. Could possibly even see maybe some hail out of this storm as it drops its way through. But just on 421 into Fayette County, coming out of Woodford County, we're dealing with those strongest winds on the front. Good news. Chief Meteorologist Justin Logan is now here, and he will be jumping in to help us out here, track these storms as we get all the way into the overnight, of course, into your morning tomorrow, your morning commute, a potential impact from some of these storms as well. So as we go through here and look, Georgetown, it's obviously right on the door. Lexington, it's not quite hitting us yet, but the winds are just right there. Again, the tornado warning until 2 a.m. So we've got 1 minute to see what the National Weather Service is going to do next. Again, I'd be surprised if they didn't extend at least a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, with winds still looking like they could hold 60+ mile-an-hour gusts. And so we'll see how that plays out. We want to be here on air live with you. As we say it happens. There we go. The new severe thunderstorm warning is now in place. So they'll likely let that tornado warning expire. Same with the other severe thunderstorm warning that's back in Anderson and parts of Franklin County. But a new blanket warning is out now, and it includes downtown Lexington in Fayette County for those wind gusts that are likely pushing 60, 70 miles an hour. The storm itself moving 70+ miles an hour to the northeast. So as our new scans come out, we'll be able to track that. Georgetown, I bet you right now, if we go out to Lexington, things are going to start to look a bit more aggressive, especially because we're pointing towards that storm. And we've got a nice little storm edge that we can see. This is likely that leading edge of the storm. Now, we've already had some rain. There's some lightning for us. The wind gusts following right behind. That leading edge is where we will see the strongest potential of those winds as we come through. In fact, we even have what might be the leading edge of the storm, giving us a little bit more structure of potential shelf activity. Again, haven't seen a ton of rotation out of this, so that concern, not great, especially when it's dark. Can't jump on this cloud structure too much in terms of a good factor of what we can see. But I'll tell you what, this is a good leading edge, and we're expecting those stronger storms to work into Fayette County as we speak. Now again, when we look at velocity from the Louisville side of things, it gets a little further away, it can get a little messy, so we flip over to storm relative, and now we get this idea. Now, I'm seeing something here that I'm not too fond of in Scott County, as well as some portions just in northern parts of Fayette County here this evening. And you can see, if we try to get a little bit closer, I see in greens and reds meeting together, a sign of rotation right here, just to the north and east of Georgetown. I see 25 here and 62 kind of in that little button. There's some rotation happening right there. possibly get a tornado warning out of that. We'll see if they jump on it or not. Again, it doesn't look very tight, doesn't look very great, but these storms have had a history of producing quick little tornadoes that drop and come back up in a quick way. So my folks there in northern parts of Scott County, just south of Sadieville, heading right towards Cynthiana, although a good bit away still. I need you guys down in your safe space if you haven't been already. We've had tornado warnings in place, so I would imagine that you've heeded those warnings. And we've got the, of course, severe thunderstorm warning that's in play for that too. So talking about it, we've got it right now in northern Fayette County. This severe thunderstorm warning goes until 2:30 a.m. Expecting those to come in to Bourbon County here. That warning still till 2:30. A new one for our folks in Nicholas and Harrison County. The entire counties are inside of this as this notch of storms comes through. And my folks right now in Fayette County, in northern Lexington, in fact, northern sides of New Circle, between the Bluegrass Airport and downtown, there's a nice little signature of what could be some rather strong winds poking into the inner city here in just moments as we go through. We're keeping a close eye on that. I want to get one quick reading, and then we will head over to Chief Meteorologist Justin Logan to get his thoughts on what we're seeing here tonight. He's just joining us now with that update. Just wanted to poke at this. 46 miles an hour, the newest scan coming up, erasing that. Justin, what are you seeing on your side of things?
Well, on the leading edge here, Justin, of the storm as it's going into Scott County here, you can see Scott and really on the Scott and Bourbon County line, where we have some of the reds and the greens coming next to each other. There is still, there's not a tornado warning left on this. It is just now a severe thunderstorm warning. But on the front edge of some of these stronger winds, when you get a line of storms or a squall line like this, you can get a quick spin-up tornado on the front edge of that. So whenever we want everybody in Scott County and over even into Bourbon County still, and even into Harrison County, to be in the lowest floor of their home, all right, an interior room away from windows until this storm passes on by, all right? We're going to keep an eye on that. So places like Centerville, we're looking at some of the strongest winds just to the west of you, coming right through Georgetown now, through Stamping Ground, even up to Sadieville, but the strongest winds here are in the heart of Scott County, right into Georgetown. This is moving due east, really, at a rapid speed, and we are looking at winds. If I can query some of these numbers, again, these are radar estimates, but again, 50 plus miles per hour, 63 over there near Stamping Ground. So this is why they obviously issued the severe thunderstorm warning. Let me switch over to a different radar because we're looking from two different perspectives here of this line of storms that's marching on off to the east. All right, so you can see on the normal radar view, which is what we would normally show you at home, is an intense line of some very heavy rain that's moving into Masterson Station now. It's moving over into the west side of Lexington, out Versailles Road, over toward the Bluegrass Airport. It's working its way up toward Spindletop, and from there, as we mentioned, to Georgetown, over to Newtown and Oxford, and over into portions of Harrison County, southwestern part of the county there. The strongest portion of the winds, though, is right in Georgetown and on the leading edge of this. Let me look at a couple of other features that we show you here. That we often look for on the radar to see what's inside the storm, all right? I don't think there's a huge hail threat out of this. This is mainly a strong straight line wind and, yes, damaging winds, maybe even a spin-up tornado, but for sure a lot of lightning and heavier rain. Let me go back to your normal view. I want to look at our shear product here. On the leading edge of this, you see how we have this brighter shade of reds, at least close together to the green. So what we're looking at are winds that are going away from the radar and toward the radar next to each other, all right? So this is not what I would consider tight circulation, but still it's close enough by that we could get a spin-up tornado along 62 or along 460 coming really just on the Bourbon and Scott County lines here. Same story as we're getting up toward the Bourbon, Scott, and Harrison County line as you're going up 62. So that's going to be taking you over into Harrison County. Let me look a little farther off to the north here. Another little batch of potentially on the leading edge of this. You see here where we have brighter shades of green and red next to each other. This would be into the southwestern part of Harrison County. Let me see if that matches up with where we have some of our shear. It's in that zone. So anywhere from western Harrison County, and western parts of Bourbon County, that would include Centerville. That's going to get up into, also it's going to get up into Leesburg. It's also going to be getting very close to Lee's Lick there. Let me clear off the circle. Some of the roads there, there's Cynthiana Road, so also known to many of you as US 62. That's going to take you into Cynthiana. Farther down to the south is Georgetown Road or 460, and here is Hill Road. So right outside of Centerville, going north from Hill Road up to Russell Cave, up into portions of Broadwell, the Broadwell community, which is there in Harrison County. Again, some broad circulation, but still biggest concern there is definitely for some straight line winds and very heavy rain. All right, that goes without saying. If I turn the lightning on, I mean, there's a lot of lightning. So it's an intense thunderstorm, a severe thunderstorm that goes all the way down even into Fayette County. Let me look inside the winds inside of Fayette County right now, see if we have anything other than just strong straight line winds. Very broad, as you can see right here in the north side of Lexington. That's going up, let's see, this is on the northern loop and right along where you get I-64 and 75, where they merge together, northern part of the county. Very broad rotation there. That's going to be up smaller areas. So this is up Russell Cave toward the Maddoxtown community, Dairy Road. Now, that's also going up Newtown Pike. The strongest part, really, of this entire thing is coming through Scott County right now, where from Georgetown eastbound, some very strong winds, and right on the leading edge of that, we could still maybe up there into southwestern Harrison County, south of Cynthiana, we may get a brief spin-up tornado, but not see anything that's super strong.
No, and J-Lo, we also got a new severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Garrett County, including portions of Jessamine County, and back into parts of Mercer County here. A new little cell has redeveloped in behind this. And we've been talking about it a lot tonight, this general line of storms working from a northeast to southwest orientation, with what we have is really this sort of updraft coming from one direction, maybe more of a southerly or a southeasterly direction. Then we've got the cold front pushing behind it, and what that's causing is a bunch of these little notches that start to come up within this storm system, and it's causing another cell to thrive in that shear environment, that rotation of the winds throughout the atmosphere. That's where these thunderstorms really hang on to. So new severe thunderstorm warning there for us in portions just to the south of where those stronger storms were. Harrodsburg, you're in line for yet another round. Another thing here, we've got a little bit of a tail on this one. So the potential, again, the rotation, maybe a quick spin-up tornado, not out of the question, towards Harrodsburg here within the next couple of minutes. Nicholasville is within this severe thunderstorm warning now as well, and it will work to the north and east. The general storm motion we've been seeing a lot as cells have been taking off is north of 60 to even 70 miles an hour with their general speed. This one might be moving at that pace as well. All over the place, these storms have been going anywhere from 50 to 70 miles an hour plus. So it's going to be moving in within the next half hour or so. But this severe thunderstorm warning is until 2:30 a.m. It includes most of Jessamine, including all of Nicholasville, Harrodsburg, and most of Mercer County, and then just the northern parts of Boyle County there outside of Danville. You guys are inside of that as well. Time to get to the safe space if you have not been there already as this storm comes in. I want to take one peek also at the velocity reading of that to see we do have some broad rotation here. Again, Justin, you can probably see it too. Some greens and some reds meeting together. It could be a quick spin-up opportunity within that. I mean, we've got strong signatures in the pink here, suggesting that there's some strong winds coming in on the backside, and then, of course, the green going a bit towards, so a little tighter look. It starts to go like that, but again, it's not very close together. When green and red meet in a big way, that's when we start to see concerns. We'll have to see how that scan progresses, but of course, it's moving in. Yeah. You have something, Justin?
Yeah, that storm that's back in Cynthiana, in the last few scans, we've been watching it kind of go back and forth. At least some rotation starting to tighten a bit on the front edge of this line of thunderstorms right on top of Cynthiana right now. You can see where we have some of the warmer shades of reds and kind of pinks next to some brighter shades of some green starting to go next to each other. This is coming right into the south side of Cynthiana. There's not a tornado warning on this, but still severe thunderstorms can spawn tornadoes quickly. All right, so we want to treat this seriously. All right, so everybody there within Cynthiana, go into an interior room away from windows on the lowest floor of your home until the storm passes by, because I want to show you that we can look at the rotation tracker on this particular radar for the last hour, and you can see how this track has kind of gone off and on as we went through time, right along, let's say, going up US 62 and then into Cynthiana. So as we speak right now, there is some broad rotation there, and we want to treat that yes, we could get a spin-up tornado to happen at any moment. I'm not seeing any damage out of that. Some of the strongest winds that we've seen so far have been back over into Scott County, but that now is crossing over into portions of Harrison County. Definitely torrential rain. If there's a tornado here, you're not going to see it. I mean, it's going to be rain wrapped. Yeah. So this is not a time that you need to go outside and try to look, oh, can I see anything happening? Nope, it's time that you need to be indoors and away from windows in the lowest floor of your home until all these storms pass. And on the whole leading edge of that, we have storms that you can see, even an uptick back here towards Centerville, just off to the south of that. If you look anywhere along this line, we can often get quick spin-up tornadoes on these squall lines. You get the winds that start shifting a bit, and boy, you can get to not only straight line wind potential, but maybe a quick tornado with little lead time. That's why we've been telling you all along, yeah, that is really tightened up. So everybody watching us right now in Bourbon County, Centerville specifically, Centerville over to 460, going all the way into Paris. This is going to be moving your way. Let me put a movement on this in the last 1 hour, and I want to show you how this is progressed. It's moving more northeast, so not easterly. The area of rotation, see it in the last couple of scans, how it's ticked up there right on Centerville. So this is going to be going at a combination of Russell Cave and Georgetown Road, which is 460, and then going more northeast. So if you go northeast of Centerville, this is going to be taking you up again Russell Cave, but also Hawkins and Cummins Road, then up toward Clay Kaiser, and then from there that's going to be going over toward Jacksonville and Ewalt Crossroads. So if you know anybody, obviously in Bourbon County, if you know anybody also over in Harrison and even into Fayette County, if their phone hasn't woken them up yet from the alerts that come in, go ahead, give them a call, make sure that they're awake and they need to be in their safe place, because as that new scan just came in, look what's happening here. We're actually starting to see that uptick just a bit back to the south. So this is Clay Kaiser, this is Russell Cave Road, this is Jacksonville, and this is also toward Ewalt Crossroads. That's going to be coming off to the northeast. It looks like my computer has frozen up here.
Yeah, we've got a new tornado warning too, back off where we were talking about before in northern parts of Mercer County. That circulation is tightened up. Folks in northern Mercer County near Harrodsburg, as well as over towards Nicholasville, Wilmore, and northern Jessamine County. You guys are now inside a tornado warning, and this covers all the way to downtown Lexington into Fayette County. Seeing some decent rotation with this, a tornado warning now in play for us. If you are in Nicholasville, if you are in Lexington, Harrodsburg, even Versailles, you got to go ahead and get down and get in your safe space. Our warnings are going off on our phones here for us in Lexington. That is causing that. We also have some alerts that look like they might be coming in on our in-station TVs. That's how serious this is getting for us, folks. We have that severe tornado warning coming in now. This is until 2:45. It is just radar indicated at this time, but we can see it right here on our velocity reading. Hopefully, Justin can get us a speed on this, and then we'll throw a tracker. Do you have National Weather Service chat up over there, Chief, by chance?
Hold on, I'm pulling that up here.
No problem there. Here's our rotation as we look at it, though. Again, just north of Harrodsburg. Let me get down and into this. Again, folks in Nicholasville, Lexington, Versailles, you guys are all right in this tornado warning. We need to get right down in on here and see how this plays out. North of McAfee, Ebenezer, Oregon, just reading off some of the names that pop up on our list. This is where our strongest rotation is. Now, again, not incredibly tight, but certainly enough to prompt that tornado warning. And in a couple of different spots on this, yes, we have that opportunity too. Let me flip it back from the regular velocity to storm relative, and you can once again see that rotation. And in fact, in one spot here, it does look relatively on the tighter side of things, just to the west of Louisville Road, south of Selvisa, over towards, again, south of Oregon Road there. In between those two locations, our tightest rotation is likely here, and we're seeing it in just that vicinity as we go through. So that's where our strongest rotation is at this time. And again, the storm moving quickly. I bet you in the next scan, it's going to kind of make a jump. So once more, inside of a thunderstorm, heavy rainfall in there, no chance to actually see that. Don't go looking for it. Get down into your safe spot. Now's your chance. Now is a good time to tell you what. We'll throw a general tracker on here and get an idea.
Northeast at 65.
65 miles an hour, and that's the speed we've been seeing a lot of these storms get moving at here for us tonight. So I'm going to push it off over there. We'll put a tracker on it here. I'm going to do this one just so we can get a better glimpse of it. And we'll get to the northeast at 60 miles an hour. Stretch it to there and get an idea. Again, this is really, you can push this out a bit wider, but overall we're looking at moving into these towns at these times, moving into places like Nicholasville around the same time, 2:36. It's 2:17 in the morning right now. Tornado warning for Fayette County, Jessamine County, Southern Woodford, and Mercer County, and it's moving at 65 miles an hour to the northeast. That puts it in downtown Lex, if it holds together, as early as 2:36 a.m. No better time to get into your safe space than right now. We are going to be needing to keep this and hold this as far as we can go with this tornado warning in place and tightening of the rotation there. Certainly a possibility that something quick spinning could take place. Latest scan just popped up there too for us. Chief, do you want to take a closer look at that and give us an idea, or you need me to keep going on it here?
Yeah, I can. Let's look back at that. So we got this. He was covering the one storm that is coming out of Mercer County,
yep.
And that's lifting off to the northeast, and then along the whole line here, definitely torrential rain and a lot of lightning, but still some strong, potentially damaging winds still going through Harrison, over into Nicholas, and back over into Bourbon County. I was trying to get our home view camera pulled up in Paris, so we'll effort that coming up in just a minute so you can see just how intense the winds are and the rain too coming into town there. Lots of lightning, but that's kind of backed off a bit with that storm that's coming through portions of Bourbon County right now. So that's weakened, at least the lightning intensity has. Let me look back inside the thunderstorm here at the winds as we're approaching, coming out of, again, Mercer County into Woodford County right now, where they issued, again, the tornado warning, still along that whole kind of leading line. This is definitely still a strong signature to me for more straight line winds, and we can get spiraling along that to quickly spin up a tornado. You can see when you look at the storm relative velocity that there is a bit of the red next to the green, but look on the whole front edge of that. Look at all those bright shades of green. I mean, that's where you're going to be getting some straight line winds along that, for sure 60 that could go up to 70 miles per hour. And that's what's moving off to the northeast here at 65. So we'll put a track on the front edge of that there, and I'll put on the whole line in that zone so you can see what we're talking about. Already going into southern Woodford County right now and working its way again northeast. These are just rapidly moving because our upper level winds are such tonight that things are just not moving slow at all. Upper level winds are racing, and that's what's making these storms race too. We're looking here, Troy Community 222, Dixon Town 224, Pinker 224, Keene Community, which is over into the northern part of Jessamine County, 225, Nealton 227, Brannon, which is over near Brannon Crossing 230, Catnip 230, Indian Hills 231. So again, broad rotation, not confirmation of a tornado on the ground. This is radar indicated, which means that again the radar looks inside the storm. It sees winds that are turning in different directions. It can find rotation that may be aloft that could come down to the ground. That heavier rain can help to bring that funnel down to the ground, and we could get a tornado. For sure, straight line winds into Mercer County over into southern Woodford County right now. So this is south of Versailles. It's really on top of Nonsuch. You're already getting some very strong winds down there, but the part of the rotation in the last scan is just back over into northeastern portions of Mercer County. All right, but we need everybody there that is obviously in Mercer, also this is north of Harrodsburg. So if you're watching us in Harrodsburg, if you're watching us in Bergen, the rotation part of this, now there still was a severe storm going through Harrodsburg, but the area that they issued the tornado warning for is for the part of the storm that is riding north of 127, on 127 and just east of there. If you zoom in a little bit closer, I can kind of give you some smaller communities, as I just mentioned a moment ago, Nonsuch, but some of the roads, this is going to be now crossing over the Patterson Lane, Ford's Mill Road. Again, now we're over into Woodford County here, Cummins Ferry, Oregon Road, down toward Hiffner Road, Sellers Mill Road, Troy Pike, just kind of down the line there. This is where that broad rotation, if we were to see a tornado, it would now be over into the southern portion of Woodford County. And on that track, it would eventually take it over into northern Jessamine. So this would be passing north of Nicholasville, north of Wilmore. It'd be going over toward Keene, and eventually down the line, it would take it over, as we mentioned a moment ago, toward Brandon Cross and eventually into Fayette County. So up along the northern portion of this line, we have some severe thunderstorms that we want to revisit here while we still have many of you awake, wanting to know what's happening in your neck of the woods. Nicholas County severe thunderstorm warning. Harrison still in Bourbon County severe thunderstorm. Fleming County severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 3 a.m. So we're talking about for almost 40 minutes, just shy of it. Nicholas County till 2:30, so about 8 more minutes, but you're in the heart of it right now. If I go back to the normal standard radar view, you can see intense thunderstorm, Carlisle, Millersburg, even back over into still into Paris. But the strongest winds are between Paris and Millersburg and over into Carlisle, where we could still see some winds at about 60 miles per hour. Not the strongest winds yet in Fleming County, but they're issuing the warnings in advance to give people as much notice as possible. Justin?
Yeah, and when, we're sitting here strumming through all of these storms that you see, they've been training over the same spots over and over here through the night. So we're already seeing some power outages starting to pop up out there as well, especially in some of our northern counties that have had multiple rounds of storms. And while we've got this, I just want to note to you that back off towards south central Kentucky, there is yet another system, another cell, producing gusts of wind over 60 to 70 miles an hour, at least the potential, and it has a tornado warning tagged on it for the exact same things we're looking at here. That is moving mainly maybe just a little bit south of the path we've got most of these storms on right now. And we're going to see that take place again here too. I want to show you the future radar just quick so you can get an idea how these storms are going to move over the course of the next 2 to 3 hours. Now, the warnings are going to disappear because new ones will likely have to come out for some of this, but notice that line. We're talking about places like Richmond that hasn't seen much yet. Danville, you've seen a little, but there's more to come. This line is going to continue to work in, so you can't get complacent for our friends to the south. We've also got, again, just to reiterate, the tornado watch that is in play for everybody now until 7 a.m., except our far southeastern communities there, from Breathitt, Clay, McGoffin, Johnson, things to the southeast of that. But Wolf, Lee, Jackson, Laurel, McCreary, everything north of there, still inside this threat until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. Of course, we've still got that severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning that is ongoing for us right now here in central portions of Fayette County. It does look like if we get a closer look at that again, we'll be able to run through it. They did just issue that new one that Chief Justin Logan was just talking about. That's coming into play for us as we head into parts of Fleming County until 3 a.m. That one's seen best from either the Jackson or the Wilmington radar, and it's intense for sure as the next wave from the west moves into it. But we do have that tornado warning that looks like it just got the latest update there, moving into parts of northern Jessamine County now. Rain-wise, impressive. We've definitely got a torrential rainfall there as it's working in, but of course we're watching for those winds, and in that latest scan, at least on this velocity reading, if we flip back to the storm relative, once again, it does look like that rotation is relatively weak, and it is once more screaming a severe straight line wind potential for us. It's starting to cross from the Woodford County line and the northern Jessamine County line to where the Fayette County line meets those two places there in the southwestern portion of that county. But strong winds are expected to push right into downtown Nicholasville at this point too, as we have here those bright shades just north of Wilmore along 68 working into and possibly clipping northern parts of the Nicholasville loop there on 27. So be prepared for that, as some gusty winds are likely to push in soon, as well as over near Troy, where we've got greens and reds. Some of that rotation a possibility for us here again as we push through it. So we've got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings still pushing through here tonight. Again, this warning is in place for us until 2:45 a.m. and it includes Jessamine, now leaving Mercer County, but more storms are funneling in behind it, so the severe thunderstorm warning stays in place, and we've got that to deal with here as we move into the rest of tonight. Justin, what else are you seeing? Any new updates?
Yeah, still looking at that same storm that you're tracking there coming into Jessamine County. The area of rotation with now right there in the corner, far northwestern tip of, again, Jessamine County. So everything's kind of zoomed in here. We've got Woodford County here, crossing to Jessamine. Here's Fayette County, because there's the Bluegrass Airport. There is some broad rotation still here into the Keene, Nealton, Dixontown, over to the Brandon Catnip area. So that's also going to be putting it, again, closer to Woods Road, Keene Road, right in that area. If you live there, you should be in your safe place already, because we went over that you were under a tornado warning a short time ago. Obviously, it just is worth reiterating here. The best place to be is into a basement. But I know a lot of us don't have basements. If you don't have that basement, the next best place to be is into an interior room. So let's just open up and take a peek here at this house. This is why we always say center room. See what we're saying here? We got one wall, we got another wall, and that would be the center room, the bathroom in this instance. Sometimes that will be a closet, sometimes it'll be another interior room, a room without windows, but on the lowest floor of the home, okay? You don't want to be higher. You want to be on the first floor or below ground if you have a basement. Many of us, obviously, as you just mentioned, do not have basements. Let me go back, though, and take a peek at a couple of our home view cameras. This is in Paris right now. We're looking toward the north and east, toward the severe storm that's going now over into Nicholas County. We've been seeing lots of lightning with this, torrential rain. Doesn't look like there's too much intense winds left right here in the heart of Paris, though. As we're looking at outside of the Bourbon County Middle School, we can look here at our station camera in Lexington. We're looking toward the University of Kentucky's campus. We're going to be looking also the direction of the storm that's going to be coming out of Jessamine County, the one that is tornado warned, to see if we're able to see any lowerings, especially once we get some flashes of lightning. We can usually we can usually see that. But for sure with this storm that is coming out of Jessamine County right now, or into Jessamine County, it definitely has a lot of wind with it. Let me go back and look inside that storm. Lots of lightning with it too, where we see that center of concentration of lightning along US 68 here, going north as you run your way into the northern and northwestern part of Jessamine County, just north and west of Nicholasville. That's where we've got the concentration of lightning, heavy rain, and maybe even some hail with this right now. You see the brighter shades of purple and maybe even a hint of black coming in there. That would be in the western part of even Fayette County. We could be seeing a little bit of hail, but I want to look back at the winds inside of this. I'm going to go, bear with me, I'm going to switch over to a different radar. All right, you look here, if we widen this back out, you notice we look for the reds and greens next to each other. We've gone over this many times. Look now into the western and southwestern part of Fayette County. Still some broad rotation here. That would be the part of the storm that I was telling you that was just a minute ago near Keene that's crossing over into Fayette County. So this is very close to the Bluegrass Airport. If there is a tornado, this is where it would be. And we say if because we have no confirmation. We have a radar indication of rotation. All right. Of rotation. All right, it's a great tool to have, but we don't always see when there's rotation on radar, it make it to the ground. But we have to treat it as if there could be a tornado at any point, because one could touch down in an instant and then you don't have time to get to your shelter. So Little Georgetown, Little Texas, South Elkhorn. So we're now talking about in Fayette County. That goes a little farther off to the north and eventually into downtown. It is broad circulation that goes from southwest Fayette over into the northern part of Jessamine County there. That whole area is going northeast. You'll notice they allowed the severe thunderstorm warning to drop off for this same storm. First, it was a severe thunderstorm warning, and then it was a tornado warning was issued. So that lets me know that they're only really primarily concerned here with this area of rotation because they think that the storm itself outside of this small area has weakened below severe threshold, all right? If that makes any sense to you at home. They're keeping the tornado warning for that small area of a rotation. So you need to stay hunkered down. This would even include the city of Lexington. We gave you that warning out earlier, but even though the rotation isn't here yet, everybody in the heart of Lexington, including downtown, all right, north side, south side, west side, all need to be in that interior room away from windows. And what you need to do is you can stream us right here on the Fox 56 weather app. If you don't have that, go to fox56news.com and you can see us streaming. That way you don't have to keep your TV, stay in front of your TV. You can go to your safe place and watch us there. If you don't have time to do that, you can just turn up the volume on your TV, take the blankets, take the pillows with you into your interior room and put it over you, okay? If you have a helmet for the kids and for you as well, helmet's a great thing to have. Bike helmet, baseball helmet, sports helmet, something like that of that nature to put on your head. That's going to give you even a greater protection than, say, covering your hands, covering your head with your hands, Justin.
Yeah, we got a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings that have popped out. Also, our news director, Mark, lives in Nicholasville, just near East Jessamine High School, said that the winds were calm in his part, and you notice from what Justin Logan was talking about, those winds are north of the downtown Nicholasville area now. Still want to keep you safe in your safe space until that runs out. Just wanted to show you quick some county power outages. Tornadoes have dropped in Jefferson County. There was a confirmed one there earlier tonight. Power outages over there. For northern parts here in Harrison County, though, 2,000 people already. In Franklin County, 700. So we've got more of that to look at as we roll into tonight. Now quickly back over to these new severe thunderstorm warnings that have popped up for us here. They've included a large area, and they're really sort of just putting out blanket boxes at this point for this next line that we did mention to you just a little while ago. They're moving towards the Campbellsville area, now including some of those zones that haven't seen a whole lot of action yet. We're talking about parts of Boyle, Garrett, Madison County is even in on this now too. Same with Lincoln and Casey County. A little further south down in Russell County. All of those spots are now in a severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15 a.m. and then 3:30 for our folks a little bit further to the south. You see this faster moving part here is working into south central Kentucky there for northern parts of Casey County, all of Boyle County, talking about Lincoln and Garrett County till 3:15 a.m. This severe thunderstorm warning has a tag on it of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and the possibility of a tornado. So as we watch that come through, it'll be another cause for concern as we get into tonight, much like that cell that is moving right now into Lexington. We're going to get back over.
Yeah, look at our camera.
Is it bouncing around pretty good? Why don't you guys flip over to him real quick and see what we've got going on there?
Yeah, on our home view camera in Lexington, this is the heart of the storm, the warned part of the storm for the tornado warning. Again, the winds are picking up right within this zone that's coming in for sure. Blinding rainfall and frequent flashes of lightning. I was looking too on the latest scan of the radar that the rotation so broad. I still think the greatest concern out of this is definitely going to be for straight line winds, but yes, there could be a brief spin tornado on the leading edge. So everybody in Lexington, downtown, west side, south side, you need to be seeking shelter right now. I feel that it's safe enough for us here in our location as this storm is moving right into downtown in the Chevy Chase area, that we're going to be okay in our studio into a center room right now to stay where we are so we can stay with you at home. Just look at the blinding rain here. I can kind of pan our home view camera around just a bit into Lexington. This is the strongest winds that we've seen so far coming into the city, okay? And we can kind of check over at the Bluegrass Airport and and I can pull up and see what the instantaneous winds are over there in 5-minute observations, because this storm has just passed by looks like, yeah, the strongest wind that I've gotten at the airport was within the last 5-10 minutes, 36-mile-per-hour gusts. So not even at severe levels.
So maybe that rotation might be a little elevated for us and isn't quite getting down to the surface. And they did just trim the back edge of it too. So that really means that sort of that back edge of the storm is likely not the concern. Now, who's not to say that elevated rotation and that wind that's up there can't get down to the surface? It certainly can quickly transfer momentum down in there. But if we're getting observations at 36 miles an hour, that might give them an idea of how this is going to progress as it moves to the northeast. And really the big concern is that quick, brief spin-up tornadoes. Real quick, though, back to those storms we had just mentioned before we jumped back into downtown Lexington. The ones that are not quite into KC and Boyle County yet, who are moving quickly, coming into out of the west, they're moving to the east at roughly 60 miles an hour and packing a 70-mile-an-hour punch to them as they do so. So let's get an idea of what that looks like on velocity. And this is going to be a big game for us tonight with the velocity readings. Again, looking for rotation, looking for where those strongest straight line winds are. We do storm relative. We can do the regular velocity that tracks the distance from where the radar scene is at. And you look down here and you get some of those same similar readings that we have in the storm that's only producing, say, 36-mile-an-hour winds in Lexington. Similar look for us. Some rotation possible near Campbellsville. This storm, the leading edge, is going to have the best opportunity to drop some of those sporadic 60 to 70-mile-an-hour gusts as it works across. So this is a little bit further out, but we can go ahead and try to throw just a quick tracker on it so our folks that haven't seen the action yet know when it's going to be in town. Either way, now's the time to get down from Lancaster to Stanford, Liberty, and Danville. Everybody in that box. You're inside of this even just to the west of Richmond. My folks in Richmond, you're only probably a short 30 to 45 minutes away from getting your chance at some of these strong to severe storms as well. Let me put this up here for us and get you an idea. Moving 60 miles an hour or so to the east gives you an idea of where they come in at these times. We're talking about, I'll move it over here, Danville by 258. So it's 237 right now. Liberty, 258 as well. Then we start talking about Stanford, Lancaster, 308, 311. Then you start talking about EKU by 323. That is inside of downtown Richmond, of course. It's even not in the warning box at this time. That storm's headed your way in less than an hour. So now's the time to get down and get safe for that system. Again, if we move just a little further south while we cover those storms quickly here that are going to be eventually moving into Russell County, Pulaski County, down towards Wayne and McCreary counties. Once we get into there, those storms are a little further out, maybe add another 30 minutes tops. They're moving 60 miles an hour instead of 70, but still coming along the same clip, and we've got that opportunity as we roll through. Chief?
Yeah, so with the storm back in Lexington here, I want to revisit that where we still have the tornado warning. When we look at this, look with me as we're scanning through. We see greens, that's winds that are going toward the radar, and we're looking for reds that are winds blowing away from the radar. Not seeing nearly as much as that as what we were as it was coming out of Jessamine County. So what this still continues to tell me, straight line winds are the main concern. And looking at our home view a minute ago as it was moving overhead, the winds have definitely upticked since they passed by the Bluegrass Airport. Again, some of this is likely still measuring numbers that are just above our surface because the radar beam is shooting up into the storm at least by a couple of thousand feet when we're looking at the storm from far away. But I still think we could be looking at winds gusting between at least up near 50 miles an hour. Now, along the line here, along the front edge, the only spot of very broad rotation I see is up here into the northeastern part of Fayette County. This is going to be getting as you're getting on the outskirts of the county, actually, up toward the Elmendorf area. You're going to get up toward Muir Station. But to be honest, I don't think that's even anything to be concerned with in terms of a tornado. I really believe that this is still more of a straight line wind as it keeps going east.
Yeah, and they let that tornado warning expire too.
Good.
So
it's a little late on our system to exit out. But I'm glad you noticed that.
I think they're listening to us. Every time we do something, they seem to
I'm looking here at some pictures that people have sent me here. Let's see, from the storms as they were coming through a little bit earlier through portions of Bourbon County, saying that It was mainly just wind and rain as it was going up through there, but not any damage that they saw. So, I mean, hey, nobody wants any damage, clearly, right? We want people to be safe, and that's why we're still on this. It's good that they canceled that, but it's kind of odd that they maybe didn't go ahead and issue a severe thunderstorm warning, just considering how it upticked in intensity. So anybody that still is into the eastern part of Fayette County, if you're riding Bryan Station, Fenwick, Avon, Columbus communities, so you're going east on 64, once you get past the 64-75 split, you go east, you get over toward Walnut Hill, coming through Hamburg right now. These are where the strongest winds are that we have with that particular storm. But at this time still, I no longer see any threat, and the Weather Service agrees, of a tornado warning. They've allowed that to expire. I know our box is still here. Sometimes it's just a little delayed in our system to get in due to time.
2:45, I think it was until as well, so it might stick on there
until
for that 5 minutes. Yeah, that's usually what happens when they let one expire or cancel. So, but we still got those storms south of you. They're here down in the southern portion of the state, still now moving into just barely moving the edge into Casey County now and parts of Boyle County. And these, while not tornado warnings, they do carry a tornado possible tag. Most of these severe thunderstorm warnings that we've had have had that and will continue to have that as we roll into tonight, just because of all the notching and the twisting and the shear that's still in the environment. It's very shear rich, and that's how thunderstorms really strive. That's how they really survive in this environment. Of course, it was hot today, made it into the low 80s, I guess yesterday at this point, with dew points in the 60s. So we've got all the ingredients for the energy still there, and the shear just kind of keeps these storms going, even if they're not as strong as they were a little back stream when they first developed. But we still got those storms moving in. They're moving to the east 60-ish miles an hour, and we've got them capable of producing 70 miles an hour. And I'm sure there's plenty of stuff within this line that looks rotation-like. Do you have anything that really jumps out to you?
As I said, that they surprised that they didn't issue a severe thunderstorm warning for that.
When we say it, that's when they do it. I've been saying that all night. I'm telling you.
They did. So that part of the storm is still considered severe, again, as it's up the intensity of the winds coming out of Fayette County and eventually into Bourbon County have ticked up in intensity. Likely could get some gusts 60, maybe in excess of that. I'll read off the latest warning from the National Weather Service here on that storm. That warning goes until 3:30 a.m. for Bourbon County here, and it includes northeastern Fayette County too, but it does not include, it includes downtown Lexington. But I'll tell you, if you live in downtown Lexington, if you live inside of New Circle Road, inside the loop and points off to the west, the severe part of this, it's over, okay? You can rest easy. If you live Tate's Creek, if you live at Bluegrass Airport, if you live out Masterson Station,
if you live down... My folks in Nicholasville?
Yes,
you guys are good
south,
too?
They're clear too. But the eastern part of Fayette County, Hamburg up to Muir Station, going over eventually up to Hutchinson. This is going to be taking you over into the southern part of Bourbon County toward Clintonville and then eventually into Paris. This is not a tornado warning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. There's the information, all right. Winds to 60, all right. We've been looking at these because at times the National Weather Service will issue what we call a tornado tag. Justin was mentioning this a minute ago, where that there is not strong enough rotation that there could be a tornado yet. They say, all right, well, we could see strong winds, but there could be a quick spin up tornado, so to put a possible. Well, there's not that indicated with this, but with the amount of rotation there is in the atmosphere today and in this morning still, even though this is primarily straight line winds coming into Muir Station, Hutchinson, that is in the southwestern part of Bourbon County, eastern part of Fayette County toward the Avon community, that whole stretch there is where we could have gusts of wind up to 60 miles per hour. So we already had one blast of storms that came through Paris. This is the next little wave that's pretty much riding up along US 27, but it's also just in kind of riding along I-64. So between 27 and I-64 going right toward Clintonville, and eventually this would hold together and continue to track its way east over Bourbon and the northern part of Clark County. Again, the tornado warning's expired. Now it's just a severe thunderstorm. And there it is. It's inching closer to Paris. I'll just pull up our camera here. And what I'll do is I'll spin our camera around toward the storm coming out of Fayette County. All right. So right now I've got it looking toward the bypass on the Paris camera. So I'll move that around and we can kind of watch the wall of water and the wall of wind that's going to be coming in. There's the flags in front of the middle school. You can see whipping in the wind there, not nearly as intense as what it will be soon. All right, so we're going to be watching that part of the storm that I'm concerned with is actually back behind the tower. So here's Paris Pike, all right? So this is where the storm would be coming from the south and west. Look at all the vivid lightning, torrential rain, trees kind of swaying in the winds, but the strongest portion of the winds are not in town just yet. Definitely, though, frequent flashes of lightning, pretty intense. You see anything else over there?
You know, I just look back downstream from where these storms have been coming from. We take a look at like the velocity. If you pull it up, you'll notice it's like a bunch of tiny little notches all together. They look similar to that. They might not even be inside of a warning box right now. They might not even be carrying those winds to the ground, but it's just the same thing in the same train going over. Like, we have some rotation indicators that I've turned on for these storms that are trying to enter into, into Casey County right now. We can get this to zoom again, and we have some rotation showing up, about to enter into Casey County with our Barron system picking that circulation here. So we go over here to the storm relative and we see that there is some tightening rotation, but let me back it out for you a second. If you look all along the line, that is moving back into Jessamine now and Mercer. While not in the severe thunderstorm warning, there's little notches within that too. Of course, our strongest is now looking like it's starting to enter into Casey County. We may see, for the same reasons as we've been talking about with these other storms, the potential of a tornado warning being issued because of that tightening rotation. And so we'll have to monitor that as we move in. Now, a little bit more rural part of Casey County, north of Liberty, but eventually moving towards Stanford here and possibly even into the Lancaster area between the Danville, Stanford, and Lancaster triangle there as that system moves in. So we've got new hot spots of rotation that we'll need to keep an eye on as this continues to progress to the east. It's just now entering Casey County and far western portions of Boyle County, where some of those higher wind gusts are most likely to be. And of course, if we back it out and zoom it out, I may need to reset my thing. So let me go ahead and send it back over to J-Lo to try to maybe get a look at that here as we go through tonight. But we've got more hot spots to deal with. What do you got?
Other warnings upstream here for our friends in Fleming County, going through portions of Bath County. That strongest portion of the storm here is now beginning to cross out of eastern and southern Fleming County over into northern Rowan County. If we look inside, this is a severe thunderstorm. Let me clarify that. That warning up there in Fleming County goes till 3, so we've got 13 minutes left on that. I could look at the winds inside of this. Very broad rotation, but nothing that I could see at the moment here that would be concerned for anything tornadic that is going through Fleming, so that's good. Definitely, though, some gusty winds, likely still on the order of maybe up near 50, but as we kind of track along this entire line, you can clearly see our strongest storms are where we have a greater concentration of lightning showing up. Look at the uptick in lightning, Clintonville and Paris here. This is a stronger storm. Definitely severe. This is where we have some of our strongest winds from Clintonville just on the south side of Paris, where we could be getting 50 to 60 mile per hour winds that are gusting, all right? And it may only last for a few minutes. It may not be lasting all that long, but it'll be that initial burst of some strong straight line winds that are coming through, already coming through Clintonville right now, and that'll keep riding east and going over eventually down the line. It's going to take it to North Middletown. Back into Lexington, though, things have calmed down quite a bit. Still looking at rain that's in town, but really the strongest portion of the storm is what we just showed you there. And then look back to the south. This is what Justin was looking at. If I switch radars, because I want to give you a little better picture of where these storms are coming from here. Another uptick in lightning coming out of Marion County. This is Taylor County here, Campbellsville, Lebanon, Marion County, crossing now into Casey. So there is some strong straight line winds and severe, really, going just west of Liberty. So the northern tip of Casey up into Boyle County and even up into portions here of Mercer County into Harrodsburg. Not in a warning, but definitely seeing some winds that are fairly gusty all along that. And Justin was mentioned a minute ago about looking inside the storms here hold on, let me look at our shear tracker. And this is what he was talking about, how that over time you can see little notches or little areas. This is a 1 hour track and it looks kind of messy, but it's blended together. See how there is this swath along the leading edge of this? So that just goes to show you that this storm definitely has the capability of producing some damaging winds for Casey, Boyle, eventually down to Lincoln. Before I toss it back to Justin, I want to show you our future radar. So this takes the radar as it stands right now, and what it's going to do is it's going to take it out for 2 hours from the current standpoint. So there it is. It's already transitioned over to that product. Let's hit play. And let's take this out for 2 hours. So the whole entire squall line just keeps gradually moving its way off to the east. This product, it is great. Look how the definition, see how it still keeps some bowing segments in there? And when you look for bowing segments, that's an indication to us on the radar of some stronger, potentially damaging straight line winds. So 2 hours, look here. I mean, it still is keeping southeast Kentucky kind of dry. It's riding. But remember, we talked about this. This is where that flooding potential comes in. Areas getting that repeat riding along the front. It's kind of running into a strong ridge of high pressure in the southeast U.S., and that keeps that from moving too far into eastern Kentucky. So that's where the storms are going to be going over the next couple of hours, but this is obviously where they are right now. Severe storms in Bourbon County, severe storms moving into Boyle County, into Mercer County, and back down into Casey County, Justin.
Yeah, and then we've been covering this now, I think, for the past 2.5 hours or so, and it's been sort of the same story. Taking a close look at the storm that's moving into Casey County, the nice products that we have that show us the future of how that radar might look in the next 2 hours. They also have nice little storm tracks on them that when we can click on those and get an idea of what's going on, they give us an idea of where, see how these are the strongest winds along that leading edge. This is suggesting that this storm is moving 67 miles an hour, and it is producing some gusts that are probably close to that overall. So it's in Danville by 3:09. Current time 2:51 a.m. is just moving into northern Casey County, like Justin Logan said. But now we're going to have that threat move into places like Stanford by 3:11. So we really only have 20 minutes left of this before it gets into your neck of the woods. And this is in effect until 3:15. So there's, if it stays this strong, likely some downstream warnings that are coming for those places that might not have seen any, like the rest of Madison County, possibly parts of Clark County that haven't seen anything for a severe thunderstorm warning yet as we head into tonight. So that's what we need to keep our focus on, of course, as we move through here into the next several hours with this storm coming in. And like Justin Logan showed you there just a second ago with the future radar, even those spots way in southeastern Kentucky, they're not in a watch, but we still have the watch till 7 a.m. for places like Morgan, Wolf, Lee, Owsley, Jackson, Laurel. They haven't seen any severe thunderstorms yet as the night has rolled on. So that future radar, while 2 hours out, still isn't quite tapping into where the edge of our watch line lives for right now. So obviously plenty of activity to keep close eyes on as things go on. I do want to actually bump back out and take a look maybe at an even broader scale. We're going to move the radar to a more composite view and just take a look back off to the southwest to see what kind of activity that we might have going on out there. If we can get the zoom to work. Now look at this back in western Tennessee. They have confirmed tornado warnings ongoing right now and even emergency tornado warnings ongoing right now. That is back off to our southwest. Not that these are to stay that strong as they get to us, but that is where our theme is continuing to trend from. So no doubt that that activity eventually gets downstream. The strength of it when it gets here likely to weaken a little bit more as we continue to use the atmosphere's energy that it already has, that we haven't quite tapped into, but we will get to as this first wave comes in. By the time those get here, Not to say they won't be severe, but they'll have a little less to work with. So there's at least some good news in the trend overall. Things should gradually decrease. Although even as we go into tomorrow, our threat for severe weather doesn't end. So folks that have seen some action tonight, and especially in those areas that are back off to the north and west, like Franklin, Anderson counties, back up towards maybe even parts of Harrison County now, you can relax for now as those storms come out, so long as no new warnings get issued. Again, I think this main line continues to push them a little bit more east, so we'll likely see much quieter weather for a brief moment, but there's more action to come as we head into tomorrow. Justin?
Right, and as one of these storms, we've been tracking many along this entire line, but the one as it was coming through Mercer County a little bit ago through Harrodsburg. This is a picture from Tyler. He sent this photo to me. Nickel-size hail as the storm was moving obviously through the heart of Mercer County. He said he obviously didn't see a tornado, but there were definitely some strong winds. But you can see there's the hailstone set up beside a nickel and a penny, and there's a quarter. So not the size of quarters, but still some hail as that storm was coming on through. So I'll move that back out and kind of go back to radar, look at where that storm is located now. We'll kind of switch things up and look at the radar. Justin was showing that stronger storm is coming out of, again, Casey County. Look to the south here. And this is probably the strongest storm that we have in our area at the moment. Yes, several severe thunderstorm warnings, but this one is the strongest with potential for maybe 3/4 inch size hail. So an inch in diameter is the size of quarter. So we're talking about under that. All right. Looking here, Ellisburg at 258, Butchertown at 3, Houstonville at 303, Moreland 304, and down toward Shelby City at 307. So we're coming out of Casey County and into Houstonville, which is in Lincoln County, down the line toward Marksbury and Lancaster, and down the line there, that's going to be taking us as we get over into eventually Garrett County. But definitely the potential here on the leading edge of this storm, not only for some let's say medium-sized hail, not quite severe hail, but winds that could be, again, on the order of up to about 60 miles per hour. Yeah. So that's one storm there. Did you have something?
Well, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning for Jessamine County, Fayette County here, as that storm that we've been watching come up out of Casey County. We were talking about how there was some notches inside of it, even outside of that warning box. Now, the National Weather Service has felt it appropriate to go ahead and give that a severe thunderstorm warning, and it is rating it for wind gusts upwards of 70 miles an hour. So that is cause for concern for us. When we start talking 70 plus, that's when we start talking about just as much straight line damage as a low-end tornado could produce. 70-mile-an-hour winds, nothing to laugh at here for us. So we've got those new warnings, and we were just saying this, places like Madison County, maybe other portions of Clark County that haven't seen anything yet. You are now inside a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 45 minutes, almost even an hour, really, as this system continues to work in. It includes Mercer again, back near Harrodsburg, northern Garrett County, there it pops up for us now, Fayette County till 3:45, including downtown, and we're seeing, while it looks messy, of course, here on our live radar view, when we're looking at reflectivity, when we get an opportunity here to go over to the other side of things, then we're talking about the threat for, maybe if we look at velocity, the chance for some of the rotation or some pockets of gustier winds. Looks like I'm having more technical difficulties on my end, so I'll pass it back over to you to maybe get an update on what the winds look like inside that storm. Justin.
Okay, all right, we'll switch back, switch radar sites and look out of this Louisville as we're watching the storm closer to Casey County here. Look at all the lightning. This is easily the strongest storm that we have this morning, at least at this point, with all the greatest concentration of lightning. Look here, Perryville, some very strong winds. So that's in the western part of Boyle County. Back down into Casey County here. We can look in, and again, we can pixel querying some of these, and some of these winds may be, again, off the surface a bit, but still the potential for some winds to get down at least maybe upwards of 60. I know they issued on that for 70-mile-per-hour gusts. I was looking at the Kentucky Mesonet, which obviously there's a lot of weather stations that are nearby there. And so far, the strongest wind gusts that I see in that vicinity, and again, this updates every couple of minutes, was 48-mile-per-hour gusts in Columbia, which is in Adair County. So that was as that storm was crossing over now out of, eventually out of Adair over into Taylor, and then it went over here into Casey County right now. It looks like they've just updated this to a tornado warning on the northern fringe of this. So good thing we've got this pulled up. Right on the leading edge of this, very straight line winds. But if I switch to a different product, let me switch over to Storm Relative. Looking inside of this, still a little bit of greens and reds next to each other. But to be honest, not anything that sticks out that is super strong. With this, we can't put a track, and the only spot that I really see that does stand out would be here. Yeah. This is going to be going just west of Houstonville, southwest of there. So if there's a tornado here, it would be right along 127, Old Liberty Road. Old Liberty Road, 127 into Houstonville, and then that would be going east over toward Chicken Bristle, Murphy Road, McKinney Community, Geneva. This, I can show you the movement of this.
70 miles an hour
70
there.
miles.
Yep.
So
really
watch,
cruising.
though, how that was there. There wasn't much on the radar except for more in the way of straight line winds. And then we start to see where the reds and greens really come together. But in the latest scan, it's still there, but it's not what I would say is tight circulation, but it is some circulation really just to the southeast now of Houstonville in that latest scan. So that storm is racing fast. And I know they've been saying these are going 70, but some of these, because where they're kind of running into the southeast there, where they start slowing down, I don't know that it is fully 70, but I'm going to put a track on the front edge of this regardless, still moving more off to the east and northeast. We'll put it at least 60 miles an hour. Mount Salem now, I would just called out Chicken Bristle 302, McKinney 302, 303 now in Geneva. So again, it's moving fast, so you don't have you have very little time to try to get into your safe place. That lowest floor of your home, a basement, if you don't have a basement or a storm cellar, you want to get into an interior room on the first floor. So a bathroom, a closet, an interior hallway, a closet that's under a staircase or stairwell there. Those are usually also a secure place to be. Be there if you live in Lincoln County. Casey County, I know the warning was issued to include you, but really the portion of the rotation that spawned the warning is into Lincoln County. Liberty, you're not actually in the tornado warning. You are in the severe thunderstorm warning, okay? So several warnings here to track with this whole storm, but really anywhere along this line, we could, like Justin was mentioning earlier, and we've been mentioning that we could get a spin-up tornado in a hurry, okay? That's why this is where we have rotation, Houstonville, maybe another little spot east of Liberty, even though you're not under a tornado warning. So anywhere in that severe thunderstorm, Casey, Lincoln, and obviously under the tornado warning, you need to be into that safe place right now with your blankets, your pillows. Turn us on. And we have one of our twisting of the wind signatures here that's popped up right in the latest scan as we're looking at the storm near Houstonville, okay? So Stanford, this would be coming toward you, okay? This would be coming really probably just south, but still Stanford and Houstonville and McKinney and over toward Crab Orchard. I need all those people. Geneva, all those areas need to be interior room away from windows and keep us turned on here and the volume up on your TV so you can be in your safe space until we give you the all clear.
We got a new tornado warning for you here, you guys, up in places near Montgomery County, Bath County, Fleming, and Rowan County. A new tornado warning was issued out of the Jackson office here, moving to the northeast at roughly 70 miles an hour. Am I missing this, or is it not show? Am I in the wrong spot here?
It's not showing up on here yet.
Okay.
Hold
maybe
on,
maybe we're just a little bit ahead, and it's taking its time to get in. I just got that update from the EAS system.
Yep, there it is. It's in the system now. It's the one that's on the storm that is coming out of Nicholas County.
Way up
You
here.
see that there, right on the Nicholas and Bourbon County line?
There it popped. All these colors are meshing together. I apologize for that. So yes, so just outside of the storm that's moving through Carlisle right now is the one that has that opportunity to produce said tornadic activity. Let's get a closer look at that, see if I can get down in on it and turn the velocity reading on. Okay, so we've got some rotation right here. A little bit loose in broad rotation. We do have some greens and reds coming together, but not in the way that would suggest that there is any significant rotation with us, although we do have some, this is a little bit tighter than some of the other indicators that we've seen here tonight. Just to the north of Sharpsburg at this time, north and west of that, north and east of places like Bunker Hill, Plum, and Little Rock right now. Likely seeing that tornado warning for this zone of rotation. This is south and east of Carlisle. Now again, it is a bit broad, but I do think, Justin, you'll have to chime in here too. This is a little bit tighter than maybe some of the other ones we've seen. Still not by any means great, but no chance. I mean, there's a chance that we have maybe a quick spin up taking place if there is a tornado in this vicinity. We're talking about just to the south and west of Bethel, just to the south and east of East Union, between Ramsey Road, somewhere along Willow Lane there. That's just north coming out of downtown Sharpsburg there. Seeing Gravel Road, another roadway on here, lower Sharpsburg Road, kind of working towards that. So that's where we're seeing rotation. It's actually right on the edge of this tornado warning box.
Yeah.
They actually just issued a second one right on top of it there.
For Nicholas County.
As we talk about it for Nicholas County till 3:30 a.m. So clearly enough rotation here to prompt the warning. If you guys are in these areas, you need to get down and get into your safe spaces at this time. Obviously, Flemingsburg, you guys are also inside of that. You were already in the severe thunderstorm warning, so you should already be in that safe space. Checking us out, we are live on all of the Facebooks, my page, Justin Logan's page, Chris Johnson's page, Peyton Hinkle's page. You follow any of us, you'll be able to watch this on your mobile device. Get down into the safe space. We're going to obviously keep you updated as this goes on, but this storm actually crossing county lines from portions of Bath County into Nicholas County now. And again, those warnings are in place. 3:15 for Bath for the tornado warning, but to 3:30 until Nicholas County, almost as if it took more of like a slight northerly track as it's been moving in. I think I have the rotation. Yeah, so I can play this out. It's a little bit longer of a feed. Let's see what happens. Sort of moves in. There it comes. It's riding right along those two county lines for us this evening. My track is too long on the timing from the last 2 hours or so, but still watching that closely as it moves in. So an area of interest of rotation there in the grand scheme of things. That severe thunderstorm warning is back off. Actually, let me even point at it from the Wilmington Center, and we get a little different perspective from the Wilmington radar scene in Ohio, and you see north of Sharpsburg, not as great of a return, probably a little further away, maybe not as great, shooting a little higher into the cloud possibly, so not getting as tight of an instance there, but still tornado warning in place, still the possibility for something to spin down and touch. We'll see how it's not confirmed at this time, but there is concern, so make sure that you're down in your spot. We'll keep an eye on this. Let's get another check of that other tornado warning that we've still got going on in south central portions. Justin.
Yeah, the one that's going right into the heart of Lincoln County. This one's also tightened up just a bit, coming very close to Stanford. Still will have our twisting of the wind signature on there. That is an indication that the radar is flagging that storm where it sees that there's some rotation. See the reds and the greens next to each other. So just to the south of Stanford. But if you live in Stanford, you need, I mean, this is close enough by, absolutely. You need to be interior room. Let's not try to look for this because I'll tell you why. If you go over to the standard radar view, look at this. It is rain wrapped, all right? So if there's a tornado here, you're not going to see it. It's going to be covered up with rain, all right? So that's why you need to be interior room away from windows. There's the latest velocity that we're looking at here, and it is on top of Stanford. You see where we get the reds and the greens right next to each other. So the brighter shades of green are near Stanford. The brighter shades of red are actually south. Those are not bumping up, what we would call like gate to gate, right next to each other. But still, there is broad enough rotation here that a tornado could touch down at any moment. All right, I'll read off the text from the National Weather Service on this morning when it was issued. Capable of producing a tornado and moving east towards Stanford here. It's moving east at 70 miles an hour. Now, this, again, was radar indicated, so no confirmation on the ground, but you want to treat it as such. So inside of the warning, okay, this is a large warning here. Warning is this red blinking box is where there's a tornado warning, okay? Includes Stanford, Crab Orchard, it includes Lancaster, it even includes Berea, because they're drawing this out well in advance as the storm continues to roll more easterly and may take off a slight northerly jog there. All right, so on that path, I'll put a track on here for you on this whole front edge where we could have a spin-up tornado there and move it more easterly at 70. Wow, these storms are really just racing. We'll put it here, kind of reposition things. Look at this. This is going to be putting it toward Walnut Flat now. Maywood community, that's going to be coming here very soon. So you need to be in your safe place. Cartersville, 318. Wollaston at 322. Boone, 324. Berea at 325. So there's a new scan here coming in. Still seeing that rotation with that storm, but don't want to forget our people to the north, our friends to the north here in Garrett County. Yeah, you're in the tornado warning too, but there is an ongoing storm that is not producing rotation, but is producing some strong straight line winds that's knocking on the doorstep of Lancaster there. I'll flip off the lightning because it really gets messy with all that stuff on there and it gets hard to see what we're trying to indicate. Let me clear off the storm track. See where we've got these brighter shades of green here, right along this whole line here going through basically southeastern Jessamine County, northwestern Madison, back down into Garrett County, approaching Lancaster right now. All along that in that circle is where I'm seeing at least the potential for some strong straight line winds, all right? Maybe 50, 60 miles per hour. Stone, Buckeye, Edenton, down to Teetersville, down to Judson and Three Forks, but it's south of that where we could see a tornado. Seeing more right on top of Roland here. This is Goshen Road, Logantown, Wilderness Road here, Rigsby Road, Preachersville. This is where, just east now of Stanford, if there's a tornado, it's going to be right here. Cutoff Pike, Roland, Courtier Lane, and then Goshen Road, right here where they meet together, where 150, again, 150 comes into the north side of Stanford, and 150, if you ride it, it takes it all the way down here toward Crab Orchard. All right, so 150, where it meets US 27, just on the east side of Stanford. This is where we could have a tornado, and it's moving due east, okay? Due east, maybe east-northeast at 70. Let me come in and give some smaller communities again and some roads. The Swope Road area. So again, we're still looking at roads that are in Lincoln County. And then over toward Preachersville, you get over into Stingy Creek Road. I'm just giving you some lead time because see the new scan? Look where it already put it, right there. We're about to cross the rotation into Garrett County. So if you are watching this in Garrett County and you're not in your safe place, you need to do that now. That basement, that interior room, away from windows. So I don't want to forget the other storm that's upstream here. We'll go back to this one in just a minute, but the storm that is coming through Fleming County now, looking at that, the latest relative velocity, storm relative velocity, this has become more ragged again, all right? And what I mean by that is we don't see as much reds and greens next to each other. It's broad, which is an indication, yeah, there's rotation happening aloft above the surface, but it more is going to be kind of a stronger, gusty.
Your mobile device, get down into the safe space. We're going to obviously keep you updated as this goes on, but this storm actually crossing county lines from portions of Bath County into Nicholas County now. And again, those warnings are in place. 3:15 for Bath for the tornado warning, but to 3:30 until Nicholas County, almost as if it took more of like a slight northerly track as it's been moving in. I think I have the rotation. Yeah, so I can play this out. It's a little bit longer of a feed. Let's see what happens. Sort of moves in. There it comes. It's riding right along those two county lines for us this evening. My track is too long on the timing from the last 2 hours or so, but still watching that closely as it moves in. So an area of interest of rotation there in the grand scheme of things. That severe thunderstorm warning is back off. Actually, let me even point at it from the Wilmington Center, and we get a little different perspective from the Wilmington radar scene in Ohio, and you see North Sharper not as great of a return, probably a little further away, maybe not as great, shooting a little higher into the cloud possibly, so not getting as tight of an instance there, but still tornado warning in place, still the possibility for something to spin down and touch. We'll see how it's not confirmed at this time, but there is concern, so make sure that you're down in your spot. We'll keep an eye on this. Let's get another check of that other tornado warning that we've still got going on in south central portions. Justin.
Yeah, the one that's going right into the heart of Lincoln County. This one's also tightened up just a bit, coming very close to Stanford. Still have our twisting of the wind signature on there. That is an indication that the radar is flagging that storm where it sees that there's some rotation. See the reds and the greens next to each other. So just to the south of Stanford. But if you live in Stanford, you need, I mean, this is close enough by, absolutely. You need to be interior room. Let's not try to look for this because I'll tell you why. If you go over to the standard radar view, look at this. It is rain wrapped, all right? So if there's a tornado here, you're not going to see it. It's going to be covered up with rain, all right? So that's why you need to be interior room away from windows. There's the latest velocity that we're looking at here, and it is on top of Stanford. You see where we get the reds and the greens right next to each other. So the brighter shades of green are near Stanford. The brighter shades of red are actually south. Those are not bumping up what we would call like gate to gate right next to each other, but still there is broad enough rotation here that a tornado could touch down at any moment. All right, I'll read off the text from the National Weather Service on this morning when it was issued. Capable of producing a tornado and moving east towards Stanford here. It's moving east at 70 miles an hour. Now, this, again, was radar indicated, so no confirmation on the ground, but you want to treat it as such. So inside of the warning, okay, this is a large warning here. Warning is this red blinking box is where there's a tornado warning, okay? Includes Stanford, Crab Orchard, it includes Lancaster, it even includes Berea, because they're drawing this out well in advance as the storm continues to roll more easterly and may take off a slight northerly jog there. All right, so on that path, I'll put a track on here for you on this whole front edge where we could have a spin-up tornado there and move it more easterly at 70. Wow, these storms are really just racing. We'll put it here, kind of reposition things. Look at this. This is going to be putting it toward Walnut Flat now. Maywood community, that's going to be coming here very soon. So you need to be in your safe place. Cartersville, 318. Wollaston at 322. Boone, 324. Berea at 325. So there's a new scan here coming in. Still seeing that rotation with that storm, but don't want to forget our people to the north, our friends to the north here in Garrett County. Yeah, you're in the tornado warning too, but there is an ongoing storm that is not producing rotation, but is producing some strong straight line winds that's knocking on the doorstep of Lancaster there. I'll flip off the lightning because it really gets messy with all that stuff on there and it gets hard to see what we're trying to indicate. Let me clear off the storm track. See where we've got these brighter shades of green here, right along this whole line here going through basically southeastern Jessamine County, northwestern Madison, back down into Garrett County, approaching Lancaster right now. All along that in that circle is where I'm seeing at least the potential for some strong straight line winds, all right? Maybe 50, 60 miles per hour. Stone, Buckeye, Edenton, down to Teetersville, down to Judson and Three Forks, but it's south of that that where we could see a tornado. Seeing more right on top of Roland here. This is Goshen Road, Logantown, Wilderness Road here, Rigsby Road, Preachersville. This is where, just east now of Stanford, if there's a tornado, it's going to be right here. Cutoff Pike, Roland, Courtier Lane, and then Goshen Road, right here where they meet together, where 150, again, 150 comes into the north side of Stanford, and 150, if you ride it, it takes it all the way down here toward Crab Orchard. All right, so 150, where it meets US 27, just on the east side of Stanford. This is where we could have a tornado, and it's moving due east, okay? Due east, maybe east-northeast at 70. Let me come in and give some smaller communities again and some roads. The Swope Road area. So again, we're still looking at roads that are in Lincoln County. And then over toward Preachersville, you get over into Stingy Creek Road. I'm just giving you some lead time because see the new scan? Look where we already put it, right there. We're about to cross the rotation into Garrett County. So if you are watching this in Garrett County and you're not in your safe place, you need to do that now. That basement, that interior room, away from windows. So I don't want to forget the other storm that's upstream here. We'll go back to this one in just a minute, but the storm that is coming through Fleming County now, looking at that, the latest relative velocity, storm relative velocity, this has become more ragged again, all right? And what I mean by that is we don't see as much reds and greens next to each other. It's broad, which is an indication, yeah, there's rotation happening aloft above the surface, but it more is going to be kind of a stronger, gustier, straight line wind thing. Yes, that could re-intensify. So until this warning, until that total threat from the Weather Service is over, we'll keep watching that. Sharpsburg, though, even though you're in the warning, any broad rotation is not even on Sharpsburg anymore. It's past that. Carlisle has been trimmed out of the tornado warning. You're fine. You're good. It may be loud there because we still have a lot of lightning here. So thunder, lightning. If we look here at the regular radar, yeah, storming, Carlisle, okay? But the part that they've still got the warning going for is right there southwest of Flemingsburg. So south of Ewing, Battle Run, Hilltop, you're going to get some hail out of this too. Maybe nickel-size hail, maybe up to the size of quarters. We're not seeing that yet. It's not, really haven't been as conducive for hail development, or at least large hail development out of this. Hilltop, Battle Run, Energy Road, Cranetown, let's see, I think that says Branch Brothers Road. Some of these texts are small. Pex Ridge Road over toward Mount Sterling Road. So we're looking in Fleming County. So if there's a tornado in that zone, okay, that's where it would be. To be honest, to be perfectly honest here, if they haven't already, I think they need to trim out. Montgomery, Bath County I believe, should come out of the tornado warning. Yeah, I don't see anything there at all.
Yeah, well, they've also blanketed a huge area with a new severe thunderstorm warning, too, on top of it. So we've got a couple layers. There's a little bit of rotation when you push the Jackson radar there. It's pretty loose, though. It's just south of Flemingsburg that Justin Logan was just talking about. But if we go back to our full home view, we've got a new, nice, big, large blanket warning for the storms they're sort of re-emerging together, more of in a line. And the Jackson office is responsible for a lot of these counties. And they're just slapping on the full blanket because everybody within there has the opportunity to see those gusty winds, maybe some of that rotation. So just a quick look at what that is for us here with that severe thunderstorm warning now in place for many of our other counties, from everybody in Jackson to Lee County, Wolfe County in that, Menifee, Rowan County in there too. Of course, Bath, even though the severe storm that we just had lifted a bit north, there's still this nice line that is working into, right now, the strongest part of Garrett County and moving towards Madison County this time. And it does have that tornado warning still attached to it. But this goes till 3:45 a.m. Montgomery's in it. Northern Pulaski County seeing its first warning of the morning here. As we've said, these warnings are likely to tap in further downstream as we get these storms to move further east. Again, the south southwest to northeast line that these have been going on has been the reiteration of development, but the whole system floating just a little bit east every time starts to cut more of those storms into areas that have been untapped. So everybody in those counties needs to get down into their safe space too. A lot of lead time with this storm. I think the last one I looked at for speed, they're still saying they're pushing 65 to 70, even 75 miles an hour generally. So just the entire thing here. Let's go ahead and see if we can put a tracker on it, and we'll go just from where it begins in Fayette County down through Pulaski County and pull it to the east. If it would hold on one second, and we'll try to get it going here again. We'll get it from Fayette County down through Pulaski County and move it to the east. We'll just call it, say, a safe 65 miles an hour, kind of an in-betweener for all the different ratings we have. Here's where it starts to get into places like out in Berea by 323, starts pushing Mount Sterling by 331 in Mount Vernon, Mount Sterling 333, Clay City 335. So 20 to 30 minutes of lead time for us as we start getting towards the middle and edge of this box. Then you start talking about on Jackson County by 340, maybe a little bit closer to the end of that warning time as those come in. So everybody now in action here as these storms work to the east into tonight. And again, the meanest part of the storm showing up right now back in Garrett and parts of Lincoln County. They're starting to move in northern Madison County. Are we seeing anything here in Lexington still? There is just a piece of that cell that's sort of working into Fayette County that's still back in that severe thunderstorm warning. They've actually made that one till 3:45 a.m. too. So we've got all these storms going to the same time, suggesting that the progression of them is going to, with that southwest to northeast orientation, still clip these counties over the course of the next half hour to an hour or so. So we've got 2 tornado warnings of note here. We'll touch on the one that's further to the north and east in portions up near Fleming County now, again, where we said we didn't see as much of the rotation in there. J-Lo, you'll have to take over again for me. Okay. Things are not quite working on my end again.
All right, I've got the Richmond camera pulled up because we're waiting again for that line of storms to approach Richmond from the west. All right, so yes, it is already raining here as we're looking around the bypass in Richmond from our Man dealership, the Man dealership there. Definitely turned to rain. You can see the winds picking up a bit, but the strongest portion of the storm is still just off to the west of Richmond. And I'll go back to the radar view here so you can see this is the portion of the storm. It is knocking on the doorstep of Richmond as we speak, and the dealership's just again outside, just onto the southeast side of town here. So it is knocking on the doorstep there. We'll be watching, and I've got our camera pointed the direction of the storms are coming from, and we're watching the storms that are coming out of Lancaster and also the ones in Stanford. I want to go back inside, look inside the winds inside the storm here again. All along this leading edge here, you see that there are some brighter shades of red next to some green here. So I see this where it's more linear instead of more kind of like circular there. This is an indication that this part of the storm is just mainly straight line winds that's coming into Madison County. Strong. Could be upwards of 60, maybe some gusts that get to 70, but it's to the south here that if we have a tornado left, this would be it in Garrett County. Looking here, see a couple little spots, not one circulation that's standing out over the other. It's broad, but if there's a tornado, it would be right here east of Lancaster. So I can zoom in here and give you some smaller communities. So near Paint Lick, near Point Level over toward Lowell, Paint Lick. This is going to be where we would maybe have a tornado. Hackley community, and this is racing east. I mean, I just actually checked it myself. I took the radar back over an hour and put it in fast forward motion for an hour and plotted the distance between, they're running between about 65 and 70 miles an hour. So these things are just racing. This is why we always say that if you're out driving in this, you don't ever want to try to outrun a tornado because they don't follow roads, they follow their own path. And this is racing again at 65 to the northeast. So, you know, I'll just put a track right in this zone here and we'll move it off to the east. 65. Wow, this is just racing. 65 to 70. All right, that's going to be putting that near Buggytown at 323, Ferristown 326, the Whites community at 326, Terrell at 329, Duluth at 332, Dreyfus at 332, and Brassfield at 334. Again, that's broad. There definitely still is intense winds here, even if it's not rotating. It could still do some damage, still bring down trees if you're looking at winds that are 60 to 70 miles per hour. All right, so we still have some other storms upstream here that are further along the line as we work our way into the northern part of Madison County, and then even going up into Clark County and eastern Bourbon County. This is why they blanketed this with a severe thunderstorm warning for this entire line as it keeps rolling off to the east fairly quickly. So everybody along that line needs to be into an interior room and obviously away from windows. Let's go back and look at some of our home view cameras here, because I want to give you a perspective of what's really happening in all these areas. So Paris, storming right now, obviously. I know that lightning and that thunder and the wind and the heavier rain has probably woken many of you up. Maybe some stronger winds. I still think the strongest have exited just east of Paris right now. And then we can go back to Richmond, because remember, I was watching the line of storms that is coming in to town right now, or around the bypass. Let me kind of pan the camera around. Every once in a while, and the lightning, when it flashes a minute ago, it looked like I could see a shelf cloud, not a lowering from anything like a wall cloud, but a shelf cloud, which is usually an indication on the leading edge of some strong and severe storms. It's a sign that, yep, some severe storms and some winds out ahead of that are helping to create that cloud deck, that wind combining with the cooler and warmer air mixing. All right, yeah, a lot of heavier rain, but the winds really have not picked up at their most intense just yet, but it's on the leading edge of this. Into Madison County. Let's look at Somerset, okay? Because this storm, really, the rain still has not made it to the Lake Cumberland Regional Hospital. Even though the northern part of Pulaski County is under a severe thunderstorm warning, we are not at the moment seeing any rain just there. Last one will take you back into Lexington here, and obviously we've been seeing rain, and these storms have been moving through town. Let me see here. It looks like our image may be frozen. Nope, it's not. Things have actually just lightened up outside just a bit outside. There's a new flash of lightning off in the distance. Let me go back to the radar view so we could see what we're talking. Big picture. All right, running through a number of warnings. Warnings go from Flemingsburg to Mount Sterling to Richmond to just east of Lancaster, east of Stanford, back down east of Liberty, and it runs all the way down to even Jamestown here. Also includes Somerset, but really the strongest portion of this entire line starts at Lincoln County, and it runs through Garrett, up through Madison, and then up again through parts of Clark County, portions of Bourbon County, and up through Nicholas and Fleming. Okay, so we have several warnings, though, tornado and severe. So let me just clear some of this up for you by turning off some of the lightning. Let me go back inside the thunderstorm. I'm not seeing along this portion of the line through Nicholas and even to Bourbon County, I'm not seeing anything that stands out to me for rotation. And I know that we still have a tornado warning even for Fleming County, but I'm not seeing anything over here that really is screaming, all right, look at me, there is big time rotation here. Some broad areas of that on this back over coming very close to Sharpsburg again. So it's where Bourbon, Nicholas, and Bath counties meet together. There's some very broad rotation here. So there is Sharpsburg as we zoom in. East Union, so that's in Nicholas County here. Smoke Ridge Road, Lower Sharpsburg Road, Upper Sharpsburg Road. There's broad rotation. I still think that's more going to just be gusty winds, but we'll watch that and see if that intensifies. But down the line, look how the wind intensifies a bit for sure as we get into the western Madison, down into Garrett, and into crossing now over into Rockcastle County out of out of Lincoln County. The standard radar view looks, I mean, you could see it. I mean, just the intensity. Heavy rain, Crab Orchard, all the way up through Lancaster and Berea into Richmond. It is there right now. I'm going to look at some new stuff here. Justin, are you looking at the rotation for that storm on an update out of Garrett County?
Yeah, we're checking in on that. Just trying to follow along with some of those tornado warnings that just came out for Owsley, Estill, Jackson, Rockcastle, and Lee County till 3:45. But behind that is where that rotation was in Garrett County. That's where the storm is coming from, moving into those new zones, and that's what we need to keep a close eye on here as we roll through tonight. Some notches in there, battling a little bit of technical difficulties, but we'll still be able to get it in line for you here. Just to the west of Berea, now south of Richmond. Again, radar looks relatively strong for us. Lots of purple, red meaning high reflectivity, strong updraft potential there. If we go to the Jackson scene and flip over to the velocity side of things, I'm not seeing anything that would say that there is good rotation within this at this point. In fact, if we go back to the storm relative, it's rather loose. If there was anything that was spinning up to try to make its way down to the surface, we're talking just north of Berea along 75 right now, and likely to cross 75 in that next scan. And you can see it here just north of Berea between 25, 75, and then just a little bit further to the west of that, there's that next scan. And sure enough, it jumped across 75, is now closer to 25, between 75 and 25 for us here, again, north of Berea. Nothing great out of the tightness of that rotation. So to suggest that there is really any serious tornado threat in that at this juncture with this scene on radar, I wouldn't say that there's much going on there except the wind threat, more maybe a straight line wind threat with it. But ultimately, somewhere in this zone between those two roadways, we have some rotation to watch, and it's likely just precautionary. Again, we've been talking about it all morning, that these storms have had that threat of producing some notches, some twisting, some quick rotation. Quite realistically, there could be really quick spin-ups in between scans even that we won't be able to find on radar. And for that purpose, we need to have those warnings in place, and you need to be in your safe space. And that's why they extended it already from parts of now past Garrett County. Folks in Garrett County, those tornado warnings are still there till 3:45. But Lancaster, Stanford, even in parts of Lincoln, we don't have that threat really in there. You're going to get some heavy rain, loud thunder, maybe some more wind gusts on the backside, but the threat really is now pushing further east. South of Richmond, though, you guys, you're still in it. Stay down. But as we go further to the east now, working into, say, portions of Estill County, maybe even portions of Lee County there, and then further to the south there in Jackson County till 3:45, that tornado warning's in play. That rotation is working to you. A little further south, maybe Mount Vernon, Broadhead area, not seeing much tightening there either, but that's what we're seeing. You got something new for us over there?
Finally, as the more intense winds have moved into Richmond here on the eastern southeast side where we have our weather camera at the main dealership. Well, let's just take this full for a minute and we can watch this at home. This is the same storm that came out of Garrett County, okay, and through the Lancaster area. We've got there's a Mesonet site over there that had a gust a short time ago of 58 miles an hour. Guess what? 58 miles per hour classifies as severe thunderstorm warning, okay? 58 or stronger, or hail to the size of 1 inch, which is the size of quarters or larger, all right? That constitutes a severe thunderstorm warning. This storm definitely has the capability of producing winds that are up near 60, okay? So that would put it severe, which is why there is a severe thunderstorm warning. But there also is for portions of Madison County, and I'm sure that the sirens are going off there. But again, I want to stress this and take an opportunity to say this. The sirens are for outdoor warning, and don't depend on those, because when it's windy and it's raining and you can hear the hail and the wind and the thunder, you're not going to hear that siren. It's outside. It's meant for people that are outdoors when storms are coming through, okay? So you're not always going to hear those, but they may be going off in Richmond, but there was some rotation that was to the south. That is really weakened. This is still mainly right through Madison County. This is mainly a straight line wind event, all right?
Yep.
That can do damage. Trees, power lines, it can bring those all down. And obviously, we don't want to be out and about when that is happening. Even though they drew this tornado warning all the way to Estill and even over into Jackson County and northern portions of Rockcastle County, if I look anywhere along this here, I'm going to pull up another product. This kind of helps me tell the story to you at home a little bit more, looking for a little bit of shear. Okay, this is our rotation detector. Anytime you see green, it's in the wheat category. Because this is more linear, like a straight line, basically riding up US 125 or 25 rather, and just east of I-75, that tells me more that it is an area of straight line winds. Somewhere along that, we may get a quick brief spin up, but I really think this is primarily straight line winds coming through Madison County right now. And everything that I'm looking at definitely says that. I mean, nothing too intense beyond that. Now we go north along this line. Again, severe thunderstorm warning, Clark County. Winchester, you've already seen the strongest winds. The strongest winds in Clark County are just south of the city. And they're running right along the Mountain Parkway. We'll just ride this entire severe thunderstorm warning, okay? This entire line. Now we're in Montgomery County. Here's Mount Sterling. Here is where the strongest winds are. 460. This is North Middletown Road. Right along North Middletown Road, you're going to be running into some very strong winds, all right? 50, 60 miles an hour. Gusts, all right? So as we go further up the line, see how things start to kind of break a bit. All right, and it's not that solid shade of red or solid shade of green indicating a solid line of gusty winds. Still some strong winds here, maybe even some broad rotation east of Sharpsburg. But there was a tornado warning there earlier. It's canceled. All right, we only have that one tornado warning to the south, and I'm still not seeing anything that would warrant, at least at this time, tornado. Still strong winds though, so you need to be still in your safe spot until we can give you the all clear. To the south though, coming through portions of Rockcastle County and into Pulaski County, this part of the line starts to get weaker. I'm not saying that it's to the point that there doesn't need to be a warning, but it definitely gets weaker. Now, I've turned on the little eye here, and this represents where we have storm reports. Okay, let me turn off the lightning. It is a mess with all that on there. Intense storms, that lightning definitely an indication of strong storms. This is the gust that was I was mentioning that came through southwest of Lancaster at 58 miles an hour at 3:15. So that same storm is now in just east of Berea and east of Richmond. So that's why we're saying it still has the capability of producing winds up to 60 miles per hour and along that entire line. And what I want to do while I've got a lot of you, because I've had some family members ask me, okay, are we done with the severe part where I'm at? Lexington, Paris, Cynthiana, Georgetown, Frankfurt, back to Versailles, Lawrenceburg, Harrodsburg, Danville, Liberty, all done with severe weather for now, okay? You're in a heavy rain. You're in getting rain, all right? Now we're gonna go over in those areas to potential maybe for some flooding and train of rain. Severe part of this is where you're on the leading edge of this line from, let's say, northwestern Pulaski County. We'll throw on some unities here. That's actually going to be closer to Eubank, absolutely, right on top of it. Science Hill up to Mount Vernon and Broadhead. Some strong winds there, potentially severe. Same story, Berea, and going up into Richmond and back up into Clark County. Justin?
Yeah, and we're just checking in on some of those power outages that we're seeing pop up. He showed the damage reports on there. There were a few that came across. If we were to lay them over where these power outages are now, you'll see that there's been areas where we've had those gusty winds. Fleming County has a few folks without power. Same with up in the Cynthiana area there. Barry, Kentucky had a 58-mile-an-hour wind just a couple hours ago. They're clear for the most part now from the severe winds, but we still have those threats coming in. So, and I expect as we go through the night and more of these storms pop up for us here, that we'll start to get more of these power outages, especially as they start to blow into our more rural areas here in southern and eastern Kentucky. We've got just a few thousand customers without power here in the northern part of the state. Could see some more sprinkle in. Obviously, there was some stronger severe weather further west where they're battling the power outages now. But I just wanted to give you a quick update. Probably a reason why they also lead to throwing out these tornado warnings is because of the history that this day has had, and it's been a historic one at that. We've had some wild tornadic activity further off to the west. Thankful that we haven't had to deal with any of that here, but we still do have those warnings in play to deal with as we roll through the rest of tonight. And of course, we'll have to monitor those as we play out. At least the good news for you is that we aren't seeing anything that really indicates great rotation, and it's that straight line wind event that is in play. Of course, 70-mile-an-hour winds at the surface do just as much damage as if a very weak tornado comes through, so it's just a little bit more widespread. If it is spread out across this entire line, we have that to deal with. So no new warnings have popped up in the last 20 minutes or so here outside of the ones we've had, trimming a lot of that thunderstorm warning activity off back behind us, like Justin was saying, just a rain event now. But if we do continue to monitor what comes next, let's look where things are coming from to get an idea of what could be. Now, we are in the brunt of what we have here, but there's more off back in western Tennessee, and they're following that same line. Now, future radar that we have on here that goes out maybe 2 hours is great. It shows very high definition of what we have currently. We put that into play, and you see this band and brand of severe weather is moving to the northeast, likely exiting, it looks like, after say 6 a.m., finally getting out of our viewing area. But then those severe storms that were in western Tennessee are starting to creep up into south central Kentucky. And believe it or not, we still have untapped stuff here further southeast that could help as we get into tomorrow morning, some more potential for severe weather. And I just want to point out, while we are reloading on this here, tomorrow we have a severe thunderstorm outlook still across the good majority. It's actually just been updated. Oh, you know, it's because we're after midnight. So this is going to be actually Friday's severe weather outlook. So I apologize for that. Forgot that that was going to flip over. But we do have the threat for severe weather as we go into the next couple days. I'll show you on the 7-day here. It'll have a similar look. Friday, Saturday, both have severe outlooks for us, and even on Sunday, scattered showers and storms last into the morning. We could be talking about those lingering through later parts of the day too, not really drying out until we get into early next week. Now we're talking about our flood problem, and we've showed this map a few times too in terms of the rainfall here for us over the course of the next several days. And as we get that to come through, we're talking about 4 to 8 to some spots maybe even north of 10 inches of rain. Justin, do you have that outlook pulled up for tomorrow?
Yeah, this is this runs from 8 a.m. today, and it runs through 8 a.m. tomorrow. So they go from 12Z to 12Z, okay? So it's not just during the daytime hours today. So this is the outlook from 8 a.m. today through 8 a.m. tomorrow, and it does still put a level 2 risk here across the area, basically just about all of us, for the potential for maybe some more strong or severe thunderstorms into, it would really be more into the afternoon. I think, again, they would have a chance to recharge once the morning storms move out, is what I'm telling you here. All right, let me go back to the normal radar view. I was looking here from the National Weather Service chat because we get reports from emergency managers in there too. So as the storms were coming through Jessamine County, Johnny Adams, the emergency manager over there, says that they had several spotters that were out and said that it was some pretty intense rain and lightning and some smaller hail. This was, again, within the last hour, but not severe at ground levels. So no damage found so far is the bottom line. There is what he says that he's found out of Jessamine County. That's great news, okay? I've been skimming through some of this. Emergency manager Brad Cox for the state of Kentucky says no reports of damage in Mercer County either. 127 roadway is all clear. So I'm skimming back as we rewind and look where these storms have come. Okay, so far no major damage reported. Now out of Taylor County, which is back in Campbellsville, camping trailers were blown over and a roof to a business is blown off on Lone Valley Road in Taylor County. Again, that's outside of our viewing area, but definitely it's the same storm, and guess where that storm's at now? I can track that for you back over the last hour. Look how fast these are moving. Unbelievable. 65 to 70 miles an hour. All right, so here it was at 2:39. So the storm that was going through Taylor County, we can fast forward that, and over an hour, if you watch, it went through Taylor, it went through Casey County, it went through Lincoln, it went through Garrett, and that storm is the one right now that's coming out of Madison and into Estill County. That is still the strongest storm of the morning. There does remain a tornado warning on that until 3:45. I was checking the Weather Service chat to see if they canceled that. We'll revisit inside the winds inside of this. I still don't see any rotation with this on the front edge of it, okay? But what I do still see, though, is the potential for damaging straight line winds, 60+ miles an hour. And I can query some of these numbers coming into Estill County. Check that. 70, 60, 70. Miles per hour potentially, and we're getting closer to the radar, which is in Jackson, so the radar beam is not nearly as far off the ground into the clouds as it would be if these storms were coming through Lexington. So Irvin, heads up right now, we have a lot of viewers that are over there, okay? I've done many school visits over there at Estill County. Heavy rain starting to move into Irvin right now. Some hail in the western part of the county. We'll get a new scan because this is racing fast. Heavy rain and damaging winds are about to be coming into, or at least potential damaging winds, about to be coming into Irvin here very soon. All right, already in the western part of the county, and kind of see how this line here is almost bowing a bit. And it's basically a backward shaped C. All right, so the winds from the backside of the storm are pushing out, forcing winds and the rain to bow out, okay? Because that structure of the storm is getting forced outward by very strong winds. So into Estill County, that's why I was saying that we could easily see winds 60, maybe upwards of 70 miles per hour. I think that they're going to...
We had 66-mile-an-hour wind in Richmond.
In Richmond, at the airport.
Yep.
Yeah.
66 miles an hour there, and that's the storm that you're talking about moving in right now.
That is the same storm. You're right. Okay, so, and you know what? We pulled up our camera, our home view down there, and boy, did it look very intense as that storm was coming through. Again, thankfully, Richmond, you are at least out of the severe part of this now. Yeah, a warning may remain, but look at the difference. If you were with us just literally 15, 20 minutes ago, this picture in Madison County, in Richmond, was a different scene. It was, visibility was very low. Winds were just blowing. It was sheets of wind over there. Things have calmed down. So Richmond, you're in the clear of severe weather now. That's good, okay? I'm going to go back to the radar for you, and I want to revisit this and show you still the severe part of this Estill County down into even northern parts of Jackson County. All right, so when you start talking about winds that get 65 to 70, all right, 58 is severe. But when you start getting winds that are 65, 70, 75, obviously you keep going up. Anytime you're getting stronger winds, straight line winds of 65 and 70 are going to do some damage. That's going to bring down some trees. It's going to have the potential to definitely bring down some power lines. And thankfully, it's still here at night, and people, not nearly as many people, obviously, are out and about yet because people are still sleeping. At least we're not having to travel out to work in 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. But anybody in Irvin, you need to... I would still like people to get out of bed, even though there's not a tornadic threat, and get into an interior room. Because as we saw with the storms from Sunday night that came through the area, we saw the facade of a church in Scott County that was ripped off by very strong straight line winds, okay? That can do that to a home as well. So people in Irvin, you need to be into an interior room away from windows, because if these trees come down, those trees could fall and hit your glass on your windows and then blow those out. So we want you interior room in Irvin, even with it not really looking like a tornado threat. Now, I want to revisit the northern part of this line because the entire line has the capability of producing damaging winds. Let me go back. I want to switch products. You can see this a little bit more clearly when we're looking at base velocity instead of storm relative. See, up to the north here, still strong winds going through Montgomery and even Bath, but the winds do weaken a bit actually into up toward Moorhead into Rowan County. But to the south is where still the strongest winds are that are coming into Irvin and coming into Stanton too. So Powell County, Estill County, winds 60, 70 miles an hour are definitely a possibility. And that could even go down as far south as Sand Gap here. Looks like I lost my warnings here. They may have actually just dropped off to the north. We've had some issues here with technology, so bear with me for just a second here. I want to make sure that that is still accurate. Do you still have the warning still, or did it show that it all dropped?
I lost some as well. Expired the tornado warning in Owsley, Estill, Jackson, and Lee. Continues severe for Morgan, Fleming, Powell, Bath, Menifee, Rowan, Wolf, Lee, Laurel, Owsley, Pulaski, Estill, Jackson, Montgomery, and Rock Castle. Those are still supposed to be on there through 3:45. What time is it? Oh, it's right now.
So it's now. But I'm telling you, that is still very intense for them to cancel that storm in Estill County.
I think they'll put another one out there still.
Did they?
No, they haven't yet.
They haven't,
they will.
but they should.
I think they're working on it. They're having, it looks like, some technical difficulties too.
So it says, National Weather Service, Chuck says, sorry for the double warning in Fleming County, bit of miscommunication, expanding the tornado watch east, 2 tiers of counties, we see that. But in Estill County right now, one of our co-workers, Matt Hall, said that in Irvin, he just lost power.
Okay.
Literally a moment ago. So again, these storms are still very intense on the whole leading edge of this. Let me go back. I want to look at the standard view. I mean, this storm is still very potent. It's coming through Estill County. They've cleared off the warning, but we've seen some strong enough winds that have done some damage with this storm. It's had the history of producing some damaging winds. You know what I'm going to do? I want to look at the Mesonet because we have a sensor over there in eastern portions of Madison County. It's near the Madison.
J-Lo, it just popped up.
It just popped up?
Just came back.
Okay, good. That makes sense because I was like, I'm surprised that they would cancel that.
A little slow on the trigger, that's all. A little slow, that's all.
49-mile-per-hour gusts a few moments ago east of Richmond. Now, I know this text says Richmond here, but this is actually 7 miles outside of Richmond. So you're going to be bordering on 7 miles east of Richmond. You're going to get very close there to the Madison and Estill County line. So 49-mile-per-hour gust was there a minute ago, but now the gust is at 31. So it is weakening as we see the strongest winds on the leading edge of that. And Justin also said at the airport there in Richmond, it was 66.
Yeah,
so that definitely classifies as a severe thunderstorm. Let me just run down here and throw you all the counties with our current watches and warnings on them. All right, it's 3:48. We'll give you a little recap. Tornado watch is in place for all the counties in light pink. That includes most of our viewing area. But here's what I'll tell you. Anywhere left or west of this flashing orange area, which is the severe thunderstorm, we're done with the tornado threat right now. Okay, we're done with it. They'll be trimming this off, but a lot of times they're delayed on trimming the watches off. The severe threat is over there. Where we have warnings and we're still watching for maybe the potential for some tornadoes that could spin up, but I'm not seeing that right now. But the concerned Fleming, Bath, Rowan, Montgomery, Menifee, Morgan, Powell, Wolf, Estill, Lee, Jackson, and Owsley counties. All those counties have a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. One of those is massive. It's covering all those counties till 4:30. It's 3:49 right now, so we obviously have less than an hour left on that, and actually less than 45 minutes. So the reason it's more of a short-lived, these are fast-moving storms, still moving east at about 60 to 70 miles an hour. Bath County up here in Fleming County, that warning goes until 4:15. So that one has less than 30 minutes that are still left on that.
J-Lo, they put that thunderstorm warning there in eastern Kentucky, moving northeast at 90 miles an hour. I don't know if I necessarily believe that, but that's the tag they put on it for speed.
I don't.
For the direction it's going.
All right, so we can actually time that out ourselves here. Everybody, though, that is still watching us in those counties that I just called out, severe thunderstorm warnings, again, with winds that are gusting 60, maybe 60 to 70. So that would be Frenchburg. It's not there yet, but the stronger winds will be coming here within the next 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Moorhead's getting stronger winds. Owensville, still gusty winds. Mount Sterling, the strongest winds are past you. They're now actually down toward Jeffersonville, and really even south of that is where the strongest are. It's into Stanton. Strongest winds are east of Irvin. It's still gusty there, but the strongest winds are just east of Irvin on the leading edge of this. Now, behind this, we're still getting some gusty winds here. Now, again, some of this is aloft, and the radar's reading that. But again, the strongest winds are on the front edge of this. So going from Stanton, as I mentioned, down into near Irvin. What I was going to look at here, I want to go back to our normal radar view, and I also want to show back off to the west that we have a lot of rain that's still ongoing. I want to also pull back up. I want to look at our Richmond camera, and then we're going to kind of traverse through some of these others. Things have definitely quieted down big time here in Richmond, so maybe still some gustier winds there. Lexington, we still have rain, but it is definitely nothing like it was. Definitely still coming down at a moderate clip, though. Somerset, this is our farthest camera to the south. Starting to see that rain begin to show up down there, but thankfully not nearly as intense as what it is up to the north. I want to look at wind gusts from, these are from the main reporting stations. So this was the gust Justin was talking about, okay? These update not as quickly as the Mesonet. So there was that 67 mile per hour gust that was in Richmond, 37 mile per hour gust in London, Hazard 26, Jackson 29. Mount Sterling had a gust of 45. So Mount Sterling and Richmond gusts were within the last half hour because the strongest gusts are both east and south, east of Richmond and southeast of Mount Sterling on the radar perspective here. I'm even really starting to see that this may be weakening a bit within this entire line of severe thunderstorms, which is good news. But still the strongest point is where our radar is flagging that's going through Estill and Powell counties right now. So Estill and Powell counties could be still looking at gusts here. There's a new update. Severe storm moving east-northeast at 64. I think, Justin, that's more like it.
Might have a typo in there. I think the 9 and the 7 are pretty close. Yeah.
Gosh, 90. That's intense. So the severe storm that's going through Powell County right now, it's on top of. It's pretty much on top of the Bowen community. Okay, it's 354. We'll slide down Slade 356. On down the line, Denniston 407, Maytown 408, Wellington 408. So that's the most intense storm that we have. Still intense storm, still going through Menifee County, western part of the county. It'll be coming over here into Frenchburg here very soon. I want to look at some other tools that we have here. Bear with me for just a second. All right. I still think that we could see some hail out of this, but I think the hail size here is going to be more on the order of, this is saying maybe up to an inch into portions of Powell County, which again is the size of quarters. I still think predominantly it may be more nickel size. Still, though, we have the potential for some hail with that storm that's coming through the southern part and central part of Powell County. You can see it gives it a 50% chance for severe hail. All right. Severe hail is an inch in diameter, so it's 50 shot that we're at that level. Tops on this storm, it's relatively low top storm, 33,400 feet. All right, that's how tall the storm is building up. All right, some of our strongest storms are when we're talking storm tops that are 50, 60,000 feet. That doesn't mean that the storm still can't be severe and can't produce some strong winds. It can definitely still bring down some stronger winds to the surface, which is why, obviously, we still have a warning that's in place for Powell County, Montgomery County, Menifee, Wolfe County, Lee County, Owsley, Estill, and Jackson, all till 4:30. So we have about 35 minutes left on that. Let me scan through some data here. This is really starting to weaken. I can just tell by looking at the reflectivity, which is what the standard radar we normally show you. That's where we're tracking precipitation. What's the intensity here? See, look at the line itself. Okay, I'll rewind it at about 322. So I mean, we're not even talking an hour ago. Look how thick and solid the line is through Garrett and Madison and Montgomery, and Clark County rather. And then watch as it moves east. See how it starts to become a little more ragged, all right? And things really start to decrease in intensity. Same thing with the winds in it too. But the strongest part of it's still in Powell County right now. You can see that by looking at the radar. It has capability of producing heavy rain, and obviously even some hail is possible there. Look at the lightning, okay? Lightning is an indicator here.
Sorry, just passing the note on there.
Okay.
Moving through, didn't see any new reports or damage outlooks there.
Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Justin Esterly, folks, has been here since 3 p.m. or so yesterday afternoon. So he's already been here for over 12 hours. We appreciate his work overnight and keeping you guys safe. Look at all the lightning here with these storms, though. That is an indication itself that we're talking about strong to maybe severe storms. An uptick in lightning is stronger thunderstorm. It's often an indication of that. Look where the concentration is, Powell County. Powell County, a lot of lightning there, but I still see that this storm is weakening. We're going to keep a close eye on this, okay? And what I think I'm going to do is we'll get to the top of the hour, 4 o'clock, and we're going to send this back to programming since these storms are weakening, okay? But I'm going to stay with you for 4 more minutes, and if it intensifies even more, we're going to stay with it. Since we've seen some power outages, since we've seen some damage with this back to the west, I want to watch it and make sure that all of the, at least all of the most intense portions of this have weakened out, because we got people that are asleep or just waking up and want to know what's going on. So we'll give you a quick little recap. Back to the west here, Lexington and Paris and Winchester and Richmond, and back down to Stanford, and working our way into Liberty and Somerset, Jamestown, Monticello, all these areas back to the west. Severe threat has ended, okay? Doesn't mean that the severe threat is over for the day. It's over for now. All right, and you're fine to rest easy for a few more hours until the alarm clock goes off and you wake up and get ready to go to work again, okay? Where we're still concerned with the strongest storms are going out of Estill County into Lee County here, over into Powell County and into Menifee and up into Eastern Bath and Montgomery. I'm going to look at some of the mesonet sensors here too to see if we still have any gustier winds that have been on the leading edge of this. This was the main reporting stations, but the mesonet, we have a lot more of those. It is a meso network. It is a concentration, a greater concentration of weather stations across the viewing area. And these winds update every 1 to 5 minutes in our system. So it's definitely more instantaneous than the ones at area airports. Storm, where it's still storming, a gust of 28 in Moorhead, 36 in Owensville. McKee, 26. 23 in Richmond. So again, that is below severe threshold, which is why these storms are definitely on a weakening trend and are going to keep weakening, and which is why we're going to go back to programming here in less than 2 minutes. But what I want to show you real fast is where these storms are going over the next couple of hours, okay? We're going to future radar this out over the next 2, and it takes our storms from where they are and it projects it, okay? So look how that radar really matches up with that well, okay? So then I'll hit play and watch the storms keep moving east, and it still shows them weakening. But behind this, we have some more storms that we'll probably have to keep a very close eye on here that are coming out of Tennessee. But this part of the atmosphere is somewhat worked over. We'll keep an eye on it. Definitely, though, the other threat that we've talked about for days, remember, flooding threat, that it would start with the storms from last night into this morning, and that runs all the way through Sunday. But we are seeing repeated rounds of rain already in some locations this morning. That is really beginning to add up some totals. I don't have a quick pull up of our rain gauges from our Mesonet sites in here, but what I can tell you is that some areas have already picked up quite a bit, and it is still coming down very heavy. All right, lots of intense lightning still to the eastern portion of Powell County into Menifee. Maybe some gusts up to 50 or 60, but it is getting weaker. All right, for meteorologist Justin Esterly, I'm Chief Meteorologist Justin Logan. I'll have a full update for you with news and weather and much more on the news beginning at 5 o'clock. We hope you join us then. Rest easy until then.
We now return to our regularly scheduled program. From Fox 56 News, the Weather Authority, this is a severe weather alert.
All right, good morning, everybody. A new tornado warning in place for portions of Pulaski County, also into Wayne County till 5 a.m. That also goes over even into Laurel County until 5 a.m., okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to zoom into this thunderstorm, but we also have our home view camera that's down to the south in Somerset, and I want to be able to take a look at that because the potential rotation to be coming in to Somerset. Let me get this panned around here, and I want to read off the warning from the National Weather Service about that tornado warning and what they're seeing, okay? The newest warning coming in until 5 a.m., so that's a little less than 30 minutes from now because the storm is racing off to the east fast. Remember, all these storms that we've had so far this morning have been moving very quickly. So the information from the Weather Service, at 4:28, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Fraser, or 10 miles southwest of Somerset, moving east at 55. So again, rotation on radar. It is not, again, seen on the ground. It is just rotation that is detected on radar. So let me go back here because I want to show you what the radar picture looks like to the south, and we're going to zoom in. It's to the southwest of Somerset where the rotation is. Let me zoom back to normal radar view. It looks no clear definition when you look at the actual regular standard radar picture, but when you look at this, boy, does this stand out here. We've got this is probably our tightest circulation that I've seen all morning long. When we get the reds, all right, you look at the legend here. We're looking inside the storm. We're looking at the winds, okay, that are next to each other. Winds that are in the green shades are moving toward the radar, and the winds in the red are moving away from the radar. The radar's in Jackson, Kentucky, so it's up here. So that circulation next to each other right along 27 here. Between Burnside, just very close to Burnside, it's between Burnside and Ferguson is the possible tornado, okay? So what I want to also do is we've got our storm trackers on. It's actually not showing any notches on there, but I want to go back to our home view camera up to, or down to the south, I should say, in Somerset. And I'm going to pan this around because I want to see in the lightning flashes, this is the problem. You get very dark at night like this, and clearly it's going to be hard to be able to see any lowerings at all. Let me just move our camera here. Definitely torrential rain in Somerset. The rotation is actually south of the city. And the other unfortunate part is that it is rain wrapped, okay? If we had a tornado, it would be rain wrapped. So it would be even hard to see until the storm is actually there. All right, let me go back to the normal radar view, and this is going to show you the storm again that we're tracking. Yes, definitely torrential rain, but where we're looking for a possible tornado, it would be in this zone here where the reds and greens come together near Cedar Grove. Okay, so this would be the spot that we're talking about right now. And if you are living anywhere, and even in Somerset to Ferguson, to Cedar Creek, anyone in Pulaski County here needs to be in the lowest floor of their home. Let me widen this view back out and kind of reset things. The latest scan, if you notice that, we saw the reds and greens kind of spread apart just a little. They're still there. It's meaning that the rotation's a little more broad, but not to say that we still couldn't get a spin-up tornado. Here's the deal, okay? The atmosphere, we're under a tornado watch this morning. We are for southern and southeastern Kentucky still till 7 o'clock. That may get actually extended a little bit later on in the morning. This part of the region hasn't seen nearly as much activity as the northern part of the state. And what that means is this part of the region, the atmosphere hasn't really been worked over by rain and storms. So the atmosphere is kind of untapped farther south and southeast. So as storms from Tennessee, look at this in Nashville, all of these tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings downstream, all of these storms are going to ride north into Kentucky. So we've got a ways to go, all right? We've got more storms to come. These will rotate in as we go through the morning hours. So areas north of this, though, we're just looking at generally some rain, okay? Let me go back to the standard view. This is just rain. We can rest easy here. But where we have the rotation, it's actually two of these cells here. The main one is near Somerset, and it's moving east. The other one is here into the northern part of Pulaski County, and it'll be going over into Rockcastle. If you see, when I look inside the winds of the storm, let me switch over to the storm relative velocity here. When we look inside the storm, see a little bit of reds and greens next to each other here. That's definitely broad rotation. This is where it's a little tighter together near Somerset and Ferguson, kind of also near Burnside, but more indication would be here, and it's moving east. Let me show you another product that I look at often. This is going to see correlation coefficients. We can look at this sometimes and can see on radar if there's any debris. Right now, not seeing anything that stands out on that would say that that is a possibility, so that's good. But we definitely have weak rotation in that zone that I was highlighting. So Somerset to Ferguson, and even really just off to the northeast of Burnside. So everybody here living within Pulaski County, it's south of Science Hill. You need to be in the lowest floor of your home, a basement, a bathroom, an interior room away from windows. I want to go back to our actual live picture down there and just show you what we're looking at, okay? This is 127 out in front of the hospital here, Lake Cumberland Regional Hospital. Our camera is looking more south, all right, toward that thunderstorm. Frequent flashes of lightning, torrential rain. And again, if there was a tornado here, or if there is, it's going to be rain wrapped. You would not be able to see it because the intensity of the rain is just, look at that. Look at the visibility. It's just totally reduced that. Let me clear this off so we can go back to the radar so you can see exactly what I'm talking about here. This is going to show how intense the rain is with that portion of the storm. First, we got the rotation, but look how heavy the rain is here. There is not a rain-free zone. All right, so Somerset to Ferguson and right along 80, okay, just east of there, east of town, is where we're looking at that potential rotation that's moving east. Let me get the speed on that from the National Weather Service, because these storms have been racing all night long. At times, we've seen reports that these winds, these storms have been moving about 60, 70 miles an hour. This one is moving east at 55. So let me go back to the velocity picture right here. All right, this is where, if we have a tornado, it's going to be right in Somerset and on top of Ferguson now, okay? And it's actually on the northern fringe, really, of the warning. All right, so this would be the zone near Rose Road, East Mount Vernon Road, moving east toward Grundy Road. Again, east at 50. So I want to put this track on here because this gives us some more information on our radar here about the storms in general. It's moving, our computer tells us that the storm is moving east-northeast at 59, and it gives it a BTI, which is a Barron Tornado Index of a 2.6. The lower that number, the lower the chance for a tornado. The higher that number is when we have to really start paying attention. You can see it just dropped off, but it did give us a new storm track where we have that area of rotation just east of the city, okay? So Sugar Hill, well, obviously it's storming everywhere in Somerset, all right? But where the rotation is that we're tracking, these are the estimated times that would be arriving. Sugar Hill now, Barnesburg at 4:44, Grundy 4:44, Shopville at 4:47, Valley Oak 4:48, and Wellborn at 4:48, Stab Community at 4:49. That's a rotation there. There is another little tiny area of more broad rotation kind of down on the south side of this toward Burnside. So everyone in Pulaski County, and I know that the polygon or the warning box here does not include the entire county because initially the rotation was farther south here and it's kind of, the storm has been cycling a bit. So I want everyone here within Pulaski County from Somerset, even as far north as Science Hill, because this part of the storm is starting to rotate just east of there. So Science Hill to Somerset to Burnside and east. I want everybody into an interior room away from windows until we give you the all clear. All right, Drum, Eula, Bent, Dykes Community, Ruth, over toward, looks like Whetstone, Goodwater, Anno communities, all these smaller communities, you need to be into your safe place until the storm passes by. Let me give you a quick reset view on the entire home view picture because some parts of the area also seeing some storms. Check this out, another tornado warning. Now this is just outside of our viewing area, but I know that we have some people that are able to pick us up over here in Lawrence County, still on some cable systems. Tornado warning for Lawrence County till 5:15. It's 4:43 right now. When I look inside this particular storm here, I'm not seeing nearly as much of an area that is standing out that could be rotating as we speak. All the bright shades of green indicate to me that, yeah, there is absolutely still some strong straight line winds over here. Now, there may have been in the last little bit on a previous radar scan, there may have been a little rotation that was there, and you can see it as it went out of Morgan County, crossed over again into northern parts of Johnson. See, this is the track over the last hour. So there has been history that the storm has been rotating a bit, but at the current time frame, not seeing much over there that at least would indicate to me that there's a tornado at the moment into Lawrence County. That, again, could spin up, definitely looking, though, at some potential for damaging winds. The storm, though, that does still have rotation that I'm seeing here is into Pulaski County. The latest scan, again, we're watching a couple of areas down here, but it would be this zone here. See how the reds and the greens, see how there's a gap between that? All right, that tells me that we would want those if we have a greater chance for a tornado. You would want those next to each other, like right on top of each other. There's a gap in there, and that means that the area of rotation is more broad, okay? And that's definitely what we're seeing instead of what we would call close or gate to gate. We'll still treat this that we could get a spin-up tornado there, but I still think the biggest concern out of this even is going to be for some straight line winds down here as we look deeper again into Pulaski County. Now, where our cameras at, the rain on Lake Cumberland Regional Hospital is definitely slacked off. All right, let me move the camera around because I want to show you other parts of where this is. All right, so this is, we're looking south here. So we need to look more easterly. So it'd be north, south, east, west. All right, so we need to look in this general direction is where the storm is going to be moving, or would be, just east and northeast of the city. All right, so let me pan this. It gets harder to be able to see, obviously, the further in distance we go, and plus it's night. So we won't really be able to get a clear picture of anything until we're looking from some lightning flashes. But that's the back edge of the storm as it is gradually departing away. And that red that you see there is the light on top of the hospital that is there to be seen by the helicopters that are taking off and on nearby the hospital. All right. Not really seeing much of a lowering or anything there, so that's good news, but definitely still frequent flashes of lightning. If there is a tornado, it would be here. It'd be into the northeastern part of Pulaski County, and we could put a track on that, and I will, because this has been moving off to the northeast pretty quickly. I'll just track this whole leading edge of where we've had some strong winds, and it's moving more east-northeast at 55. So, I mean, these things are going fast. So Acorn now, good water. It is on top of you at the moment. Sandy Gap now. Van Hook 449, so that's just a couple of minutes from now. Over toward Conrad at 449, Squibb at 450, Billows Community 452, down to Bernstadt at 458. So we'll reposition that and get that cleared off for you. Not seeing as many trackers show up on here for us. I want to look at a couple of other features here that we look inside the storm app. See if we have any hail along with that. That's our hail tracker. That's our hail risk for later on today. Hail inside the storm, we'll go back here and look at the radar out of Jackson and see the 1 hour hail here. It's really not been that much of an issue. We did have some back into parts of Casey County earlier, but that's a 1 hour track right now. At least it's not indicating the path that we would be concerned with of at least there at the moment of any hail. The main concern would be maybe for this area of rotation to spin up a tornado. So everybody there, Somerset, the strongest part of the storm that was spawning this is east of town here. All right, and you can kind of tell on the reflectivity a little now that even on the southern side of this, let me go back and kind of match up the velocity inside this again. All right, see the strong, potent winds that are here, and then we'll turn on storm relative that factors in motion. All right, so you see, yep, still a little rotation here, and still some broad rotation on the southern flank of this. So when I go back to the normal view of radar, see how there's like a bit of like an appendage here where it looks like that we're getting a weakness in the precipitation in this zone here, which would be, again, southeast of Somerset, so out of town. Kind of a bit of a notch there. So that is a bit of an indication that we could still have even some broad rotation in that part of the storm. Let me zoom in because I want to go back to some smaller communities down to street level as well and kind of plot some of those for you. So anywhere from Ruth to Drum to the Dykes community to Whetstone to Goodwater, even over to Mount Victory, you're all at least in the path of the warning. But I mentioned that the rotation was kind of shifting a bit more up to the north. Still seeing that as we look here where we have a little bit of the reds and greens. So that would be more into the northern part of the county as we get up toward Sandy Gap and Acorn, over toward Squibb and Billows in the Stab community. So Shopville, even some gustier winds. I'm not seeing anything indicating very strong rotation, but two little zones that could spin up a tornado. One here really, and a more broad area back down to the south. So everyone in Pulaski County east of Somerset, Ferguson, Burnside, Science Hill, and Eubank here along 27, actually the area of rotation is past you. So if we have a tornado, it's going to be in the eastern part of the county right now, okay? It's going to be running east on 80 is one area of broad rotation. Another one down to the south here, further to the south toward the Poplarville, Dykes, and Mount Victory area, these two zones. So we could, again, be seeing two little spots, but that is just on the eastern part of the county. And you should be down to the lowest floor of your home until this storm passes on by. It'll be out of Pulaski County here shortly. I mean, it's moving fast at 55. I mean, I can track the whole front edge of these two broad area of rotations here, and we'll move it all off to the east, and I may not be able to I'm going to have to widen out the view. In order to do a storm track to get it to go to 55 miles an hour, I'm going to have to widen out so we can get some more real estate to do a track. That's just how fast these storms have been moving. At times last night, the storms have also been moving. We were tracking some of the forward movements at 70 miles an hour. That alone, along with that forward movement and forward wind from storms, is enough that it too can also do some damage. So Bernstedt 457. Billows, it's basically on top of you right now. The Hare community, you see it right there. That's crossing over as we get our way up into, well, that starts to cross over as we get over into Laurel County. So is Bernstedt. As we move this, let me reposition this so you can see some of these smaller communities. London would be down the line at 504. The Ferriston community at 507. So we'll keep watching these. Even though they did not draw the tornado warning over into the rest of Laurel County, everybody even over there in Laurel County should be indoors, obviously, and away from windows until this storm passes by. I know we're getting closer to some people beginning to wake up. Some people have to be at work at 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. So if you can, stay hunkered down until we give you the all clear with these two broad areas of rotation. And remember earlier, I was mentioning that there are some more storms downstream that are going through Nashville, going through areas just north of Nashville, and also back to the west of Nashville. It's just lining up. As I show you on the national radar view, this is going to give us an indication. Just look, one storm there, another storm there, another storm there, another one here. This storm that's coming through Pulaski into Laurel County as we speak. And this was the first wave of storms right here. This is the one that's exiting out really on the fringe of our viewing area. And we can go over there and give you another little recap because it looks like that they have extended that tornado warning down into portions of Johnson County even. And even with that though, looking, that goes until 5. It goes for Lawrence County until 5:15. Let me zoom in. I just don't see anything with this storm here that is really standing out that would be rotating. Yeah, still some very intense winds with it, probably 60 miles an hour or stronger, heavier rain. Definitely lightning. Look at the uptick in lightning associated with that going into Lawrence County. But that's going to be moving out. And technically, Lawrence County here is outside of our viewing area. But we'll keep watching that closely. Back to the west, though, looks like, yes, we still have that tornado warning, and it is until 5. So we've got 6 more minutes. Let me look here with the National Weather Service. Check in here with the chat. We're in constant communication with them, and they, in the chat here, they communicate to us, the media, about weather as it's rolling through, okay, any damage that they see. Looks like they expired the tornado warning. Let me read this. Tornado warning for southwestern Laurel, southeastern Pulaski, north central McCreary, and north central Whitley counties will expire at 5 a.m. So they're going to allow it to expire at the top of the hour when it was set to expire because the storms themselves, that area of rotation, again, looks like that it has started to weaken as we were just tracking a moment ago. So that's good. We want that to be able to continue to weaken out. And our newscast starts at 5. So So we'll probably just roll this on over into the start of our newscast and just stay with this and be set and ready to go for the news team at the beginning of the show, because we'll be able to likely, unless if another tornado warning is issued, we'll be able to go on with our newscast and obviously be able to have more of a recap of some other things happening in terms of the news across the state into the overnight. And a big thing obviously has been the weather, not just in Kentucky, but the weather back across the Mid-South into places like Arkansas and Missouri and over into southern Illinois and West Tennessee. Those storms are the ones that are moving here now. Okay, so this is what we got. Still some very broad rotation crossing the county line out of Laurel County and out of Pulaski into Laurel County. Here's the Billows community. Very broad rotation. I just don't see as much left with this as what it was earlier. And even earlier, we had, when the warning was first issued just to the southwest of Pulaski, in southwest of Somerset, the rotation was tighter. It was definitely a little bit more pronounced. But in the last few scans here, things have really weakened out. Yeah, it doesn't mean that we're not saying that there's still some potential for some winds that could gust up 60, maybe 70 miles an hour, but really probably closer to 60 by the way of things I'm seeing. We're just saying that the weakness, the indication of rotation, as you can see on our legend here, there's barely much even showing popping up. Let me take the lightning off. This is the latest update on that, and it matches up perfectly if you look here at the velocity picture. Still, yeah, strong winds, but not nearly as much, at least even broad rotation as what we had a short time ago. All right, these storms keep rolling east, so it is going to be a loud morning. And it is a loud morning with all this lightning that's out there. I'll flip that back on. Look at all the lightning. Loud storms this morning coming through Pulaski over to Rockcastle County, so in and around Mount Vernon, even back down into the northern part of Laurel County there. Still some loud storms and some potential for damaging winds. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there until 5:30 for Rockcastle. Also, it includes Jackson County. It also includes Laurel County till 5:30. That even goes over into Clay County. It's for this particular part. You see it? It sticks out here. This part of the line is the most intense portion of the storm. Pretty small, pretty narrow, should say. It goes from eastern Pulaski all the way up into Mount Vernon and up to about Sand Gap. In that zone, heavy rain, winds that could be up to 60 miles per hour, and we could also be looking at, yes, that maybe on the leading edge of that there was some broad rotation that could spin a tornado. But they're going to allow the tornado warning to expire, which is the same thing that we're seeing again. The reason they're going to allow that to happen at 5 on the dot is because the rotation has continued to weaken. Let me scan through the chat again here to see about any other storms and see what they're saying on this. They're expiring the Johnson County Tornado 2. We're going to let the Pulaski Tornado Warning run its full course, expiring in 10 minutes. Tornado, let me see, back to the west. Looks like they may have just issued a tornado warning for Wayne County. Here we go. Back off to the west. I don't see it in here yet. It may have just been issued. It looks like that it was the one that was from the previous storm. Let me switch radars here. We're in between zones, and it gets hard to see when we're tracking storms that are coming out of Tennessee into southern Kentucky because the radars are far apart here, okay? We've got a radar in Jackson, Kentucky, a radar down in near Knoxville, Tennessee, radar in Nashville, radar in Louisville, and a radar in Wilmington, Ohio. All those radars are really far apart, and this is a zone that we call more of a Doppler dead zone, and it kind of misses out on things. Storms back to the west toward Tompkinsville. Let me double check that because I know they said something about Wayne County before I tossed over to news. Tornado warning for Wayne County, but I don't see that in the system yet. We're going to let let me double check that because I think that may have been a typo from the Weather Service. Data feed. All right, so they're expiring that warning now, all right, and it's just dropped off our map. So the only warnings that we have are those severe thunderstorm warnings that are still in place here for Laurel County, Jackson County, Eastern Pulaski, Clay. That goes here until 5:30, as you see right there on the left-hand corner of your screen. Another storm I'm going to be watching is this one here, Allen County, coming out of Allen, going to be going over here into Cumberland County. This is Clinton County, and this is Russell County. So Russell County starts our viewing area. This storm is not severe warned at the moment, but it definitely has some signatures to it that is definitely catching my eye. So we're going to be watching these storms. Guys, I'm going to send it over to you, and we'll start the whole newscast right on up, and then I'll have a recap on the data, on the weather data coming up in just a moment.
Live from Lexington, our home, your news. This is Fox 56 News at 5.
Good Thursday morning. I'm Krista Spadaccini.
And I'm Paul Jones. Dangerous storms slammed parts of Kentucky overnight, bringing widespread flooding, high winds, and hail.
This stretch of storms is a 4-day event with rain continuing through Saturday. You just heard him, but we're going to go right back over to Chief Meteorologist Justin Logan with the latest this morning. Hey there, Justin.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning to you at home. Thankfully, no tornado warnings in our viewing area. The one off to the east that I was mentioning a little earlier for Johnson County, the Weather Service said that they're going to allow that to expire here at the top of the hour, and it's for this storm. Looks like they've extended that to 5:15, but that is outside of the Fox 56 viewing area. We'll keep an eye on that, though, but people in Louisa and kind of points south of that, there's a little notch there that we'll have to keep a very close eye on. More storms to the south, guys. Most of us, though, are waking up to just rain. Lexington and all of central Kentucky, it's just rain, and it's not severe here. The zone that we have to watch is southern and southeast Kentucky, because that part of the state has yet to actually see some of even rain. So this is the zone we're going to watch this morning, even into the afternoon, for some more storms. Keep your umbrellas with you. We'll have a look at the detailed forecast coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. And as Justin just mentioned, the brunt of the severe storms overnight have moved out of the area for most of us. But this morning, we're still seeing areas with heavy rain and strong winds.
We know you will want to be ready for what may be coming your way as your kids go to school or head off to work. Tyler Melito is driving around this morning. Tyler, where are you at this point, and what are you seeing?
Well, right now, Krista and Paul, I'm on US 27, making my way towards Somerset. Originally, I was in Mercer County, made my way through Boyle County, and now on US 27 towards Pulaski County. What I've noticed so far is twofold. One, the rain has been coming on and off. At some points, it's been heavier. At some points, it's been lighter. And regardless, though, the visibility, have the right brightness on with your headlights and things like that, and adjusting for the other cars as they're coming around. And the other thing is, there has been significant ponding on various portions of the road, not necessarily on US 27, but especially around Lexington. And on my way down to Mercer County, you definitely saw some ponding on the road. So be careful, take that extra time today, and hopefully by 5:30 I can get down to Pulaski County where that most recent tornado warning was, see if there was any damage and things like that. Thankfully, Justin's saying that didn't seem to be the case, but we'll get a good look in about 30 minutes or so. Back to you all.
Okay, Tyler, be safe out there. We appreciate the update. First responders in western Kentucky say they are extremely grateful this morning. Callaway County Fire Rescue took to Facebook to share it had evacuated its headquarters in Murray after being in the direct path of an incoming tornado. The 30-person strong department, along with their families who were sheltering at the station, quickly escaped the line of danger and took shelter in the basement of a nearby church. Thankfully, the tornado lifted before hitting the town.
Governor Andy Beshear has declared a state of emergency for the Commonwealth. Beshear urges all Kentuckians to be alert and find a safe place ahead of the next round of storms. The state's Emergency Operations Center has been activated, and the Kentucky National Guard has been ready to respond to whatever needed. The governor explains he's taking action ahead of what could be another dangerous flooding situation in the days to come.
It is especially concerning for far western Kentucky, which is going to see potentially historic amounts of rain over a 4-day period, and maybe most concerning overnight tonight. We could see some tornadoes throughout Kentucky that could be really strong.
Kentucky's price gouging laws have also been activated to protect Kentuckians from overpriced goods and services in the storm's aftermath.
Kentucky Transportation Secretary Jim Gray issued an emergency order ahead of the severe weather. It temporarily lifts restrictions on commercial trucks to speed up relief efforts, including debris removal, power restoration, and fuel deliveries, in an effort to help deliver resources faster to areas in need. The order also relieves drivers from maximum driving times and weigh stations. Secretary Gray adds every second matters when lives are on the line. Truck drivers need to keep a copy of that order in their cab if they're operating under its authority.
Now your forecast from Fox 56 News, the weather authority.
All right, good morning, everybody. New tornado warning in place for Pulaski, Wayne, and also a very sliver of the northern sliver of McCreary County. That tornado warning goes until 7 o'clock this morning, so it's about 30 minutes left on that warning in place. It's for rotation that is showing up on the radar into the northern part of Wayne County. We'll look inside the storm here. Remember, this is getting far away from our radar, so we're going to give you the best vantage point from a different radar that we've got, and this is likely our the strongest rotation of the morning that I've seen. We saw that earlier with the warning back around 5 o'clock that was near Somerset and Ferguson, but this one is also the strongest since then that I've seen. So when we say tight couplet next to each other, this is what we mean. Brighter shades of green and brighter pixels of red right next to each other in here. This, if we have a tornado, this is where it would be. So let's look at some of the roads here. I'll zoom in a little bit closer. That's going to be right in the Fraser and Hardwick communities of Wayne County. Here's Quinton, which is in Pulaski County. Here's Burnside, and obviously north of that and kind of behind the banner is Somerset. All right, and this is going to pass just to the south of that. It is moving off to the northeast. Peyton, do you know the forward movement of that? We had storms all night that have been between about 55, 65, and at times even upwards of a 70-mile-per-hour forward movement. Does it say?
It's moving east at around 50 miles per hour right now.
All right, so I'm going to put a track on that. I have NWS Chat, Peyton, pulled up on this computer over here if you need to see that. If you don't have it pulled up, you have it on your phone?
I have it, yeah.
Okay.
I have it.
All right, so moving east at 55?
50.
50. Wow, that's, again, moving fast. All right, so at that speed, at that movement here, Burnside, it is on your doorstep, expecting a time, estimated time, that is, arrival at 6:36. Looking here at Quinton, though, it's on your doorstep right now. You get toward Omega at 6:40, Blue John 6:42, Northville Community also at 6:42. Again, this is so far the strongest rotation that I've seen in our viewing area all night long, and I came in back around 2 o'clock this morning. No confirmation yet that this is on the ground, but we need to treat it as if that one could be, okay, or one could happen momentarily. So what's going on is the radar is scanning and it sees that there's rotation in the cloud, okay? But we don't have any indication at the moment that it is on the ground, but it could happen. Let me look deeper into this at our debris detector, and this is going to be very messy. So this is not going to be probably something in this go-round that we'd be able to see because of rain on this product. We would look at this, and sometimes when you would see a drop in color and some blue showing up, that would be where we could sometimes see the radar scanning and it finds potential debris. Not seeing that show up here right now. Let's go back to the normal standard radar view. And if there's a tornado, it would also be rain wrapped because we have showers and storms all around this area of rotation. It's not one of those where we get a clear rain-free zone that you're able to see inside and see the potential tornado. This is a zone that is going to be wrapped in rain if we've got it, okay? I want to look from a couple of vantage points here. I'm going to switch out of Louisville and see if we're seeing the same thing on that, on storm relative velocity. See where this kind of goes out and there's like a blank in there. It's what we call range folding. So we're at the far distance of the radar, but it is in that little piece that is showing up there definitely shows that, yes, that there is pretty good rotation showing up on the edge. Let's go back on our radar out of Jackson. All right, you could see, we'll look at storm relative again. The latest scan is starting to show that kind of broadening out, not as tight as it was, but we could still have a tornado on the ground. This is really moving more northeast because it was still out of Wayne County. So Wayne County, the rotation has crossed out of your area. So if anybody lives again, Pulaski County, south of Somerset, Burnside community, we can give you some other smaller communities here. I'll zoom in: Northfield, Meese, Hale, Poplarville, Mountain Victory. These are down the line as this again is moving fast at 50 miles per hour. Tateville, Burnside, Sloan's Valley, Omega, Hargis, all those communities need to be in your safe spot. And a lot of you know where that is. If you don't, again, lowest floor of your home, a basement. If you don't have a basement, the first floor. All right, get as low as you can, get under something, get into a bathroom, interior room away from windows, a closet. It's another good place. Somerset itself and Ferguson, you're on the very northern fringe of the polygon. Listen, this could lift a little farther north, so even as far north as Somerset and Ferguson, I would get in your safe place, but the rotation is coming closer to Burnside. Peyton, are they saying anything in the chat there about any indication that they may be seeing something on the ground?
Not right now, so nothing new from the Weather Service. Obviously, we'll keep watching to see if they're going to say anything new, and so far, nothing new, just continuing that tornado warning. Something I've noticed on the latest scan, the rotation's not as tight as it once was. I want to show you just a few minutes ago. If we go back just a couple scans, you can see, as you mentioned, it was a pretty significant couplet there. One of the better ones we've seen of the morning so far, and it's fallen apart just a little bit, but it's pretty much been following Route 90 its whole path. So if you live along Highway 90 there again in Pulaski County, about to cross over the bridge right there that goes right over the lake, right where Burnside Marina and that area is, about to cross right over that area. Latest scan, it just jumped across the lake there. So that's where this storm is right now. I'll zoom in just a little bit so we can take a closer look. And again, it's just the rotation's not as tight of a couplet as it once was, but you can still see the reds and the greens where they come together. I'll circle it on the map so it's easier for you to see, right over Burnside proper right now. So this has jumped the county lines, and it is right at the split of 90 and 27 there, where you can go either down into Burnside or up into Somerset. If you're familiar with this area, you know exactly what I'm talking about. So it's right in that area, continuing to work to, again, like Justin was saying, really pretty much the northeast at this point. Still have that couplet there. If this was a tornado, this is exactly where it would be, pretty much right over Burnside right now as we speak. Let's get a couple of these areas in. Again, Northfield, Meese, back up Dry Branch Road, Rush Branch Road, if you're in these areas, Kettlehead Road, Poplarville, Dykes, if you're back towards let's see, Sulphur Springs Hollow Road. These are all areas where you should be in your safe spot right now. And again, this is right over the Burnside area and working off to the east-northeast right now. So south of Somerset, south of Ferguson, right over Burnside right now. Justin, again, no update, but again, Still have a couplet there, but it, again, isn't as tight as it once was. So we'll continue to watch it. Hopefully, we'll continue to see that trend over the next couple scans.
Yeah, broadening out just a bit, but it's likely doing that because it's running finally back into an area that has had some storms this morning over the last couple of hours, and that in turn can kind of help to work the atmosphere over a bit, and that's probably what it's happening here. It's running into an atmosphere that's not as charged as it is farther to the south, where we've seen hardly any rain. By the time you get down to Whitley City and down into portions of McCreary and Whitley counties, I mean, you're talking about hardly any rain fall so far today at all, even going back into last night, because the storms have just not made it that far south. So even though the tornado warning was drawn to include Wayne County, which is where the rotation originated, you can come out of your safe spot in Wayne County. The rotation that led to that tornado warning is out of your coverage area, okay? Wayne County, you're clear of the rotation. Now, let's look here a little farther to south. McCreary County, you're also out of the rotation. You were included in the polygon, but as Peyton was just showing you and I was showing you there, the rotation is only in Pulaski County, and it's right there, right on top of the Burnside area. Peyton?
I just want to point out something that's kind of concerning that we've been seeing throughout the morning. Notice this line of storms just trailing one after the other. So if you're in places like Russell County, even into Wayne County, even though you're in the clear right now, you still want to stay weather aware and alert, because these storms and these cells are pretty much just trailing over the same areas, really going right through the Lake Cumberland region. So that's something we're going to have to watch closely over the next couple hours. Now, the good news, like Justin was saying, is, and hopefully this trend continues, is the storm we have right now that has the tornado warning right over or just now to the east of Burnside here. It is weakening as it works off to the east, because we've already seen a lot of that rain. So, but we're going to need to continue to watch this. Russell County, oh, see, a new tornado warning again that is bordering Wayne County. This is for Clinton County now, so just outside of the viewing area. But Justin, we're going to have to watch that all morning long, because these are just trailing one after the other.
Yeah, like train cars on a train tracks. It's going to go over the same spots over and over, which in turn too could lead to some flooding issues in spots that see that. But then we have the severe side of it that we have to keep an eye on. Looking, though, still at that rotation again as we zoom back in north of Burnside. So here's Somerset and here's Ferguson. And if there is a tornado, it's going to be just southeast of that. I can show you our home view camera down in Somerset right now. I kind of position the camera toward that direction. Obviously, still dark outside, and it still is raining here. So it's going to be hard to see. The only hope we would have, even though it would likely be rain wrapped, is that if in some of the flashes of lightning, we'd be able to potentially see that maybe a lowering, if that. All right, but that's going to be even hard to see with the fact that we've got a lot of rain that's in the distance. A lot of lightning, a lot of rain, even gustier winds that are showing up there. That is the one tornado warning there, but you could see they extended that one out of Clinton County, out of Clinton County, and a new warning that goes into Wayne County, and it's for this storm. So just as we gave the clear for Wayne County a moment ago from the first area of rotation that's now east of Burnside, the warning that's in effect for Monticello and basically the northern half of Wayne County is because of this rotation that's coming out of Clinton County, which is outside of our viewing area, but we have viewers in Wayne County that we're warning for. So let's look. I want to flip from the radar out of Nashville, okay? This is going to give you, again, we're in the zone here. Clinton County, down in the Lake Cumberland area, we find ourselves away, very far away from all the radars that scan this zone. So the radar beams, because of the curvature of the earth, the radar beam is a few thousand feet off the surface. So it's scanning into the cloud where we definitely have some rotation. Is it making it down to the ground? Well, at this time, we don't know because we don't have any ground truth. What we do know is that there is rotation on the radar into Clinton County, and this would be be tracking pretty much due to the northeast. And I'm going to use that tracker in a second, but I want to scan through a couple of different radars. This one shows it too, and this one also has the twisting of the wind signature as we're looking from Louisville. As we look from Jackson, again, they're all about the same distance away. You can see that couplet or that area of rotation, and there's the newest scan. It's moving in northeastern portions of Clinton County. The speed on that, that's likely what, northeast at 50 as well?
Yes, it's moving northeast at 50. Well, yeah, northeast at 50 miles per hour. So just about 13 miles north of Byrdstown is the area it's in. But I want to point this out, Justin, too. I don't know, well, this latest scan isn't as good, but the last one, there was almost a little bit of a hook there in just the normal radar that you could see on radar that was not on the velocity there. But again, this latest scan where we're right in between, it's tough to see, but you can still see a pretty good couplet there about to cross into Wayne County in the next couple minutes.
Which radar are you looking from there?
This is from Nashville. Okay. So this is, I'm going to switch it. Let me see if I can turn on our rotate. Yeah, look at the rotation detector about to cross in to Wayne County right now. And that's exactly where this is lining up with the couplet. I mean, that one looks pretty impressive right in here, if you can see. So again, if you're right on the county line there, I mean, it's going to be in your area in the next few minutes. Monticello, we're probably talking about the next 10 minutes or so. But if you're right on the county line, moving to, again, the northeast at about 50. I'll put a tracker on this really quick. Well, let me see if I can get any other. A lot of that's very rural. So if you're right on the county line on the west side of Wayne County, though, you need to be in your safe spot right now. Monticello, it's getting to you around 6:55. So again, about 10 minutes. So
I was looking here at another product that we use, and the radar beam from Nashville to that portion of the storm, it's 8,000 feet off the surface. So the beam height, you're shooting 8,000 feet up. You for the best indication of what's going to happen down to the ground, this is the problem, you know, that you get when you get far away from radars, is you want to see what's happening the closest to the ground. Up in the clouds, that's all we have. That's the tool that we have. And right now, yes, there still is rotation. Do we know that it's on the ground? No, we don't. This is radar indicated still. And we're going to venture through a lot of these different radar sites so we can give you the best vantage point. I've drawn on, I've got some of the smaller communities on this, Peyton, over here. Hidalgo now, Merle, Susie communities now, Parnell 647. So we're only talking about within the next minute or so. Short Mountain 649, Oilton at 650, Swifton 650, and Eadsville at 651. So we're giving you a little bit of lead time on the front edge of these storms, or this particular storm, as it works its way off to the east. There's the newest scan. Still puts that rotation there as we work our way into now more into Wayne County. I want to revisit, though, the other warning that we have upstream, and that is for the storm that is still going through Pulaski County. It's just off of the east of Burnside. What's left of it in here is going to be over into the eastern part of the county. It is getting a little bit weaker. Let me look at a different vantage point there because we didn't get a clear scope of the wind on that. Still, again, finding ourselves on the edge of all of these radars. But if there is anything left with this storm, it's going to be east of downtown Somerset, and we're out toward Poplarville, Dykes, Goodwater, Mountain Victory, over toward the Whetstone area. These are same communities that we called out earlier for a tornado warning that was there into Pulaski County earlier this morning. So that'll move out, and when that moves out, if it holds together, it'd be crossing over into Laurel County. You're not under a warning. Are they saying in chat anything about are they going to extend that?
They haven't said anything about extending it or
could you ask them in the chat, in the Jackson chat, if they plan to try to extend that further? I mean,
I'll ask them.
They may not even replace it with the severe thunderstorm warning. At this rate, doesn't look like it.
And it looks like also they have extended the tornado watch until 9 a.m.
Okay.
So, which... Yeah, until 9 a.m. So, which makes sense because, again, we have storm after storm kind of lined up for the same area. So I'll ask them if they're going to extend it. It expires at 7, so we just got a couple, well, still got about 15 minutes, and it's about out of the box.
Yeah.
So Really, I threw up the rotation detector here too. Notice our radar product. This is from Jackson. I've been switching it back and forth just like you, Justin, from Jackson and Nashville. This one's not really picking up on any rotation with the one that's over in Pulaski County, but it still has a pretty decent signature. Again, it's just so hard because the radar sites are all so far away. So again, this is radar indicated, but you still want to take it seriously here. But again, the rotation looks most significant at this point from all of our radar sites for that one that's crossing into Wayne County, headed towards Monticello. Again, they're both of these storms are pretty much paralleled State Route 90 there. So we'll see if that continues. I'm going to switch back to radar here. And see if there's anything. Regardless, it's just a nasty storm. Damaging winds definitely a possibility, along with the very heavy rainfall, regardless of if there's a tornado or not. But with the rotation showing up, you still want to take those precautions, get into your safe spot. And again, this one here up in Pulaski County, it just isn't looking as impressive as it once was. Still some damaging winds, though, maybe some small hail as well with that one, Justin.
Yeah, the leading edge of that definitely is still starting to get weaker. I was looking at some other products here for just a second. Let me go back to the radar. This is the same thing that Peyton was talking about a minute ago, the rotation detector for the storm that's coming out of Wayne County. It's on the Wayne County and Clinton County line. But when we get our newest scan, as fast as this is moving, it's going to be up by that point farther into Wayne County, running right along this highway. It's kind of hard to see. The numbers aren't popping up there. Did you say this was 90 earlier?
Yes, Route 90.
Right, Route 90. So Walt, Zula, Susie, Merle, Ramsey Island, there's the newest rotation detector. We can see we have some red that's mixed in with a bit of the green. So if you look at the legend, it says strong, but I still think we could see a little bit of rotation with that as it keeps working its way eastbound. Slat, number 1, Monticello, Bethesda, over toward Ray Gap. All of these here within this polygon need to be down in the lowest floor of your home, okay, until we get this storm out of here. But as Peyton was mentioning, though, I mean, farther downstream, look at the warnings just lining up down across Tennessee. Earlier, this was in Nashville. So it is slowly sinking south, which is why areas in our viewing area that have not picked up on rain yet are likely, before the day is over, for sure the morning, going to get in on some storms. So our southern counties along and south of the parkways in southern Kentucky, or very close to that, stand the best chance this morning to see some severe weather. Farther off to the north, though, as we kind of reset on the home view, everybody else behind that line is just looking at rain. Yes, moderate rain, heavier rain for the morning commute as we get into basically most of our coverage area. Richmond, Danville, Liberty, McKee, maybe a stronger storm there, but just definitely steadier rain showing up, and that rain is heavy along the Mountain Parkway going south of I-64 between Moorhead and running down into Wolfe County toward Campton. But really just our main concern here obviously is for the tornado warnings that remain in place down south again, along and south of the parkways in southern Kentucky. So we have 2 storms. The first one, which apparently appears that they're not going to extend this any further. They're not going to extend this warning that goes out of Pulaski County. It doesn't look like at the moment that they're going to take that over into Laurel County, which shows some good signs, but hopefully this will be allowed to expire soon, because I do see that it is getting weaker. Let me look out of Jackson. This is going to give us a better vantage point since we're getting closer to Jackson as we get into London. Still some broad rotation here into the eastern part of Pulaski County still. That would be taking us as we work our way into Goodwater, the Whetstone area, down toward Mudlick. Looks like that is going to be Mountain Victory, Meese Road, Dykes Community. This part of the county, if there is a tornado left, it would be here. It's much weaker rotation than before. So that's Pulaski County. down to the south, this Monticello storm that's approaching Monticello right now that came out of Clinton County definitely looks like in the latest scan, yes, it's still strong, but it may be getting weaker. I want to switch back out of Nashville on this one because I think that honestly is giving us the best vantage point. There it is right there, west of Monticello. So everybody there in Wayne County needs to be basement or lowest floor of the home, interior room, away from windows.
Yeah, hey, Justin, I reached out to the Weather Service waiting to hear back on that warning in Pulaski County. But, I mean, that storm's pretty much right on the edge of the box. So I would imagine they're going to be making a decision in the next couple minutes. Looks like they're trying to respond to me. They're typing right now. So we'll see what they say. Again, like you were saying, it doesn't look as impressive as it once did. So I would assume by now they would have extended it if they were going to. But it is interesting. The storm's about out of the box, and this warning still goes until 7 o'clock. So we'll see what they decide to do there.
That just shows how fast that they're moving.
Yes, moving still 50 miles per hour.
Wow.
And so, I mean, and again, you mentioned we're watching these storms back to back to back that were once down near Nashville crossing the state line. So these areas are definitely not out of the woods anytime soon over the next little bit. But I'll check back in a second once we get an update from them.
Appreciate that. We've got this couplet still showing up here west of Monticello. See the brighter pixels of blue? That just is an indication on our legend that the winds that are going toward the radar are stronger when you go from greens over to blue. The reds are just to the south, so that's winds that are moving away. And then in between there, obviously, when those two come together, right in here is where we would potentially have a tornado. If there is one, it would be there. So everybody close to this, all right? Everybody, all these small communities that you see that are inside this red blinking box or polygon needs to be underground or into a interior room, all right? A helmet is a great thing to put on your head or your kid's head as you're seeking shelter this morning, because that helmet can provide more protection, let's say, than we're covering our heads with our hands, all right? That helmet's going to be hard. It's there for protection during sports or if we're riding bikes and we fall off that, because we need to protect our brain that's inside. I tell kids this all the time at school visits to put on that helmet, all right? And it's 6:54, so we're going to be nearing times here where kids are going to be loading the bus to go to school. And this is a very, very difficult time for that to happen, because kids, obviously, we don't want to miss the bus. But we also don't want to be on the bus or waiting out at a bus stop for storms to come on through. Very tricky setup to be in, because we want to be indoors and not outside. There is the latest scan still going up towards Swifton, Parnell, and the Frisbee community. This is where, again, this zone that we would have a potential tornado on the ground. So this is very close to Monticello, and honestly, it's close enough by that Monticello, you as well need to be hunkered down until we give you the all clear. I want to see if we have had any storm reports with this. So far, not seeing any. Let me switch out of a different radar again, because I want to ping around. They're all pretty much still showing that rotation in that same spot, or at least in that vicinity here, near Monticello, if not just off to the north by a slight little bit.
Hey, Justin, real quick. Just an update on that Pulaski County tornado warning. They're allowing it to expire. Just put out a special weather statement for winds gusting upwards of 50 miles per hour. So it is below severe category at this point. So
that's good.
Yeah, good news there.
Good news there, getting weaker. Back on the storm though, this product is a little delayed. So what happens is the radar samples all the data and it looks for severe threats. It looks for wind, it looks for rain, it looks for hail. Okay, so a minute ago, with that area of rotation that we were tracking out of Clinton County into Wayne County here, this was at least spitting out that it was saying, hey, let me catch your attention here. I'm flagging at least the potential for winds that are up to 70 miles per hour. And if we fast forward that would put it in this zone, because this lags behind just a bit because it scans the whole radar picture. So let me go and put that back on to where we have the rotation now. In this zone, we for sure, even if we don't have a tornado, we could still have winds that are upwards of 70 miles per hour, maybe a little bit stronger, right there next to each other. This is going to ride just along and north of 90. Let me zoom back in. Eadsville you need to be in a hunker down safe place. Steubenville, northeast of Monticello there. This is getting up toward, again, there's Eadsville, there's Swifton, there's Rankin and Steubenville. This is going off to the east-northeast. And again, this is moving fast. This storm has been racing off to the northeast, I think faster than what they progged it because it's already been running outside of almost at its expiration time, at least the first storm was. This is going to go over toward Touristville too, which is far northeastern portions of Wayne County. All right, that warning for Wayne County goes until 7:15. Again, we already told you, and Peyton did, that the warning for Pulaski County is going to be allowed to expire at the top of the hour. Rotation has faded with that. Still some gustier winds, but at least the potential for a tornado has since faded there. So that's good news for Pulaski County.
Still a little bit of rotation there. You can see, again, where the red and green come together just to the north of Monticello. But this has pretty much been paralleling 90 and just north of town there. So, again, you have a lot of farmland, a lot of rural area. Eadsville, Rankin, Steubenville, back towards Betsy, even Mill Springs, back up in those areas. That is where those are the areas that this is moving to next if there was a tornado there. But again, indications are maybe some weakening. And Justin, that was the trend with the last storm as it crossed into Pulaski County. We saw that weakening because these areas have already seen a lot of rain and it's kind of tapped into that energy. So hopefully we'll continue to see that trend as the morning goes on. But again, if we look back off to well, my computer's froze up on me, but just back off to the south and west, still several storms to go that are working in that direction of those same areas. So we'll have to continue to watch that. And those southernmost counties that some of these storms are staying a little further to the south, so like Whitley City, Williamsburg, those areas, they haven't seen all the storm activity we've seen all night long. And those storms are kind of eyeing those areas. So southern Wayne County into McCreary and Whitley counties, you guys need to be on the lookout within the next hour or so as those storms down in Tennessee are working in your direction. So we'll continue to watch this one in Wayne County, though. Again, it's not as impressive as it once was. Curious if they're going to extend that warning at all, though, because it's also getting close to the end of the box. It goes until 7:15, so about 14 minutes left on that one there.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that update. We will keep watching, obviously, all the storms that are out there right now, but the one that is obviously of most concern is the storm that we've been tracking right here of the morning that's running out of, running right through Wayne County, right along, as Peyton said, US 90 or Highway 90 here that goes, again, that comes all the way out of Clinton County and then runs its way up into Wayne County through Monticello and then takes its way off to the north and northeast of that through Steubenville and eventually crosses out and eventually over into the southern part of Pulaski County. There's the new scan, and we still see some of that rotation here. But as we were looking inside, I want to go back out of the Nashville radar and look at the shear product. Still little there. And this is where they're keeping that warning going, and probably will, unless if they see things drastically weaken. But so far, I've not seen that. Yeah, it has been a weakening trend. Still that in that zone up toward really east of Eadsville, and that's going to be taken as toward Rankin, Mill Springs, down toward Betsy, right on top of Steubenville. If there's anything left in terms of a tornado there, it's going to be in this zone here as it keeps racing off to the northeast. I'm going to look at our camera again. We're starting to get a little bit closer to daylight within the next hour. Still looking at, if you look closely here, occasionally we're going to get some more flashes of lightning in the distance, but still looking at some very, at times, heavier rain coming through Somerset. Can't see anything, though, beyond that, just because of, one, how dark it is, two, all the clouds we got in place, and three, the reduced visibility from the rain that keeps rolling through portions of Pulaski County right now. All right. Let's widen this back out here. And I want to see here. I think I've frozen up too. Maybe not.
Looks like, Justin, they're not going to extend that warning right now. They're just continuing the one in place until 7:15. So doesn't look like they're going to extend it just yet. So
All right, well, that is some good news. Looks like that they're probably watching that same trend just as we are, that has been getting weaker as it's made its way a little farther off to the north and may not extend it. Let me turn off the...
And the latest shear product out of Nashville's radar site is not even showing any rotation. So at all. So still a little bit on the Jackson radar site, but again, very weak. So but out of Nashville, not really showing anything at all. So that's a good sign that we're seeing that weakening trend as it works towards the county line there. But again, there is still a little bit of rotation there, but it doesn't seem nearly as significant as it once was when it was back towards the Clinton County line. So it looks much better than it did just moments ago. So that's some good news.
Very positive. All right, I'm going to show you future radar on this here. We'll take this out over the next couple of hours to show you where the storms are going. So give the time for the product to load. There it goes. And then I will hit play, and this is going to take us out over the next few. Do you notice how there are still individual cells coming out of Tennessee over the next several hours? And you see how even future radar is pinning where it looks like that some of these have tails or notches on them or kinks in the line. That's signs that or signatures that we look for where there could be some rotation. So that these storms are going to have to bear watching. And these though, okay, for everybody else that's watching, other than southern and southeast Kentucky, the severe threat is going to be down here because this part of the state has yet to see really much, if any, rain. And these storms will keep moving farther into eastern and southeast Kentucky. This is why this part of the state is the one that's under the gun, at least for some severe weather throughout the morning. For the rest of us upstream here, we're looking at rain, okay? And maybe some breaks. We may start to get some breaks in the rain across the bluegrass. See these pockets of breaks back to the west with the heaviest corridor of rain shifting south of I-64. So that's how it looks over the next couple of hours. Those storms just keep riding along our southern communities here, and that'll be a trend that we keep watching over time. Let me go back into where what the storm looks like right now, and we'll go to the Jackson radar, and we will zoom back in a little bit closer to the storm that's run its way this morning through portions of Wayne County, and now it's very close to crossing out of that and into Pulaski. See this one? This is one cell here, kind of another, and then another behind that. I mean, they're just lining up one after the other. But thankfully, all along this, at least, if we look inside at the wind, yep, some broad rotation there with that one in Albany. Broad rotation with the next little cell that's ahead of it in western Wayne County, and then the one that's on the leading edge that's in northeastern Wayne County that is northeast of Monticello. This thing just really went crazy on me here. We tilted and we zoomed and went all the way down to street level. Let me zoom back out here. There's Burnside. This thing is flipped around and everything. So let me reset. There we go. Sometimes this thing... sometimes it flips all the way upside down. All right, let's look back at that. Okay, so there's three little areas that we're watching. One northeast of Monticello toward the Rankin community, the other back off to the west, and another that's crossing out of Clinton County just east of Albany. So three little zones, but the one near Albany and the one northeast of Monticello is stronger.
All right, they're going to allow this tornado warning to expire at its time at 7:15. So just got a few more minutes on this, and it looks like they're not going to continue it. So Pulaski County looks like you are good. Just some gusty winds with this one at this point. So that is some good news there. We've been seeing the weakening trend over the last several minutes, so that's something good. But they are going to allow it to expire at 7:15. But then we're still going to have to keep an eye on several of these storms a little further to the south and east down in Tennessee, or south and west, I should say, rather, down in Tennessee. So, but they will let that one expire. They're not going to extend it into Pulaski County, Justin.
Well, that's good. But that storm itself still does have, even if this is not rotating, this still could produce some at least strong gusty winds that are coming here, working their way toward Hardwick and then Fraser, Kidder community. That would be where it would be heading next. And then that's still in Wayne County. Then you would work your way toward Burnside, and that obviously works into the southern part of Pulaski County. So that storm keeps working north, and then we wait for the next one that's behind it to see if it is going to hold true at all. That's 1, that's 2, that's 3. This is the one, and you can see how this is kind of bowing out here. It has this backward shaped C signature, so that's that bow. And then in the apex of this is where you would find your strongest winds, okay? So even if there's not a tornado on this part, this storm still has a severe thunderstorm warning along with it. And that severe thunderstorm warning, let me clear this text all off. The severe thunderstorm warning portion of that still goes until 7:15. That's because we could still have some winds 60 miles per hour along that. And I wouldn't even rule out some hail, but this doesn't look like severe hail to me. East of Albany, it looks like more small hail, maybe pea or nickel size hail. Further back to the north, again, they're going to allow this warning to expire in about 5-6 minutes. But a recap of storms elsewhere: heavy rain, ponding of water on the roads, impacting your morning commute into Jackson County, really everybody, okay? But I'm going to call out areas that are seeing the heaviest rain right now and likely the best chance for ponding of water on the roads because it hasn't had a chance to run off. That's going to be Jackson, that's going to be Lee and Owsley, Wolfe County, Morgan County, up into Menifee County. You're also dealing with this east of Frenchburg. That's where some of the heaviest rain is. Then we'll traverse back to the south and west, running into Laurel County. Heavy rain in and around London, especially north and west. We get back into Pulaski County. Most of the county has pockets of at least moderate and definitely some heavier rain. Back into Casey, Lincoln, Boyle, and Garrett counties, moderate, steady rain there that is definitely going to be reducing visibility. I see it looks like we have a new twisting of the wind signature here on this. It looks like we also have a track. Let's look at the information, the readout from the radar. This is the next storm that's coming out of Clinton County. Again, it'll be crossing into Wayne here soon. It is a very low top storm, very low top, 19,000 feet, just shy of 20,000 feet. It has a Barron tornado index of 2.6, so that's low. Generally, when that number starts getting up to about a 5 or a 6, that index that we have here that we show, when it starts getting up 5 or 6, there's usually a pretty good bet that there's a tornado on the ground, at least that I've seen and what they've had from research. We're at 2.6, so we're well below that. Hail size 30%. That we would see hail, 30% chance, so that's very low. Hail size would be under a ½ inch. So that's what I was saying, maybe seeing some pea-size hail. But we could still see some strong winds, though, because that's bowing out. So for sure, up toward the Alpha community here, 7:15, so about 4 minutes from now. Windy at 7:16, Zula at 7:17. Down toward Ramsey Island at 7:18. So heavy rain, gusty winds for sure coming back into Wayne County. You've just been seeing repeated storm after storm here that's made its way through your area. And the first one, you can see that tornado warning has dropped off. So that's good news. Well, it looks like it's still there, but that's only for the 3 more minutes because they're going to allow it to expire unless, as we said, unless if they try to put a warning for that new area of rotation coming out of Clinton County. But I don't think they're going to do that.
Yeah, Justin, so far it doesn't look like they're going to do a warning on that one. The Weather Service has kind of been seeing the same trend we've been talking about, is really Wayne into Pulaski counties. The environment's pretty worked over at this point. So it looks like a lot of these are pretty much weakening as they cross into those areas. Keep in mind the places down in Tennessee and even some of our southernmost counties like McCreary and Whitley counties aren't as worked over. So we will still have to watch some of these storms down into Tennessee for those areas. But right now, Clinton into Wayne and Pulaski County, it's seen storm after storm. They've seen storm after storm over the past couple hours here. So those areas are pretty worked over. So the environment just isn't as favorable for the severe weather. Really, at this point, it just looks like some gusty winds is the main threat with these. Because again, in about a minute and a half, they're going to allow that tornado warning to expire. Really, the part that was warned is already out of the box, Justin.
Yeah. That's what spawned it. The part that's crossing over into southern and southwestern portions of Pulaski County. So here's Somerset. Burnside is farther to the south here, just west of there. This area, this little cell here is definitely still producing heavy rain and some gustier winds for sure. Then there's the second one north of Monticello. The third one is downstream there with a little broad rotation that's being found out of eastern Clinton County. So we'll keep watching these for you through the morning. I want to switch over out of Louisville and look at this storm too. The one out of Clinton County, I mean, we're in radar dead zone when we get down this far away from all of them. Getting our vantage point from Jackson, again, it's shooting probably several thousand feet above the surface at this point. So it definitely is seen that on the ground there is the potential for rotation in the clouds, but is it making it down to the ground? Well, so far we've not had any reports that that's happened, which is good. We don't want any reports. Now that area of rotation, what's left is over into the western part of Wayne County. So it's going to be near Shearer Valley, Hidalgo, Susie area. If I go back in more 2D view, you can see that a little bit clearer. What I'm talking about. This signature kind of lagging behind. If there's anything left with that next little wave, it'd be right here. And that's right in that Susie community, which would come back in toward Monticello. But I mean, literally, we have 1 minute, and it's going to be allowed to expire. Other storms up to the north, though. I mean, nothing severe on this. This is just your run-of-the-mill, steadier rainfall. If I take you on the wide view of all the radars put together, the national radar. See what I'm talking about here. A heavier rain to the south, lighter rain and steadier rain to the north. The warning indeed has dropped off. But before we go back into our newscast here, I'm going to put one of these tracks out over time because there still are some gusty winds on the leading edge of this. I'm going to put a track on the front edge. Gap Creek 716, we could see some winds up on the order of maybe near 50, maybe a little stronger. That's crossing over into Wayne County now, over toward Hidalgo 718, Susie 719, Shearer Valley at 720. With the latest stats that come from the radar looks at this and it flags what type of threats that it sees. It has upticked the hail possibility up to 90% and possibility about the size under the size of quarters. So quarter size hail would make it severe. It's under that. So still some strong winds, stronger storms moving back into Wayne County. But right now they have weakened below at least tornadic levels or even severe levels. We'll keep an eye on that. But guys, we're going to send it over to you, and I guess we'll start our news at 7. Have that. We don't have reports of that, but at least with the lowering being reported a short time ago, that is a key, the next step there that we need to take this very seriously. We're looking at from this storm from the radar out of Nashville. That's going to give us the best vantage point, the closest, at least closest view of that storm. And you see where we have this little spinning signature, the twisting of the wind icon there, still showing the rotation here into, again, extreme northeastern Clinton County. But the reason we're already on is because this is going to be very soon crossing into Wayne County, which is why they've issued that tornado warning till noon. We're at 11:17 right now. The track of this, if I give you a little update, this is giving us some information about this particular storm. Forecast movement is off to the northeast at around 45 miles an hour, but also giving us a Barron tornado index of a 2.7. The lower that number again, the lower the chance. The higher the number, the greater the chance that we could get a tornado. Some of the communities in the path of this rotation: Marlow now, same story at Cartwright, but down the line, Cumberland City 1121, Watauga at 1122, Ramsey Island 1127, and 1132 toward the Parnell community. These are some of the exact same areas from earlier this morning when we had multiple tornado warnings that were going through Wayne County early this morning, and that is exactly what we're seeing now. That also includes, again, the tornado warning goes all the way up into Pulaski County as well. So it's Wayne and Pulaski and even a portion of McCreary County. They drew this polygon to include those areas. If I kind of widen out the view just a touch more, they drew it just kind of barely skirting as well the Russell County line there. But this is the center of circulation. You see a lot of greens and a little couple of pixels of red, which is the two shades or the two different directions that the winds are going toward and away from the radar next to each other. Let me look at a couple of other things here. We were tracking a little bit earlier what we call debris detector. Sometimes you can see clear on this, but if you're going to get a lot of rain sometimes or you're going to get hail, it's hard to see any bit of a drop in this. It gets a little noisy with a lot of the rain, and then obviously is a little bit of hail to the north. So not seeing anything showing up clearly on that. Let's see, nothing showing up on our tornado debris signature. That's good so far. Doesn't mean that we can't still have a potential for a quick spin up tornado. Rotation is still there, but also looking at the potential for a little bit of hail. Have they said any more about maybe any more to do with there being any more reports paid in from at least spotters down there?
They have not updated, and it just said a public report, so not sure if it's a spotter or not. But they have not given any updates just yet on anything, except for obviously the expansion into Wayne and portions of Pulaski and northern McCreary County there. But they have not given any update just yet on any new details. But looks like they're going to stick with it. I mean, that warning goes until noon. So, and right now I'm not seeing anything much different than what we were seeing when it was first originally put out there, so don't really see anything otherwise. Still, you want to take this seriously for sure.
I agree. Looking here, our signature went away, but you can still see a couple of little blips of our pixels of red next to the green shades there. So that would be obviously the green is winds that are blowing toward the radar. So the radar is out of Nashville, so it's going to be blowing that direction next to winds that there's that red pixel that are going away from the radar to the south. So that turning next to each other is obviously where we still have some of that rotation here in Clinton County. So not quite to Wayne County yet, but it's on the doorstep. So now it's a good time to go ahead, give yourself as much time as you can to get to your safe place. And we go over that a lot, but it's worth reminding again, the best place to be is a basement. I know a lot of us don't have that. I don't have a basement. We don't have a basement here either at the TV station. That means the next best place is the lowest level, okay? So the first level, interior room, away from windows, go into that hallway, go to a closet, go into a bathroom. If your bathroom has windows, you don't want to go there. You want to go into a room without glass, okay? That's not going to possibly shatter and be a flying object that could create injury. You want to go in there, cover up with pillows, blankets, give yourself as much shield and protection from potential flying debris, or also put on a helmet to keep yourself safe. So here's Monticello. Let me reset things here. Here's Albany. A public reported a short time ago, just north of Albany, right here, right around Highway 90, there was a funnel cloud. Well, since then, that rotation is tracked off to the northeast, and this is where it's at now. So if we put a track, the movement was off to the northeast by tracking this here at about, what was it, 45 miles an hour, I believe?
45 miles per hour.
All right, 45. But the way these were going earlier this morning, I'm telling you that they were really ramped up. Moving early this morning, the storms were had wind speeds that were, or forward movement that were at times 60 to 70 miles an hour. So this is a little slower, but still it's a fast moving storm, and that's going to be over into Wayne County, and it's crossing the county line now. So Ramsey Island, it's there now. Susie, you've only got a couple of minutes, all right, to that community. Bethesda at 11:28 and Frisbee at 11:29, Short Mountain at 11:30. All right, so coming closer down the line is going to be our camera here in Somerset. I mean, we're still a couple of counties away, though, because it's still in Clinton County. But we'll be on getting a good vantage point now that the rain has kind of slacked a bit. We'll be able to watch the horizon to see anything as it gets a little bit closer to see if we have anything that's extending down from the base of the clouds at all. Do you have something?
No, I was just trying to, seeing if they have any update. Nothing still from the Weather Service right now, so still trying to see if they're going to continue this. Still moving northeast again at 45 miles per hour. Right about on the, really it looks like it's crossed over at this point for the most part into Wayne County. Likely seeing some hail there, even along the lake. If you're in portions of the county there, you can see that purple shading on the map right here. Likely seeing some hail right in there. Regardless, it's a nasty thunderstorm. So you want to be taking the right precautions, be in your safe spot as they're continuing this. And hey, if you're up in Pulaski County, areas like Burnside, and even northern McCreary County, even though this is still pretty far out at this point, you still want to be taking this seriously. Get into your safe spot over the next little bit because this is moving pretty quick. That has been the trend with these storms over the past really several hours into the early morning hours through now. They've been moving at a pretty good clip across the area. So if you're in Monticello, really that rotation is working right along or just parallel with Route 90, which is what we were seeing taking place all morning. I'm going to do a little bit of a closer look here. We'll turn back on the velocity. Now, the couplet that we were seeing earlier isn't as tight as it once was. You can see a little bit of it right in there, but it's not as tight as it once was when it was back in Clinton County. So that is some good news. However, especially with the report of a possible funnel cloud with it, you want to definitely get into your safe spot. Again, that's the lowest level of your home. Let's go ahead, or in your basement if you have one, let's go ahead and put a tracker on this. It's really approaching the Monticello area right now within the next few minutes. Let me go ahead and put
the Weather Service said that the tighter couplet obviously has gone away, but they will continue to monitor this storm a bit longer and leave the warning intact for the moment.
Okay, so they're going to leave it going, but pretty much what we were just saying. So it's not as tight as it once was, but still, I mean, it doesn't take long for a spin up to occur or for that couplet to tighten back up once again. So if you're in Frisbee, it's on top of you around 11:26. Monticello, 11:30. So within the next few minutes here. Steubenville, 11:35. If you're down in Mill Springs, you're at 11:38. Betsy, 11:39. And Touristville, 11:39. So again, want to get into your safe spot. And even though the couplet is not as well defined as it once was, still right in here, you can see those reds and greens coming together. Pardon my terrible drawing skills on the map there, but you can see where the reds and greens kind of meet together there. And again, it's not as good as it once was, but still a little bit of rotation there. Justin, I'm going to switch radar sites here, see if we're seeing anything, because we've been saying this all morning. We've had several storms and several warnings here. This is not the best spot for radar. So we have to look at all of our radar sites because it's right in the kind of in the middle. But again, this is each radar site is kind of showing a similar picture with a little bit of rotation there right along 90 approaching Monticello. So right kind of in between the county line, the Clinton-Wayne County line, and the Monticello area. Nashville is the closest radar site we have, so that's the one we've been using the most there. But let's go ahead. I'm going to flip things back over to the radar here as well, just so you can see that. Regardless, again, we've been saying this, gusty winds definitely a possibility with this. Could be damaging winds from this as well. Even if it's not a tornado, straight line winds a possibility. This storm had a severe thunderstorm warning with it before the tornado warning. Also maybe some small hail in there as well, especially right here in this core right here, just to the northwest of Monticello, where that purple shading is. That is where you can maybe have some hail showing up in there as well. Now, across the rest of the area, you might be wondering why we're cutting in. This is, again, only really down. The strongest storm we have right now is down across Wayne County. And part of this warning, you might be hearing the sirens in places like Somerset, down in Pulaski County, because they drew the box out pretty far. So this is still just on western portions of Wayne County right now, approaching Monticello. But again, you still want to be ready for this as it's working in the direction of Burnside. It's just going to take it a while to get there as it's crossing the county. Moving at about 45 miles per hour. So again, Monticello in the next couple minutes is when this is right over the top of you. Now, area-wide, let me change radar sites here and just show you what we're seeing area-wide. If you're back up in Lexington, it's really just light rain. Most of central, even down into eastern Kentucky, mainly just dealing with light rain at this point. The strongest storm we definitely have has been to the south. And again, this has been the trend throughout the morning. Now, the good news is where we had so much rain this morning, even across places like Wayne and Pulaski County, it really zapped a lot of that energy. However, this storm really ramped up fairly quickly while it was down in Tennessee. And then when it crossed into Kentucky, that's when we had that pretty tight couplet of rotation there that sparked the first tornado warning. And again, it's just not as impressive as it was earlier, which is some good news, but still a little bit of broad rotation there, Justin.
Yeah, I was scanning social media to see if I could find anything from people that may be down there, from pictures or anything. So far, not seeing that, but it's probably a good thing that people obviously aren't out trying to do that now, but at the moment they could have. You definitely were talking about that crossing over into an area that earlier this morning had been worked over. I mean, we saw 2-3 tornado warnings down there in Wayne County earlier this morning, and then got a bit of a break as the atmosphere was kind of worked over. And likely that still started to happen. The storm was a little stronger in Clinton County, and then it's weakened a bit as it's made its way into, again, the Monticello area. Definitely still heavier rain. If I go back to the radar, your velocity view here, and you still see some broad rotation just west of Monticello, where the reds and greens, but you see how they're spread apart. That definitely is a different picture than what it looked like really just even about 30 minutes ago. And the movement is off to the northeast still. East-northeast or more northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So that's going to take it into Monticello. So if there's anything in terms of a tornado there, it would be heading into the city of Monticello within short order. And then from there, it would work across northern Wayne County. And then from there, it would eventually work its way, if it holds together at all, from about Burnside and down to the south into the southern part of Pulaski County. Now, downstream, though, if you'll look into Tennessee, and I'll go back to the actual standard radar view. And the reason I'm showing this to you is because it's starting to set up just like we were earlier. So we had a cold front that dropped down into the state, brought us the rain, brought us the storms overnight. I talked about this morning that as we would go into the afternoon, we would start to see that cold front start to buckle back north, and that would allow southern and southeast Kentucky to eventually get a bit of a break in some of the rain, and eventually allow the atmosphere down here to become more conducive for severe weather. Now, farther north, I think it's going to be turning over to our more substantial rainfall and a flooding risk. But still to the south, yes, we have that threat for strong and severe storms. This next storm that's coming behind it here, there's not a warning on it, but when you start to see anytime you get a little bit of a notch on a system like this, you have to pay close attention, all right? And that could just be a sign of things to come, that as the afternoon wears on and we lift the rain north and we can kind of tap into a little more instability this afternoon, we may see some more storms that fire up into southern Kentucky. Thankfully, there's no warning on that one yet. This is the only one, but they obviously have just trimmed back the tornado warning polygon to now only include Wayne County at the back edge of that, and that is because the back edge of it, the rotation portion of that storm, has moved out of Clinton County and it's over into Wayne County, right pretty much on top of or very near Monticello. As I go back, you have something over there?
Yeah, I was just going to say the Weather Service just said they're continuing to monitor it, but that signature is not nearly as impressive as it once was. So they might allow that warning to expire or cancel it a little bit early if the trend continues. So they're still going to watch it, but obviously it's decreased quite a little bit. So probably the next scan or two, they'll make a decision there whether to cancel that warning. But we've been saying that pretty much once it crossed into Wayne County. And again, that was the trend we were seeing even earlier this morning because of all the not as much untapped energy there, where it's been round after round of thunderstorm after thunderstorm moving through Wayne into Pulaski County, and it's just not as impressive as it was over Clinton County. So we'll monitor that trend.
We for sure will. You know, if this storm was a county south over into parts of McCreary and even Whitley and over to Bell County, this zone is still looking at temperatures and spots over there that are running into the upper 60s and even some lower 70s now. So this is a zone for later today that we'll have to watch if some storms downstream get fired up and move into more of that untapped zone. But at the moment, still, we're keeping the warning. They're keeping that going. I want to look over at I want to show you that over the last hour, look how more intense the line was. Look at that with that storm. A 1 hour rotation detector. Look at it. You can clearly see it coming out of Tennessee, working its way through eventually Clinton County here, and then to where it stands right now. Look how the rotation has really weakened from some reds that were in there, a little blip of red, and then it started to get weaker as it's made its way to the north. And we can show you the actually current shear, and once we switch over to that product, there's hardly anything left. Still likely some strong winds. Let me go back over to our standard velocity picture. Still a little bit there just off to the west in northwest of Monticello. So if we come down now and zoom in a little bit closer to give you some smaller communities, other than Monticello itself, are obviously Short Mountain, Frisbee. Peyton was mentioned some of these earlier. Swifton. If we give you some roads, this is going to be up Highway 90 here that goes into Steubenville. Same areas we were calling out for real earlier this morning with 2 tornado warnings this morning. Sally Burnett Road, again, 90 going up Main Street as you go out of town, out of Monticello, that is, into the northern part of the county, that going up toward Rankin. All of these smaller communities in the northern part of the county of Wayne County need to be in your safe space right now. Lowest floor of your home, interior room, away from windows. All right, rotation indicated on radar, but we also did back in Clinton County have a funnel cloud that was reported from the public. There's a new scan. I mean, it's even more ragged, even more spread apart. Yeah, you still have a little bit of reds, and you still obviously have a little bit of green that's on there, because we still are going to have some shear anyway with the thunderstorm. But when those two are closer together, pretty much next to one another, and brighter couplets, that's when we have to really pay close attention for some twisting of the winds. And thankfully, I mean, we want it to weaken. We don't want any tornadoes across the area at all. Thankfully, that is getting a little weaker. I can look at this also from the Louisville radar. It's kind of close too, but obviously it gets into the zone still even there that it's hard to see that far away. And the Jackson radar is the farthest of all the ones that we have that we can look at from our disposal. If we look here, again, the 1 hour, just look how it's really trended down in intensity. So that's good news. We've got the warning till 12. I mean, that's putting us here. We're talking 25 more minutes left on the warning that goes all the way up into Pulaski County. And at least it was drawn to include a sliver of McCreary County, which is well north of Whitley City. I wouldn't be shocked if they do allow this to expire. I'm still looking here. Let's see.
Typing right now, so maybe we'll get an answer to that question in just a second. But it looks like, well, actually, it looks like in Clinton County, there could have possibly been a couple reports of it touching down. So yeah, we'll have to see if that gets confirmed. Obviously, the National Weather Service goes out and surveys of all of that damage and everything, but that was in Clinton County. Wow. So this just goes to show you, I mean, it's not very far from Wayne County at all. So it looks like that's the case there. But I mean, this is pretty much fallen apart from what I'm seeing over Wayne County.
See, I can't take, here, let me step this back. I'll just step off because I want to show you the difference when we show you our velocity, how intense that it actually was. I'll go back to storm relative velocity, and we're looking at the storm at its current time. So if I go back, I want you to see how intense, look at that. Now that's where, again, they reported seeing a funnel cloud, the public did. This was north of Albany. Look how tight. When we talk about gate-to-gate shear or a velocity couplet, winds going toward the radar and away from the radar right next to each other. Bright colors of each. Bright colors of cool colors, bright colors of warm colors. Those are on top of each other. That is a couplet. That is in the zone of what it was like earlier, okay? So now let me step it forward to the current frame. Watch how all of a sudden in time, that storm still strong, Clinton County. Then we get to Wayne County, almost there, still over the Marlowe community. This was back at 11:18. And then look when it gets into Wayne. No longer gate to gate, no longer hardly any rotation as where it stands. Now again, they issued this because back to the west, we clearly had a funnel cloud. We clearly had tight rotation that was showing up there. Definitely tighter than what we have right now, and that's likely because of the funnel cloud, but also because of the now reports they're saying from dispatch in Clinton County that it touched down a couple of times. They're probably staying with for that long.
Yeah, well, it looks like they just canceled it, so
That's
it
good.
just disappeared. So
there it is. Just
there
went
we
off
go.
our map.
All gone. So pretty much what we were thinking. I mean, it pretty much fell apart, but it does look like there was something that happened for sure in Clinton County, just a county over. But good news, it has weakened significantly. So really, I mean, we're pretty much done, Justin. Really just some heavy rain at this point for our friends down in northern Wayne County, right along the lake there.
Right. And I'm looking, before we go back to programming here, down at these storms out of Tennessee. No warnings on those yet, okay? So you would think by looking in an untapped atmosphere toward Cookeville, Tennessee, that part of the state hasn't seen much, if anything, yet. You would think that these storms would be able to feed into this. So far, none of these here have any warnings other than some flooding. All right, at least when I say no warnings, I'm talking about no severe or tornado warnings. So that's good news. We'll keep an eye on that. But again, our risk as we go into the afternoon for a lot of us is going to be on the risk of some heavier rain that leads to some flooding. We already have some small streams and creeks that are at bank full right now, with a flash flooding risk increasing this afternoon into tonight, and then another flash flooding risk that looks to be more elevated for the state again Saturday late and into Saturday night and into Sunday, and then that will be the final hurrah there. So we are watching for some very heavy rainfall that we're clearly not done with yet. Were you holding your hand up? Sorry.
I was just looking, just wanted to pull up really quick for our viewers, which I don't think I can get it just yet, but I was just going to pull up that severe risk. Still that level 2 of 5 risk for this afternoon, so we'll keep monitoring that. As Justin was talking about, we'll really be watching these storms back off down into Tennessee. And still, we have places like McCreary and Whitley County, and even over into Knox County, Justin, that really haven't seen anything really yet today, other than maybe some light rain, maybe moderate at times. So those are the areas we'll be watching for sure as the night goes on. But as you were mentioning, as the front continues to lift too, we'll get some of that warmer air to move into some of those southern counties as well, which could help fuel some of those storms too.
Yeah. So for later today, we may have some, obviously we will have some more rain and some storms to deal with, but will they be severe or not? The best chance definitely going to be across the south and southeast corner of the state. Stay weather aware. We'll be here all afternoon and into the evening and nighttime. Meteorologist Justin Esterly will be in a little bit later on as well. For Peyton Hinkle, I'm Chief Meteorologist Justin Logan. We'll send it back to programming.
We now return to our regularly scheduled program.